Hi everybody, how we doing? Good to be back doing another stream. It's been a while since I've done stream. Tier list ones happen every 6 months. But also one of the research streams that I was doing pretty frequently for a while there. Some of you know why, I'm going to just say this right now to get it out of the way. Some of you know why I haven't been doing the research streams. Excuse me. It's because I messed up my hand. My thumb is more like it. So I don't know if I like tore a tendon or I have like a hairline fracture in my thumb or something, but I have to keep this thing on for until it feels better. And because I'm someone who can't just not use my thumb all the time, I have to do a lot of stuff all the time. I keep messing it up. So I'm thinking about like going and getting a cast on it so I can't move it at all, because this helps, but I can still like move it sometimes. But long story short, thumb hurts and I can't really use a controller. So I haven't been doing research streams because I can't play video games. So whenever I feel better, my thumb feels better, I will do the research streams again. But anyone who's been wondering about those, that's the reason why. I haven't just been not doing it because I don't want to, it's because I can't. So, I mean, obviously it's not that big of a deal. It's just my thumb. It's not like a life-ending injury that has me laying in bed for weeks or anything like that. But it's annoying, you know. I can't do certain things like use a controller. So that's the reason, if anyone was wondering. But hello, everyone. Welcome to another tier list ranking stream. It's good to have all of you here. I want to say right off the bat, thank you to Stasin9162 for becoming a supervillain member. I appreciate that very much. And then Just Keeping It Real, who upgraded to a Dark Lord member. That's amazing. Thank you, guys. Obviously, membership and what have you for the channel is not necessary, but I appreciate it very much when you do it. Outside of that, welcome everybody. I hope you're all doing well. I hope your music is too loud. Okay, I had it turned down pretty good. Okay, it was on 10. I got it on 5 now. 1 second. The aspect ratio on your face cam is kind of squished. Yeah, I know. I have it like that on purpose, Driffy. So the ratios on the face cam and the I don't know, explanation text for the tiers is squished this way, so it's not in the way of any of the tiers. You know, I didn't want to mess anything up. I'd rather be a little squished and have it on have you guys be able to see everything. But hold on 1 second. Sorry about issues with my throat. Just started playing Dark Souls for the first time. Any advice? Strength build is easiest when you first start out, so I guess that's my advice. But anyway, maybe we'll talk about Dark Souls later. Welcome everybody. It's been over 6 months at this point. As I said in the community post, one of the patrons actually mentioned to me that it'd be kind of cool, his name's Sean, if I, instead of doing it in November, do it at the end of the year so we can get all the way, you know, all the villains I covered for the year. And I thought that was a good idea too, so we're doing it now at the end of December instead of the end of November. The Fireflies are right there, Swan. They're right there. That's the Fireflies. That's their emblem. Kind of hard to see, I guess, but that's them. Anyway, let's get to ranking. So we have, I think, 38 images, but I think there's 43 characters that we have to rank today. First off, right off the bat, yes, the next tier list is in June, generally. Right off the bat, I made a new tier for one thing in particular. So, I just did a video on Come and See, and earlier this year I did a video on Spec Ops: The Line, and in both those videos, one of the major villains, but it's more like a thematic thing I talked about, was war. So, obviously you can't just rank war as a villain. So what I wanted to do right off the bat is this tank right here represents just war. So as you can see, there's nothing on here for Come and See, because I just talked about how war is evil, pretty much. That was the whole basis of the video. And I guess I could have thrown a swastika up here, but everybody knows how evil the Nazis were. But the tank is here because I'm putting war above everything else. Because there is nothing, especially with Come and See, I mean, that was based on real events. And there's nothing worse than war in this world, or any world for that matter. No, there's no more horrific things. There's nothing else that's as horrific as war as far as crimes go, you know? So, as far as Come and See is concerned, and war in general, war is in a tier of its own. It's just, that's where it's gonna be. So, there's that. Hey, Shroom, thank you for being here. I hope you hope you come back soon. But, well, sure, genocide is worse than war, but more often than not, genocide is a result of war. So I could put a, like, let me do this. So, war and genocide. Like, I guess I could put genocide above it, but we'll just, for all intents and purposes, I don't want to make two separate tiers, I guess. War and genocide. Good point, though, Triffy. Where's that Triffy? No, Triforce Hero. Wait, is that you, Triffy? I feel like that's your icon. Triforce Hero. I'm pretty sure that's Triffy. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to do right off the bat. Like, I don't think there needs to be too much discussion on how bad war is. You know, I'm gonna poll you guys on the rest of them, but war is war. It's horrible, and it deserves to go in a high spot. But now that we're on to characters, this one is going to be interesting. I might need to put text on this one to clue people in on what this is. I might do that at a later date. Yeah, they did change how names are displayed. That's interesting. I did notice that from last time. Oh, hi, FG. Good to see you here as well. Good to see all of you here, but as I see names, I'll say hello. Well, starting right off the bat with Spec Ops: The Line, there were 4 things in particular that I talked about in that video, and that was Conrad, Riggs, and why am I forgetting his name? He's the most important character. I'm drawing a blank. Somebody tell me his name. I'll remember it in just a second, I'm sure, but it's escaping me right now. And then the Dubai. So I talked about Dubai. Walker. Martin Walker. Thank you very much. I don't know why I forgot his name right there. I remembered Riggs, but not Martin Walker. Interesting. I talked about how, because from some of the voice files, or like the lore files in the game, it talks about how, like, the Dubai government and the media, like, Dubai government had the media hide the fact that the sandstorm was coming, and that caused a lot of people to die because they didn't know it was coming. They hid the truth and trapped people in the city when they could have maybe made it out. So this image right here is supposed to represent, like, the Dubai government in this story, and hiding a natural disaster from people and trying to get rich people out of the city that way while sacrificing everyone else is pretty terrible. So I don't know exactly where this should go. Probably an S somewhere. I'm gonna drop it right there for now, and we're gonna do our polls as we usually do, and we'll see what you guys think. Start poll. Vice government. I'm gonna do. I'll give you 3 options, because I don't think doing something like that is not a B tier worthy action. I'm gonna say like S+, S, or A+ seems accurate for that. But yeah, so anyone who doesn't know, in Spec Ops: The Line, it's told through lore files that when this massive sandstorm was coming to the city that was going to destroy pretty much the entire city, and kill a lot of people, the Dubai government decided to instruct the media to hide that fact from the populace, so all the rich people could get out before all the panic set in, which caused who knows how many deaths in this alternate universe. So pretty terrible stuff. Not forgivable in the slightest, I would say. There's no good reason for hiding the fact that a natural disaster is coming to someone's city, so other people can get out and some can't, you know? And you guys seem to think the same. We got 55% for S and 38% for S+. Now let me see what you guys are saying as far as where it should go. So Ola Selen, anyone who's not aware, this tier list is based on the villains that I have covered. So there is no villain on this list that I have not done a video on yet. So Belos and Andreas, They're not on here because I haven't covered them yet. So it's all villains that I've covered. That's just in case anyone would. So we got S for the majority here. And I like that. So the thing to consider with this act in particular is, like, we don't know the scale. You know, it's possible that the government hiding this from the people caused 10 deaths, or it caused 1,000 deaths. It caused 1,000,000 deaths. But regardless, I would assume that it caused a few thousand, at the very least, if not tens of thousands. So with that kind of scale, if we're gonna put him in S, I put him in S, like the top of S. Let me do another poll for this. S. We'll do 4. There, there's another poll for you. No, not real life, just the game. Again, it's you know, we're doing what I covered, and I have not made a video on Dubai's government so far. I would ever do something like that, but yeah, it's Dubai's government in the game. But we're top of S tier. Also, you see me. Yeah. Like I said, the big thing with this here is the scale, right? This is the government hiding the fact that a natural disaster was coming to the city and not allowing people to adequately prepare for it or escape that natural disaster likely caused thousands, if not tens of thousands of deaths. And in S, I don't think there is anyone else in S who quite reached that high of a body count with their actions, which is what causes me to think, you know, if we're going to put them in S, they need to go at the top. So I'm glad you guys agree. Yeah, there's villains that are worse. I would say, like, personally, Daryl, I agree with that. But again, you have to also factor in scale. Scale isn't everything, you know. I've said that in these rankings before, but in this case, like, I don't know, it's such a heavy crime to do that to people. So top of S seems accurate. Good. I'm glad you like the music, Elijah. Welcome. Good to have you here. Nope, no Wild from Berserk. I haven't covered Wild yet. Dark and Blood, not yet. So let's go ahead. How come King? So one thing I'll say as well, I forgot to mention. When I do these tier lists, I can't spend the entire tier list like telling you why so-and-so character is already where they're at, you know? Because if I did that, that's all I would do this whole stream. I'd be here for 15 hours telling you, oh, they're here because of that, you know? If you want to know why a character that's already on the list is where they're at, you're going to have to watch previous streams. Because I can't do that. We're here to rank these ones, the most recent ones, and to learn about the other ones, you're going to have to go back. But now Conrad, so what's interesting now, we're going to move on to, so we got 3 more Spec Ops characters, Conrad, Riggs, and Walker. And Spec Ops is essentially a Heart of Darkness inspired story, just like Apocalypse Now. So with that in mind, Conrad, when I was putting this image, I was like, I know exactly where I want Conrad to go, and it's right next to Kurtz. You know, whether or not he goes above Kurtz or below Kurtz, they're the same character, essentially. They're inspired by the same character. And that's... I don't know, that seems accurate to me. So let me do a poll for you. Let me just ask this. Conrad from Spec Ops. I think it's Conrad with a K, but I'm not sure. Above Kurtz, below Kurtz. somewhere. There we go. Conrad might be worse than Kurtz. Could be. I'm glad you like the music, Tyson. Good to see you here. Okay, most people seem to think above Kurt so far. But yeah, again, that made the most sense to me again. Heart of Darkness inspired both Apocalypse Now and Spec Ops: The Line. And they're like, respectively, they're like modern retellings in their time of Heart of Darkness. Apocalypse Now is like a modern retelling of Heart of Darkness during the Vietnam War era. And then Spec Ops: The Line is a modern retelling of Heart of Darkness during the like Iraq War, Afghanistan War era. So Conrad and Kurtz, they're supposed to be a representative of the same character from Heart of Darkness. That's why I think it makes sense to have them next to each other. And most of you agree. So we'll just put Conrad right above Kurtz. That's perfect. War on Terror. There you go. Yeah. Not sure if you saw Vile, but you're Gendo. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I know. So, some of you have heard me say this too. This year has been a very interesting year for me. It just seems like every week or few days something new pops up that's not so great for me. And it's been that way since January, so I'm very looking forward to the year ending. This is an example, you know, it just keeps piling on. And of course, I couldn't end the year on a high note. I got 3 more days. Well, like 3.5 more days. All right. Hopefully nothing else happens. But 2 days ago, I got my second copyright strike ever, which I got my first copyright strike ever earlier this year with the Tetsuo video, and I got my second copyright strike ever with the Gendo video, Gendo Ikari, on the 26th, after Christmas. Happy after Christmas present. And so the video has been removed from YouTube because a German company that represents the Japanese company that owns the manga and anime said that my entire video consists of footage from the films, the Evangelion films, which it doesn't. It was mixed up with manga panels and the anime and things like that. You guys know how I do my videos. So that video's been taken down, and I don't know, I can like try and dispute that copyright strike. And I get copyright claims all the time, which is not the same as a strike. A claim will like not allow you to monetize a video, or it won't allow it to be seen in certain territories. And disputing those isn't that big of a deal. But with a copyright strike, it's actually a legal thing. And there's a lot that goes into it, but there's a lot of potentially negative ramifications of disputing a copyright strike, including the termination of your channel if YouTube so decides, or getting sued directly by the company that ordered the strike. So at this point in time, I'm going to talk to another soon. I need to message him today, actually. I've talked to another YouTuber, someone who is a part of another YouTube channel. I think it's like a group of them who do this channel. The channel Anime Balls Deep, if anyone watches that channel. I've talked to Sid a couple times, and since they deal with anime and manga stuff, I'm gonna message him later today and see if he has any experiences with the strikes and like disputing them and whether or not it's a good idea. Because I did my research, you know, looked it up on Google, and see what other people have said about it. But this, with a foreign company, I'm very hesitant because I know U.S. law, you know, copyright law. But are they going to judge me on, because they're a German company, are they going to judge me on German law, or are they going to judge me on Japanese law, which I don't know. So that's why I need a little more information. Regardless, what happens with a copyright strike is for 3 months I have a strike. It goes away after 90 days if I don't get another one. And after 90 days, if I don't dispute this and try and get the video back up, I will re-upload the video with different editing. So there's the spiel on the Gendo stuff. The Gendo video. That is why the Gendo Ikari video was gone. And yeah, still images. Yeah, that's what I've learned. So I haven't done. Wait, did I? Is there an anime character on this list? Hold on a second. No, I don't think I've done another anime video, anime/manga video since I got the copyright strike with the Tetsuo video. But the Tetsuo video taught me one thing, is that the reason the Tetsuo video got taken down is because it was of the manga panels. And the company thought that me having the words in the panels, was revealing too much of their story. And that's why they wanted it taken down. So with anime and manga videos in the future, like, what is the one? With the Tetsuo video I re-uploaded, I went in and all the manga panels that I used, I took out the speech from the speech bubbles. And so far, it's been fine. What this Gendo one has taught me is, like Elijah said, it seems like using still images for just anime, movies, or shows in general is the right thing to do. So I've learned two things this year as far as anime videos go, and in the future, I'm going to be a lot more careful. Sorry for the long explanation, but thank you for bringing that up, Elijah, because I did mean to tell you guys that the Gendo video is gone, and that's why. So, fun. Again, hoping that nothing else happens before the year ends, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway. Back to the... I'll answer one more question before we get back to it. Whatever happened to the Star Wars coverage? Long story short, Peter, I mentioned it a moment ago. This year has been quite tough for me in a lot of ways. Some of you might have noticed that I haven't been like pretty regular with my weekly uploads because things have been getting thrown at me left and right, and I've been losing a lot of time this year. And my ambition to do a Star Wars video every week alongside one of my regular videos every week kind of petered out because I couldn't even keep up doing one of my regular videos every week this year. So the Star Wars villains are going to be they're going to return eventually. It's just probably sometime this year. It's just been hard for me. Like I said, this has been a tough year for me. So I do want to keep doing the Star Wars videos. But I just haven't had the time. This coming year, hopefully that'll change. That would be the Prince Dizart, thank you for the $2, Mr. MH. But yes, that is a Star Wars villain. And he will also get his time in the sun one day. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that very much. My plan with the Star Wars stuff was to cover every evildoer in the Star Wars universe, so he'd be part of it. Oh yeah, I'm cheery today. Yes, I am. I'm in a good mood today. I don't know. I'm in a good mood in general. I mean, a lot of bad stuff has happened to me this year. Like, not horrific stuff, but some of it was one of it was horrific. But it's not. I still try to keep positive. I still try my best to keep positive. So I'm glad I seem cheery. But yes, I'm taking care of my mom. My mom moved in with me in October, and I spent all of October like cleaning out her house and moving her in. So that was another thing I did. Well, we'll talk more about this stuff towards the end of the when we get done with the ranking. But just because Elijah brought it up, I wanted to address the Gendo thing and answer some of your questions. But let's get back to the rankings. We'll start ranking more, and then once we get done with the ranking, we'll do a little talking. I'll stick around for a while after the after we're done ranking everyone. So Riggs is interesting. Thank you for the $5. Sorry, I have to call out super chats when I get them. Then we'll get back to it. SpongeBob, me boy, I like the name. Thank you for the $5. I do plan to do one on Eric Cartman. That one is a very ambitious project, and it will happen someday. Hopefully this year. We'll see, though. We'll see about that. As for Mr. Burns, believe it or not, I haven't watched that much Simpsons, so I don't know that much about Mr. Burns, but maybe someday. But Cartman is highly requested, and he'll get a video eventually. Riggs. So the thing about Riggs, both Riggs, Walker, and Conrad, they're kind of like cut from the same cloth motivation-wise. Like they, every villain is the hero of their own story type deal. They think that what they're doing is right. So Riggs was attempting to kill all the survivors in Dubai in order to prevent an international catastrophe that would hurt the United States image and potentially start like a wider war if the truth got out about why things went so wrong in Dubai with Conrad. So in that way, he's kind of like Thanos-esque in a way, like Thanos light, but not nearly as bad as Thanos. Obviously, universal scale, not as bad as Dooku, Vader, Grievous, who murder people on a galactic scale. Makima's like a demon type deal, devil, you know, control devil. So that's like supernatural. Jobu's like an interdimensional catastrophe. Angstrom, interdimensional. Omni-Man, galactic. Magneto, planetary. Yevon, planetary. Aaron, Richmond. Ozymandias. Yeah, Armstrong. You guys are right. Someone said next to Armstrong. And I think that's right. I think either above or below Armstrong. Or somewhere else. That's what I'm going to poll you guys. Above or below Armstrong. Let's see. Well, not Q&A. Poll. Poll. Conrad. Not Conrad. Riggs. Spec Ops. Above. Hey, I can't type today. Well, I can't type in general with this stupid brace on. It's for a guy who writes scripts all the time. It's not fun to have a brace on your hand. Else. But yeah, to reiterate, Riggs is from Spec Ops: The Line, and his goal was essentially to kill all the remaining survivors in Dubai in order to prevent the truth about Conrad's military activity getting out in the media and causing the United States to like lose reputation or cause like a regional war where the United States would have to be involved. So that's why I said like Thanos light, like he's trying to murder a bunch of people for the right reason, you know? So yeah. Got a Chaos, thank you very much for the $4.99. Thoughts on Always Sunny gang, comedy and villains? I don't know. So I stopped watching Always Sunny, I don't know, season 4, something like that. Love it though. I love a lot of those episodes are hilarious. And people have asked for Always Sunny videos before. I'm just not sure if it's... I think it'd be worth doing a video on comedic characters like them. I just wouldn't do it as seriously as I do with Analyzing Evil. Like, I would still make a video, but maybe I'd title it something, you know? So, yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Not out of the realm of possibility. Oh, yeah, I know. The next Great Reshuffling is going to be 30 hours long. I know, Brett. I know. And it's going to be... it'll probably be like a 24-hour stream or something like that, you know? Or a 2-part stream. I don't know. I'm an old man. I don't know if I have it in me to do a 24-hour stream. I mean, I might. But I'd have to sleep for like 20 hours the day before. I get a lot of gray in my beard. You guys can't really see on the stream very much, but this year, if this is proof of this year's turmoil for me. I started the year with like maybe 6 or 7 gray hairs right here in the front of my beard. I think I have like 50 now. So I'm getting gray. I'm getting gray early. My life force is being sapped from me. So we got below Armstrong at 60%. That's a pretty wide margin there. So I think that works. Riggs below Armstrong sounds pretty great. Excuse me. Who do I think is the worst out of the two? For Armstrong and Riggs, I think Armstrong was a little worse because I agree with the Armstrong below. Because or I agree with Riggs below Armstrong because Armstrong was trying to like totally change the United States and like enhance the military industrial complex. So his actions were a lot more widespread, like they would have been a lot more widespread. And I think they were. I think he was responsible for a lot more death and suffering with what he did in the Metal Gear universe. Whereas Riggs' actions are localized to a city. So it's more than likely that Armstrong had an effect on people's lives on like, if not like in a whole country, or many countries, like globally. So I do think Armstrong is worse than Riggs, and Riggs deserves to go right below him. Just dye my beard? Nah. See, I want to be gray. I don't mind having gray hair. I like things to progress naturally. I'm not someone who's... I don't think I'm ever going to dye my beard or get plastic surgery or anything like that. However I age is how I age, and that's that. It's a natural part of life, and what are you going to do? It is what it is. Lost my hair at 15, so I'm bald. It happens. But yes, close to 1 million subscribers, Super Ender. It'll be a nice day. I have a plan for that 1 million subscriber special. Secret. You guys will know. Oh, thank you for the PLN, the 10 PLN, Super Spra. I appreciate that. Halo villains, yes, I have thought about that. I will do Halo villains at some point. My motto, so with super thanks, obviously, I appreciate you paying me. So I have that. If you'll see above my head here on the webcam, it says all suggestions will be ignored. And for you people who have been here before for streams, the reason I have that rule is because if I don't, then I'm gonna just talk about suggestions all the time. You guys are gonna ask, hey, you gonna cover this guy? Yes. Are you gonna cover this guy? Yes. You gonna cover this guy? Yes. So with the super chats, I don't feel like I can ignore them because you're paying me. But if you would like to give me a super chat, I very much appreciate it. But if you could leave out the suggestions too, because my answer is always the same for suggestions. If they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. So yes, I will do Halo villain sometime in the future. But I still appreciate the 10 PLN. Thank you very much, Sue. And I thank you for the $2 Playboy. It has been a while, and I'm glad to be back. And I appreciate it once again. And Camino, I've been doing all right, all things considered. Thank you for asking. It's been quite the year for me, as I've been explaining. But I'm doing pretty good. It's ending well so far. So I'll say that. 1 second, my heater is on, and it's a little too much for me. I got 2 lights pointed at me in this room, and then my heater kicked on, and it's getting a little hot in here with the door closed, so I had to turn that on. All right, Walker. So Walker, I do have legs, isn't that crazy? Walker is, again, kind of cut from the same mold as Riggs and Conrad, where he thinks he's doing what's right. You know, you got to stop Conrad at any cost. He's got to be the hero and save everybody, but him wanting to be the hero and save everybody ends up being a delusional nightmare. Next to Barnes, right above Conrad, I think I might like that. Who said that? Super Ender guy? I think that was good. But let's do a poll again. Because one thing you have to factor into because at the end of the story, let me at the end of the story, might be misremembering here. Is it left up to interpretation whether or not Walker was suffering delusions, like as he was carrying out these actions, or is it more so like confirmed that all his delusions are a result of like the purgatory hell experience he's going through? Were the delusions real? Because if the delusions were real, then B is appropriate, more than appropriate. Because there's a lot of characters in B, like Norman Bates, for example, who he was suffering delusions. Like he believed his dead mother was speaking to him. So it's like, yes, he was a murderer, but he wasn't a murderer who was necessarily acting of his own volition 100%. He had something affecting his mind that was causing him to do what he did. So it could be the same case for Walker. He was confirmed to be delusional, is what I saw someone say. Think they were real? Yeah. So let me ask you guys here. Martin Walker. And I'll talk about the super. that 1 second. Martin Walker. Above Conrad. Somewhere else in B. Or some. Okay. Thank you, Andrew, for the $5. Someday, sure will, Andrew. I've seen that one requested quite a lot, so I definitely will cover Char someday. But again, if you guys could refrain, I appreciate the super chats. But if you could refrain from making a suggestion, then I would appreciate it. Again, thank you, Andrew. Super, thank you for the 10 PLN again. Does redemption make you rank lower? Yeah, it does. So it's a factor for sure. Redemption can give you some points as far as the ranking goes. So it is, you know, I have up here in the explanation, like S+ is absolutely irredeemable, and then I have down here somewhere it's like some justifications for their actions or they're redeemed. You know, if they're redeemable, then it definitely factors in. Definitely factors in. Above, oh, we got 50-50 for, well, 38-36, so 50-50. For above Conrad and B, a different tier, and 26% for somewhere else in B. So let me do a tier because ask you about the tier. We'll do B, A, and A+, because I feel like those are the ones that he could reasonably be put in. So let's establish that. If so, there was enough of you who asked for a different tier that I want to see whether or not you want him to go stay in B, go in A+. So here's another poll. The thing with Walker is I feel like he's on the same level of crimes as an A+ character, but he's incredibly mid. Yeah, no, that's the thing, and that is true for like Kurtz and Conrad, who seem to be mentally ill as well, you know, to a certain degree, and they've unleashed a lot of misery and death, but they're like doing it for the right reason. They think, you know, their heads are turning in this odd way that is making them do what they do, which makes me think like the birds of a feather right here, you know. But we'll see what you guys say. A. So for those of you who are saying A, so I can get an idea, and the most of you are saying A at this point. For those of you who are saying A, give me an idea of where you think he should go in A. Like, where do you envision, who do you envision in A tier? Conrad being worse than, or not as bad as? You know, like, is he worse than? I mean, I would go even over here. Like, is he worse than Tuco, who wasn't mentally ill whatsoever? He committed the crimes he committed because he was a dirty scoundrel who liked committing crimes. I don't know. You guys tell me. What do you guys think? Over answer. Hi, Panda. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Worse than Boss. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely Naeem. But I had an uncle named Naeem. Great to see. Max Cady definitely deserves me. Tuco is cool, Triffy. You're right. Tuco is one of my favorite characters of all time. I love Tuco. I love Tuco. Eli Wallach. Oh, anyone who doesn't know, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is my favorite movie. Yeah, I love it. Above Mike or below Penguin, next to us. Top of A, low A. Okay, we're pretty adamant about A. There's a majority for A, so we're gonna say A, and now we're gonna do one for, you know, high A, mid A, and low A, and then from there we'll decide where in high, mid, or low it's gonna go. Coolness shouldn't. Oh yeah. Coolness doesn't lessen someone's evil. No, I don't rank anyone less on cool factor because if I ranked the characters here on cool factor, Palpatine would be, you know, D tier because he's my guy. He's my favorite. You know, I think he's the coolest ever. So, you know, if I was doing cool, then or no, he's not that bad because he's cool. You know, love him. Not cool. Not coolness. Coolness is not a factor here. I have not seen the new Itsu. Hi, Christian. It looks cool, that Welcome to Derry. I've seen previews for it, and it looks pretty cool. So maybe I'll watch it. I need to reread it. Before I watch that show, I would either like to reread it or watch them. Probably both. Because it's been a minute. Okay, so mid-A. A lot of people are saying below Voss. And that's pretty mid-A. And yeah, we're not gonna like go too semantic with the placement here. So we're gonna go mid-A, and then I'm gonna do a new poll. Do another poll. Nope. Okay. Above. Below us. Below. There we go. Live stream on the set? Yes, we are here. Welcome, who's it? Castillo. Welcome, Castillo. We are here. Live, and we're doing it live. Good to have you here. Oh, new season of Fallout. Did that come out already? Yeah. See, I haven't been keeping up with that. When did the new Fallout season drop? Because I think I wanna watch that soon, and we do some Fallout. I won't tell your boss. I might want to do some more Fallout content soon. I might give that show a while. I haven't watched the first season yet. I usually like to, especially when I'm gonna cover a character. Like I did it different. The only one that I've done different so far is Invincible, where I'm covering it like season by season. But I usually like to wait until the show's over, so I have all the information on a character, and I can make like an accurate video. Which is why one of the most popular requested characters since I started the channel, Homelander, hasn't been done yet, is because I'm waiting for the show to be over. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do a Invincible type deal with Fallout if I like it enough. If I think it'll be fun enough to do like season by season. It'd be kind of cool. I kind of like the way the Invincible videos are going. But I think I should tone the music down. I mean, it's on 5. Anybody else think the music is a little too loud? If the music's loud, I can turn myself up, or I guess I can turn either down. But I got it on 5 volume. So is the music too loud, guys? If it is, I wanna turn it down for you. But let me know. A bit loud? That's crazy. It's on 5. I assumed 5 was good. I'll put it on 3. How's 3? 3 out of 100? And actually, it's only been 44 minutes. We've only been doing this for 44 minutes, Palomo. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the music is loud. Forgive me. Forgive me for the loud music. I just thought 5 was adequate. But there we go. We fixed it. Let me know if there's any other issues. I want you guys to have a good time here. So if anything's too loud or too quiet, please let me know. Okay, so below Voss, 39%, which is 14% more. 14% more than the next option. I think that's fine enough. Below Voss for Martin Walker. I can get with that. He is having delusions, but he's like, I think it would be debatable whether he's like, is he more lucid or more delusional? Is it like 50-50? Is it 60-40? I would say he's like 70% lucid and 30% delusional. So having him in A does make sense. Whereas someone like Norman Bates, for example, he's like 80% delusional and 20% lucid, you know, so that seems fine to me. We can move on. We are done with Spec Ops. We got through one video so far. Let's move on to another one. Owen Davian. Now, I love this character. I hadn't watched any Mission Impossible movies. I'd seen Owen requested a lot on Discord and in the comments too. And when I finally watched this, it was Mission Impossible 3, I believe. I was like, damn, Owen Davian. This is a great character. Movie was all right. Owen though, Philip Seymour Hoffman, such a good character. But S tier for sure. Someone was talking about Max Cady earlier. I feel like he's like Max Cady, in the realm of Max Cady, if not worse. Yeah, like somewhere. I'm gonna stick him there for now, but I feel like he can move up a little. So let's see. Let me do a poll here. Owen Davian. I don't think he goes S plus because, you know, that's kind of reserved for like leaders and supernatural entities, or like sci-fi entities. But he's a normal dude. It was like an international criminal. So leave him where he is. Higher. Lower. So here's where he is. Right here, Owen Davian in S tier, next to Max Cady. Let me know if you guys want him to stay where he's at, or if you want him to be moved up a bit. Got it. Oh yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman was the best. One of the best. Very sad day when he passed. Chimera, thank you for the $2. Once again, I appreciate it, the super chat. My answer to suggestions will be ignored. It's right there. As much as I appreciate you paying me, you know, I don't want like super chats to be a fast track to suggestions, especially since my answer is when they're evil, I'll cover them eventually. But yes, someday perhaps Samael from Darksiders may get a video. But I appreciate the $2 regardless. Come here. Thank you for the 10 PLN again. Super. How will you do characters from choice-driven games? I just talk about each choice. So I think like Spec Ops is a good example. We were just talking about Spec Ops. I do believe I talked about like each ending you can have for Martin. So it's just talking about each ending, you know, talking about each choice you can make and what they mean, you know. Do I want to welcome Angoam? It's nice to see you here, longtime patron and member. Do I want to live in Westeros or Hawkins, Indiana? Indiana. I don't know. Westeros seems like quite the gamble. Leave him where he is. Higher. Okay, so we're pretty much 50-50 on higher. And next to Lalo, seeing next to Lalo, he's worse than Johann Liebert. Perhaps below Frollo, maybe. So yeah, it's with it being like 50-50 with leaving where he is and a little higher, bumping him up a few spots makes sense. You know what's perfect actually, I think? Perfect compromise here. He was right next to Max Cady. Next to Max Cady. But if we go up 1, 2, 3 spots, here's Kaiser Sose. Okay, this is Kaiser Sose. I know it's pretty much his picture, and the only time you see him in the Suspects. I know it's a little dark, but Kaiser Sose is like an international crime lord. Owen Davian is an international arms dealer. So these two could be like interchangeable, I think. I think this is a good spot for him. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't think above or below. I think they're about the same as far as crimes go. You know what I mean? I would imagine Owen Davian's responsible for just as much death as Kaiser is, and vice versa. Death and suffering. So I'm not gonna do a poll about that one. I'm just gonna ask, like, what do you guys think about that? Type in the chat what you think about it. While I should have done this when I turned down the heater, but I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. We're back. brace back on. Quick. All right. Okie dokie. What do we got? What are we saying? Fair enough. Maybe. My favorite movie villain, for whoever's asking, Quiet Sykes and Vessel, if you're the ones who asked. I love, Palpatine is one of my favorites. Tuco's one of my favorites. Kurtz is, I love Apocalypse Now, so I'd say he's one of my favorites. My stepdad, he's in the stratosphere. He's like, Gingy's the Supreme Dark Lord of the multiverse. You know, we have him in his own tier because bad, but my stepdad is unrankable. It's like he's up in the stratosphere. That's how high he's up. Okay, guys, so we are pretty satisfied with Owen Davian's placement from what I can see. Ego. Now, you guys are gonna have to remind me here, because did Ego end up consuming galaxies? Like, was he responsible for like entire galaxies losing their lives, or was it less than that? Because that's gonna he was going to see that. So that's what I'm trying to clarify here. I know he was going to, but did he? Like, how many people did he actually kill? Because going to and actually did are two different things. Doing film MCU Ego. That's it. That's the only one I covered. Consume planets, if I recall. He wanted to eat galaxies. Right. His plan was to expand. So let me say this. If he had actually consumed galaxies, like gotten around to consuming galaxies, he would be like right there. But because he didn't actually get his, I know he planned to, but he didn't, you know what I mean? So we got to judge someone based off of what they actually accomplished. And if he only did planets, that causes me to say he should go either right next to Palpatine or right above Palpatine. He did probably kill Trillions. Yeah, Palpatine was also responsible for the deaths of Trillions with, like, the Clone Wars. And his subjugation of the galaxy. So let me do a poll. He's definitely an S+, but let's see what you guys think. Let's see what you guys think. We'll do a poll. MCU Ego. Of below Palpatine. Because I feel like he's in the right neighborhood. It's just getting him in the right house. This is like the right neighborhood for MCU Ego. It's just whether or not he needs to go up a couple spots or, you know, what have you. He's nicer than Frieza. He is nicer than Frieza. So maybe because he's nicer than Frieza, like, I see we're pretty much in the middle with below Palpatine. Well, below Palpatine and then a few spots below him's got 28%. So we're 46% for below Palpatine. A few spots below him is 27%. So maybe because he's a little bit nicer than Frieza, you know, he goes below Palpatine, but then one more to be below Frieza. What do you guys think about that? I wouldn't put him below the Baron, Super Ender, because, or anyone who's saying below the Baron, I don't think that's right, because as much as the Baron is a horrible person, his actions only really affected, like, I guess you could say 3 planets. Arrakis, Gati Prime, and I forgot the homeworld name of the Atreides. You know, he killed the Atreides royal family, pretty much. The 3 planets and wars and machinations on those 3 planets, compared to Ego, who probably killed trillions on who knows how many planets, dozens, hundreds of planets. Ego's too much scale on Ego's rap sheet compared to the Baron. So I wouldn't put him below the Baron. I wouldn't put him below. Because as much as we got to take him, we have to take into account personality. You know, a lot of these characters are personality and like how reprehensible they are. They're ranked for that reason. There's a lot. The placements are factored heavily by who they are as people, but you also have to take into account scale. So when someone has like a body count 1,000,000 times higher than the character next to him, kind of have to say, okay, they go right above him, you know. So I think this is good. What do you guys think about this spot for Ego? Right in between Frieza and the Baron. Oh yeah, I'm more disgusted by the Baron as a person for sure, but it's like I'm more disgusted by John Wayne Gacy than I am by Hitler, like on a personal level. But who's worse, John Wayne Gacy or Hitler? You know what I mean? So I think about it like that, and that's how I'm looking at it. You know. Good place for Ego? Good. Good. Okay. Do you want to live in Westeros? Thank you for the 10 THB? Or 100 THB. Thank you very much. On again. Do you want to live in Westeros, Avonlea, or Prince Edward Island? I don't... What's Prince... And what's Avonlea? I don't know what Avonlea is. Let me see. Avonlea. What is that? Road to Avon... I've never seen this. Looks like a nice town though. Prince Edward Island. I don't think I want to live in Westeros ever. Because the chances, like, what are your chances of being a noble? You got a much higher chance of being one of the small folk and suffering at the hands of the nobles than you do of being one. So I don't think I want to live in Westeros. I'll pick one of the other two. One of the other 2 places. Okay. Cool. Let's move on. I think we're pretty happy. Depends on where you are in Westeros. That's true. Maybe if I got to pick where I live in Westeros, because like I feel like the Sapphire, or is it Sapphire Isles? Is that what it is? Or it's not Emerald Isles. That's what you call Ireland. Sapphire Isles? Sapphire Island, where Brienne of Tarth is from. Tarth is like the Sapphire Island. Tarth seems pretty cool. It's like isolated from the rest of Westeros, and House Tarth seems to be pretty nice. The Reach does seem like a nice place to live, but there's been a lot of wars in the Reach, you know? I feel like I'd be better off on an island, like on Tarth. So I'd pick like Tarth, which I think is House Tarth a vassal of the Stormlands or of the Reach? I think it's the Stormlands. No, Swan, we cannot, because I did not talk about the Fireflies. Oh wait, you're talking about the Firefly family. You're talking about the Firefly family. Okay, I thought you were talking about Fireflies from The Last of Us. And the answer is no. So I don't want to rank the Devil's Rejects, which is what I'm going to call them, separately. I kind of talked about all of them to an extent in the video. But if I was going to rank them separately, Swan, and this is the reason why I decided not to do them separately, is because if I rank them separately, I'd put them all right next to each other. You know, maybe Cutter would go up, be above, you know, Baby. Maybe the other guy's name, I forget his name right now, would be, but they'd all be right next to each other. You know, they're not gonna be like one's gonna be in B tier and one's gonna be in S+ tier. The whole family's screwed, you know. So I just wanted to put them together. So when we get to the Devil's Rejects, just consider all of them like they're in a row. That's them, you know. Yeah, Otis is probably the worst, but then it'd be like Otis, Cutter, Firefly, you know, our Baby, den. So that's why I just wanted it. We'll get there in a moment, though. Maybe I'll poll it. Maybe I'll poll it for you guys, but again, I think they're all gonna go right next to each other. That's my reasoning. So Clarence Boddicker. Clarence Boddicker from RoboCop is next, and he's pretty bad. He's like a sadistic crime lord. He's not just like your average crime lord, where, you know, like Tony Soprano, you can be like, hey, Tony Soprano, where are you? Tony Soprano, he at least like loves his family, even though he does not the best to them. You know, he's a family man, crime lord and family man, so he gets some points there. Clarence, he's not really anything besides just an evil, sadistic crime boss. And, you know, like, like in this area, like Frank Booth area, like right above Frank Booth or like right below Frank Booth. Probably above Frank Booth, maybe above Norman. I don't know. Let's. I'm gonna stick him right there for now. Stick him right there for now, and then go give you guys a poll. Clarence Boddicker. I don't know how to spell his name. If it's two D's or whatever, we're just gonna do that. Leave him where he's at. Higher, because S is good. S is good. I'm pretty sure. Higher. I think we're going to leave him in S tier. We'll leave him in S tier. But whether or not you guys think you should go a little higher or lower, we'll see what you guys think. Not as bad as Frank Booth. I feel like... Yeah, well, Frank Booth is pretty disgusting, Triffy. I agree with that. I think Clarence might be responsible for more, like, crimes, like more death and destruction than Frank Booth, which is why my initial reaction was to like put him above Frank Booth and then by proxy above Norman, because I think Clarence has done more. He's not as unhinged as Frank Booth, not as disturbing, but he is like a sadist, a cruel sadist who doesn't care about anybody at all. Leaving where he's at has the most. Higher is the second, though. We got a little bit for higher. So if I were going to go higher, I would... Yeah, I would put him like... Move. There. Because these two are pretty terrible. They don't quite have the scale of Clarence, though. But they get points for being like a little more unhinged than these two, which is hard to accomplish, but they did it. But then Clarence isn't an international criminal like Owen or Kaiser. He's just a city crime boss. But then Patrick and John Doe are a little more disturbing than him. So I think that's fine. What do you guys think about that? Right above you, Jin. Right above you, Jin. What do we think about that? Because leaving where he's at had the most votes, but there was 38% for a little higher. So what do you think about that? Yeah, we don't have Yi, that's his name, Yi Jin Wonder. We don't have him there in S plus because his criminal acts are like relegated to one dude. You know, as unhinged and crazy as his plans were, he affected one guy pretty much. You know, so that's why he's like where he is, as crazy as he is. Good spot. Okay, I like that. Yeah. So the thing about these list, guys, is and I haven't said this yet. I say it every tier list. This is my list with your input, and if we got 175 people in here right now, if we tried to take in everybody's exact opinion on where each of these characters would go, we'd never place anybody, you know? So that's why I do the poll, so we can get close to what most people want, what I think is right, and then put them where they need to go, you know, where as good as we can. So yeah, on your list, and by the way, I don't know if I have the link in the description yet, but I'll put a link. This tier list will be available for all of you. You can rank all these characters yourself and make your own list. And your list might look much different than mine. It might look pretty similar with a couple changes. Who knows? But you're more than welcome to make your own list using this template, and you can send them to me on Discord, or Discord is the best, honestly. I use Discord. Out of anything platform, I use Discord. So if you're not on the Discord server and you want to send me your tier list, show me like, hey, this is what I think, you can go ahead and send that to me. All right, and then what is the corporation from RoboCop called again? I know you guys are gonna tell me, but I'm gonna look it up anyway because I forgot the name. RoboCop Corporation. Omni Consumer Products. Okay. S plus below Wayland. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Amon Gert is an S plus because he was real, and I try to be a little respectful when it comes to real characters. You know? As much as Amon Gert isn't like responsible for galactic level, you know, shenanigans like Palpatine, he was a real guy, and I feel like he needs to be prepared for that. So OCP, let's see. So I see some of you saying S plus next to Wayland. I see above Pony Express. So Pony Express is in S. Wayland is in S plus. Yeah, probably not gonna go in. Yeah, we'll do S or S plus. RoboCop. What do you guys think? S or S plus? Let me know in the poll. Let me know in the poll. And we got a super chat. Where did it go? There it is. Joker, thank you very much for the $10. Oh, Ian. Hi, Ian. 2025 was the... Yeah. Oh my god! I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize. Wow, I released the Catherine Trammell from Basic Instinct video in No Nut November. That would have been really funny if I had did that on purpose, huh? Thanks for pointing that out, Ian. Yeah. Paul Verhoeven villains, yeah. Paul Verhoeven's great. Love him. All right. I gotta think more about times a year when I release stuff, huh? That could have been, if it's funny that it happened, but it'd been funnier if I had thought about it, you know? I like that. Okay. Alrighty. So S plus and S are pretty voice crack. S plus and S are pretty tied. So 54% for S plus and 46 for S, which would mean like what seems fair to do then would be to like put it on the line, you know, put it on the line, the Spec Ops line between S and S plus. And I saw someone say that next to the Dubai government. So that seems pretty accurate to me. Like I feel like it could go like right here. You could go like right here. You could go like right here. Wayland, I understand like the thought process between saying like it should go by Wayland because they're kind of the same type of company, you know, responsible for a lot of sci-fi evil. But Wayland it like has influence over planets. You know, they're going out in the stars and doing stuff, and they it seems like they're responsible for a lot more in the Alien universe. Whereas the RoboCop universe, and I haven't seen any sequels to RoboCop, mind you. We're only judging OCP based off of what we learned about them in RoboCop 1, because that's all I know about them. And based on that, I would say, yeah, they like, this sounds right. You know, somewhere here. Whether or not, let's see. Let me do another poll. Above. Bottom of S. What do you think about that? Yeah, it's like the company as a whole, Don. So, yeah. No, I just wanted to stick with Clarence and the Company. Incredible. I thought that was good enough as far as a RoboCop ranking went. No, not the real Dubai government. It's the Spec Ops: The Line Dubai government. Bottom of S plus. Okay. I think this is fine. You know, the skirting the line between S and S plus sounds fair to me. Again, I understand the like reasoning behind wanting it by Wayland. I just don't think it's got OCP had that much reach or was responsible for as much as Wayland, and by proxy, like the people above them, with Kira being an exception. Maybe he's not exactly like, I don't know. OCP is, it's reasonable to assume that OCP is responsible for more death and misery than Yoshikage Kira is, but Yoshikage Kira is like a pretty reprehensible person. So, you know, either spot right here at the bottom sounds fine to me. In fact, I'm just going to do that. We'll keep Yoshikage down at the bottom and OCP right there. And I think that's good. Good spot. But how about Colonel William Tavington? Not the real Colonel William Tavington, mind you, because there's... The Patriot is like other historical fiction pieces. But... Where it's like, it's not 100% historically accurate. You know, they did some embellishing for sure. So this Tavington, the fictional Tavington, is supposedly a whole lot worse than the real Tavington was. So we're just basing this placement on him, who he is. And as a colonel in an army who's not directly responsible for the war he's fighting, and more so responsible for his crimes only in the Revolutionary War. He's a terrible person, but the scale is I don't imagine the scale is that crazy. Where I'm trying to think where I would put him, and then I'm gonna ask you guys what you think about where I put him. Vidal. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Look at that. Look at that. Vidal. Birds of a feather. That's a great spot. Either or. Yeah, look at that. I think that's nice. That's a nice spot. Perfect. I was looking for someone similar, like an army officer or a soldier or something in this area to put him next to, like compare him to, and that's perfect. Thank you guys for saying Vidal. Let's do a poll now. Vidal's from Pan's Labyrinth. No. Havington. But yes, you're right, Elijah. I did see you say Yoshikage Kira only wanted a peaceful life. And that's true, he did. Not that bad of a guy. Not at all. Above Vidal. Below Vidal. Another tier. Somewhere. And there we go. What you guys think about that? Thank you for the $20 super suit. Appreciate that. Or yeah, super. I thought it said supper suit for a second there. Hope you are doing well. I'm looking forward to the new year. Would you consider covering? Yes, I would. I would consider covering other Berserk villains, and historically, who do you consider worse, Beria or Himmler? Like apples and oranges, apples and apples on it. Like comparing a green apple to a red apple, or like a red apple to a different version of a red apple, because Beria and Himmler are both were both horrible humans. In fact, like I think Beria wasn't responsible for as much death as Himmler was, because even though Beria was Stalin's chief of secret police, he was more like, as far as I'm aware, he was more responsible for like personally carrying out sentences for individuals or like groups of people, whereas Himmler was one of the chief architects of the Holocaust. So, but Beria, I would say, which is crazy, I would say Beria was a worse person personally than Himmler was. Because for those of you who don't know, and I'm not going to go into brutal detail here, but Lavrenti Beria was Stalin's chief of secret police between, I think Yezhov got executed in 38, if I remember right. And so I think he was his chief of police, chief of the NKVD. I think it was called the NKVD at that point. Between 38 and I think Stalin died in 53, if I'm remembering right. And I think Beria went a year later, or like later that year. So from 38 to 53, and Beria's favorite hobby was after he got done torturing and interrogating people all day and killing them, he would drive around Moscow and look for teenage girls to take home with him, and then he would send them back to their parents with a bouquet of flowers. That was Lavrenti Beria. So yeah, Diego just said Beria personally, Himmler in scale. I think that's accurate. Because again, it's like comparing a red apple to a different version of a red apple. Who's worse, Beria or Himmler? They're both pretty fucking bad. You know, so yeah. No, it's hard to say between the two. It's an interesting question though, Super, and thank you very much for the 20 pounds, I believe that is. Appreciate that very much, and thank you for the question. That was a tough one. Yeah, anyway, what are we saying in the poll? Below Vidal, above Vidal. So the consensus is like next to Vidal. Is 44% for below Vidal, 41% for above Vidal. So he could go either way. It's like deadlocked essentially between the two. I think Vidal, personally, I think Vidal is a little worse than him. He might have been responsible for a little more, just owing to the time period. You know, you can do a lot more with machine guns and handguns than you can do with swords and muskets, and tanks and what have you, and cars and all that. So Vidal had a lot more equipment and a lot more advanced technology to, you know, massacre people with, whereas Tavington was kind of leading the charge with a sword and maybe like a rifle or a flintlock pistol, you know. So I would say Vidal's a slightly worse because of he's capable of more with the tools that he had. I think that's that. Cool. Very good. Vidal. How about the Master? Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. The Master from Fallout 1. Yeah, Tavington was less personally involved. I could see that. Shroom, for sure. Nikita Khrushchev is... Oh, I love that. I love that, Ian. You agreed. I love The Death of Stalin. That's such a great movie. And who would have thought, right? If I had told you 10 years before Death of Stalin came out, I was like, you know who should play Khrushchev in a movie? Steve Buscemi. You would have looked at me and you might have slapped me. Well, what are you thinking? That sounds incredulous, crazy. What do you mean Steve Buscemi as the one-time General Secretary of the Soviet Union? Huh? But no, he was great. He was great as Khrushchev. Khrushchev. Apples, oranges. Anyway, The Master with Immortan Joe. Ooh, someone said with Immortan Joe. I think Immortan Joe's were. Whoa, that's an interesting. Because Immortan Joe, it's good call out there. Good call out there, because kind of the same type of universe, right? In fact, I'm fairly certain. I mean, I talked to Tim Kaine. I should have asked. If I didn't, I don't remember if I asked. I'm sure I read this somewhere. I'm pretty sure Fallout is in part inspired by Mad Max. So, obviously not the newer Mad Max movies because they weren't out, but the older Mad Max movies. So, yeah, same type of nuclear wasteland post-apocalyptic universe. However, Immortan Joe was more like a king, a dictator, kind of just, he saved people, but I don't think saving people, and I don't know if I'm remembering this right, because I know there's comics, and I remember talking about the comics in the Immortan Joe video, but I don't recall if Immortan Joe ever said he was doing what he was doing to like save anybody. I think he was just a dictator. pretty much. Like, he was king, he had the power to do so, so he made himself a king, you know, and he ruled over the wasteland. Because why not? If you can make yourself a king, go ahead. You know, I got it. Let me do it. The Master, as horrifying as the Master was, at the very least, what the Master was doing was trying to turn everyone into mutants to make the world a better place. Like, he thought putting the world, making everyone into mutants would make the world a better place. So, and I just saw Triffy say putting the Master in S Plus is lunacy. It might be, because again, he was trying to make the world a better place. So let's go. Oop, where'd it go? What'd I just do? He disappeared. Is he down here? What happened? I lost him. Oh, somehow he ended up there. Okay, let's compare the Master to, I don't know. Thanos is just always the one that comes to mind for some reason when we're ranking characters that are doing it for the right reason. Thanos wanted to wipe out half the population of the universe to save the universe. The Master wants to turn everyone into mutants to save the world. So he's not doing it for any bad reason. He's doing it because he thinks it's going to make the world better. So as much as like similar universes with Immortan Joe and, you know, Mad Max inspired Fallout, Master's motivations are definitely not as self-serving as Immortan Joe. So let me just do a poll on tiers first, because I don't think the Master could go in A. I don't think that, but I think there's a, I guess you could argue for S plus. You could argue for S, I guess. But again, if we're comparing him to another character that does stuff for what he thinks are the right reasons, like Thanos, who does things on a universal scale, can we say that a character who's believing he's doing what he's doing is for the right reasons on a planetary scale is worse than someone who does it on a universal scale? I think not. That's why I put S plus and S for you guys there. I'd like to see that A plus is winning, because I'm fairly certain that A plus is right for the Master. And I did see some of you guys say right above Gus. Where is Gus? Ooh, I don't know if yeah. That's kind of low. That's kind of low, because again, planetary scale here. Even if he is doing it for the right reason, I don't know. I see it. I see what you guys are saying. I see why you're like, he's trying to do what he's doing for the right reasons. But my gut instinct is like below Ozymandias, who also did it for the right reason, even though his was a little. I feel like Ozymandias doing what he did for the right reason is less forgivable than the Master, because Ozymandias is like lucid as hell. Like, he there's nothing going wrong in Ozymandias' head except that he's got a massive ego, you know. So, but the Master is a mutant hive mind, you know, that's influenced by all these chemicals that have transformed him into this monstrosity. So not as much of an excuse. Or Ozymandias does not have as much of there's not as much forgiveness for Ozymandias as there could be for the Master. So that's my reasoning. However, let's poll. We'll poll. Or to consider that you can talk the Master out of his plans. That's true. That's true, Triffy. That is very true. Let's see. Below Ozymandias, because I think Ozymandias is like the threshold here. Like, I don't think the Master, where'd he go? I don't think the Master can go higher than Ozymandias. So it's either below Ozymandias. Let's see. A lot of you said above Gus. Or we'll do Gus as the low end and Ozymandias as the high end. So somewhere between Ozymandias and Gus, the Master. Why can't I start this poll? Excuse me. It's too long. Oh. The last question was too long, so it's somewhere between Ozyman and Gus, not Ozymandias. Cause... All right. Yeah, Ozymandias is not planetary. He's just, was it the West Coast or the East Coast? I thought it was like New York is where he set off that monster. But Ozymandias is not planetary. He's relegated to a region of the United States, his actions. But again, Ozymandias, there's like, come on, man. You're supposed to be the smartest guy in the world, and that's what you could come up with. It's the ego and the fact that nothing's impairing Ozymandias. He came up with that all on his own and thought that was the best thing he could do. So the master, again, he's got a lot of things messing with his mind there, you know. Oh, you didn't say Gus to rank him there? Whoopsie. Well, we'll see what you guys say, because I know, right? Awesome. It's pretty cool to see all these characters from widely different mediums and stories on this list. It's crazy how this list has evolved over the years. It's nice to see. Is that right, Diego? That's cool to hear. I'm glad you like that. Glad you like it. Glad you go back. He's worse than Ozymandias? I don't think so, the Vessel. I really don't. Because again, Ozymandias, you have to consider that the Master is operating with a mutated mind. This is a creature that has been corrupted by chemicals and has assimilated other beings into its body that are screaming in its head all the time. You know, it's got that influencing its thoughts. Ozymandias, as smart as he is just a guy. You know what I mean? He's got nothing that is affecting his thought process except for his massive ego, you know? Below Ozymandias. So 63% stay below Ozymandias. I'm going to do a quick evaluation because we do have like 22% for somewhere between. I know you guys say that's where I landed him. But still above Gus. Let me see where the true bottom threshold that I think is. So the Master is, I think Maul is the threshold. No, so this guy. What's his name? Cope Shaikrell. This is a Star Wars character, a Legends character that doesn't really have any image. I think Maul. No, because Maul was more personal. That's why he's so much lower than like Dooku and Vader. Because Dooku and Vader, they're responsible for like things with the Clone Wars and with the Empire afterwards and killing a whole lot more people than Maul. Whereas Maul was more like an assassin, you know. So I would no, not even like, I don't know. I think this is it. I think this is the right spot for me. Because, you know, Armstrong, responsible for stuff potentially on like a planetary scale, more like country by country. Single area, planetary, pretty planetary, but didn't, like, plans weren't actually realized. It was more city relegated, just like Riggs. Silco, city, you know. What's his face? Doctor. He's got a funny name that can be like an innuendo, if I remember correctly. Cocteau. See? Innuendo. He like made the world a better place, you know, also. But localized in a way. Yeah, I don't know. This seems good. Most of you have said below Ozymandias. This Master is kind of tough. It just seems like there's so many variables with his character. Yeah, I think he's staying where he's at. Staying where he's at. All right. So the Master, right below Ozymandias. I like that. Again, your list might look a little different than mine. It might look the same. Who knows? But I think that's fine. Now, Olivia Soprano. She's an interesting one because I talked in the video about like how, in a way, Livia plotting to kill her son is like more reprehensible than a criminal doing stuff for money. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like when you're watching it, because you're watching Tony who he's a gangster, and he's responsible for running a gang that's murders people and steals from people. But she's a woman, a mother, who plotted to kill her own son. And that's like, at least you can say, okay, Tony's doing what he's doing for the money, right? Tony's doing what he's doing for the money. Livia wasn't doing it for the money. She wanted to kill her son, which a mother, you're the person that's supposed to look out for you more than anyone else in the world, said, I'm going to kill my son because he dared to put me in a nursing home. He's not taking care of me in the way that I thought he should. That's what makes it's because, like, if you were going to judge, like, if you put Livia in a court of law and a judge would pass a sentence on her, she might get like life in prison if she ended up actually murdering Tony. But if you put Tony in a court of law, he might get like 5 life sentences. So it's like, as far as the law is concerned, if you think about it from like a law standpoint, Livia is not as bad as Tony, and from like a suffering standpoint, Tony is definitely more responsible. And I'm just using Tony as an example, even though he's her son. It's just like a criminal example. Tony is responsible for more suffering than Livia is, because, you know, he's killed or had multiple people killed, which is just more suffering. But it's like Livia gives you this, a mother killing her son for that reason. It's not even a good reason. Like, it's not like, hey, I need to kill Tony Soprano, my son, because he's a crime boss who has killed a bunch of people. She said, I need to kill my son because he doesn't treat me the way that I think he should. It's bad reasoning. It's so this placement is so interesting. Now stop this talk, Violet. It upsets me. It's, exactly, Livia. It's upsetting. It's upsetting. Let me. So I don't. I'm gonna do 4 options. I'm gonna do 4 options for you guys, because I feel like I can see the argument for each of these tiers. For each of these tiers, I'm willing to hear you out on each of these tiers. I don't know. See, I don't think B. B. No. Hold on. I'll throw B in there. I'll throw B in because, you know, you could. I did discuss in the video that she has borderline personality disorder, so she is suffering from an illness, from a condition. So we could I could see the argument for B. Oh man, I can only do 4 options. Yeah, BBD is a bad excuse. I agree, but I can only do 4 options. So I don't know. Let's start with this. I'll take out S plus, because I don't think Livia's gonna go up there with the supernatural baddies. You know what I mean? I think Livia is not as bad as the head of a government or a supernatural monster, which is typically what's like up here, or like a company, organization, war criminal. You know, I don't think she's that bad. So I don't think S plus. I put B on there, just to see what you guys think. This is such an. Yeah, that alone excludes her from S plus. Well, I mean, we got Joffrey and Tywin and Cersei in S plus, Triffy, you know, and a few more human beings, Ramsay. So being a human being doesn't necessarily exclude you from S plus, but being just your crimes relegated to a plot to murder your son, that does exclude you from it. Okay, 38 votes. I saw the super chat. Thank you. And you, oh, all right. Someone always asks this. Hold on. Let me drink and take another drink. And when I'm talking like this, let's see if it comes out. Dom gave me $5 in a super chat and asked me, can I say, hello everyone. Welcome to the very first episode, featuring our lovely chat moderator, Elijah. That was pretty on brand. Pretty good. Hope that was what you were looking for. Yeah, Gingerbread Man, that's a joke. Joke placement. That's what that is. Anyone wondering, the Gingerbread Man, the Supreme Dark Lord of the Multiverse, is a joke placement. I just wanted to throw that in there. I thought it was cute. I'm glad you approve of it. Quadruple. Oh, my gating cut me off. Whoops. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do it again. I apologize for the gating. We're having a discussion here. I want to get back to this Livia discussion. Imagine it, guys. I'm sorry it got cut off by the gating, but at least you heard most of it. A, 37% and 26% for A plus. Okay, so that's close enough that I want to do another poll between the two. A plus. Let me know what you guys think. Livia's in D tier for her meat fetish. Wow. Assad, so it's because of this tier, this new separate tier. It's because I recently did a video on Come and See, and we talked about like war in the Spec Ops: The Line video. And in Come and See, the reason I'm not ranking like Come and See is because I pretty much talked about how war and genocide are horrible, and they're worse than, as concepts, they're worse than, they're just the worst. I mean, you got the devil-like characters up here, who are like embodiments of evil, but again, I make allowances when I talk about real-life stuff, like Amon Gert. The war and genocide, real war and genocide, is worse than any fiction, because it's real, you know? So that's why it's up there. So A has 58 and A plus has 42. I did see people talking about Clay and Mary. Where'd you go? Okay. So that close, A with like 44% for A plus. No, I think with the parents sounds about right, yeah. I think with the parents sounds about right. Let me do the new poll now. New poll now. New poll now. We'll do above Clay and Mary. Between them. Somewhere else in A. Somewhere in A plus. All right, let's try that. Let's try this for a poll. Yeah, we're not moving other placements, Brex, bro. Past placements and stuff, we're keeping where they are. If we ever do a great reshuffling again, then we'll talk about moving things, but that's where it is now. And if you want to find out why, you're gonna have to watch previous streams. But yeah. Love Clay. So pretty deadlocked between below or between Clay Puppington and Mary from Precious, or above Clay and Mary. So what that tells me, since the below or between them option, you know, would have been below or between, put her between. We'll put her between. Because yeah, I can see between, like, Clay is kind of more widely responsible for stuff like in his town. Mary, as much as horrible as she was to Precious, she never tried to kill her. Well, I think she tried to kill her once, but she never like planned to kill her. It was more like a crime of passion moment. Whereas Livia made like a tactical plan to kill her son with her brother-in-law. So that makes sense. I think putting them right between each other works. He was a saint. He was a saint. He was a saint. Johnny Soprano was a saint. Okay, guys. Now we're going to move on. I think that's fine to keep Livia with the other bad parents. And we're going to go to Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor from the newest Superman movie. Sorry, your bald head got cut off, Lex. If I would have known, I would have made sure it was there. Us baldies got to stick together, even if you are a whiny little crybaby. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, he was being real unstable with them portals, wasn't he? He could have caused like the universe to collapse. Could have is the key word here, though. We're not judging on could-haves, but we are judging on actions, and I'm fairly certain he's responsible for like thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or maybe even close to 1 million people dying in Metropolis, or that country, fictional country that he like had a hand in helping invade, because he opened that rift in Metropolis. Metropolis. I'm sure a lot of people died there, and a lot of people died in the war that he helped start. No, I know he goes in S or S+. I'm just not quite sure where. Because his reasoning is horrible, too. Like, what's his reason for doing all that he did? Because Superman was cooler than him, and he wanted to be the coolest? It's pretty bad, dude. Like, that's not a good reason to start wars and open interdimensional rifts. Let's see. It's definitely S+ or S. So let's just poll you guys on what you think. We'll figure out what tier first, and we'll figure out where in that tier after. 1A. So 40 cakes, that's 4 10s, and that's horrible. Horrible, Brax. 4 10s. That's a lot of 10s. I stole his bald head. I know. I'm a thief. I'm a baldy thief. That's what I am. A thief bald. Bald or thief. I don't know what I'm saying. Forgive me. Forgive my silliness. S+, 62 with a sizable 38% for S. And I saw someone, I think I saw Ian say above Cersei, which, yeah, that makes sense. I would even put him above Rabin and Feyd-Rautha, because again, when we're talking about the Harkonnens, they're like 3 planets. No. Well, no, I wouldn't put him above the Baron, but I might put him above his minions, because his minions aren't exactly responsible for his plans, like at the same level that the Baron is. They're responsible for carrying them out, but they're not like the masterminds like the Baron. So yeah, I think you guys. I saw someone say below Agent Smith. I do think he could be worse than Wesker. I think he could be worse than Wesker. Let's do this. Let's do this. Lex Luthor. Between Smith and Wesker. Below. Try that. A little higher. Because yeah, I don't think he can go lower than this. Like, I don't think Lex can go lower than Wesker. Because again, you got like a city corporation, wasteland dictator, king of a country that's not quite as populated as, you know, Earth in this era. Serial killer, president of a country, emperor, king essentially of a country, queen of a country, minions, and then Lex. I think that works. Below Smith and Wesker, 45. Below Wesker. So between Smith and Wesker's got 48. Below Wesker's got 34. So, you know, close enough. Interchangeable, I would say. You know, on your list, maybe you do this or you do this, but I'm gonna do this. Seems accurate to me. Terrible reasoning. He's kind of like, except where's the scale? The scale is obviously much worse, but in a way, Julian Slowik and Lex have kind of like the same motivation. Boo-hoo, Superman's cooler than me, so I gotta make sure I'm cooler than Superman by, you know, killing him by whatever means necessary. And boo-hoo, the critics and the pretentious people are ruining my art, so I'm gonna kill a room full of people. You know? Not great. Not great reasons to kill a bunch of people. Pretty selfish motivations, and I don't have no sympathy for either of those two, you know? Okay. Let's see. Kind of like Syndrome? Yeah, he's kind of like Syndrome, but Syndrome didn't accomplish nearly as much as Lex did death-wise. A good point, Ian. Because, again, I would say, like Syndrome, he ended up killing a bunch of superheroes, and I'm sure when he invaded whatever city it's called in The Incredibles with his ball machines, like, thousands of people might have died. But I'm pretty sure Lex is responsible for north of 1 million people dying. You know? So, very Syndrome-esque. Syndrome and Slowik-esque, but he's worse. Yeah. Aku. Now, Aku is an embodiment of evil. And, oh, I talked about this. Somebody asked me about this. I'm fairly certain that Aku is now the most evil character on this list. Most evil character on this list. Why is Aku the most evil character on this list? Because this is like Abraxas. This is a demiurge, Gnostic. I don't know if demiurge is the right word to use for Abraxas, but a Gnostic god that is like. Let me give you my explanations here. I got some good explanations for this. Let me tell you. Gnostic entity that's like responsible for deific levels of evil. In my video on Judge Holden, I made the claim that Judge Holden represents the devil. But as far as we know, in our universe, the devil only influences planet Earth. Because at this point in time, as far as we know, we're the only people in this universe, you know? So, in Judge Holden's universe, because it's technically an alternate version of our universe, he's the devil of Earth, he's responsible for all evil on Earth, even if he is the embodiment of evil. But it's relegated to one planet. Mr. Shadow, again, embodiment of evil in the Fifth Element universe, but unlike Judge Holden, who only has influence over Earth, the devil only has influence over Earth, Mr. Shadow destroys multiple planets. More of a universal evil. Morgoth is confirmed the supreme evil in the Middle-earth universe. He is the embodiment of evil itself in the entire Middle-earth universe. However, just like Judge Holden, even though he is the embodiment of evil in that entire universe, as far as we're aware, Middle-earth is the only planet that's populated in that universe. Therefore, even though he is the embodiment of all evil in that universe, he has only influence over one planet. Aku is the embodiment of evil in this alternate universe of Samurai Jack. But he has shown to have influence over galaxies, planets. So he is a universal evil that has affected far more people than either these four have. He is the same, essentially, as the embodiment of evil as these three, but he's responsible for a lot more because in his universe, there's more people to influence. There's more people to kill. In all likelihood, Morgoth is responsible for the deaths of millions. In all likelihood, Mr. Shadow is responsible for the deaths of billions. In all likelihood, the devil has directly influenced, whether through death or misery or what have you, billions of people. It is entirely possible that Aku affected the lives of trillions, if not quadrillions of people, over the course of his reign as supreme embodiment of evil in his universe. So that's why I think that Aku is now number one on the list. But regardless, if you guys don't think he's number one, he's still up here with these embodiments of evil. You can't be the personification of evil and not be at the top, like near the top of the list, right? So perhaps in some of your guys' views, he's a little lower. But I wouldn't put him any lower than these 4 spots, for example. I think personally that he's right there. But let me give you guys a poll. Let me see what you guys think about my reasonings. Aku. Good spot? Leave him where he's at. Lower him slightly. And well, if you guys vote a majority for lower him slightly, we'll talk about options for lowering him. But I think he's the worst. I think he's the worst. Because again, if all 4 of these are embodiments of evil, but this one has the highest body count. That's my reasoning. Not even body count. Not even necessarily body count, but the highest level of influence. Like, even if he hasn't killed trillions or quadrillions of people, even if that's not the true number of like his rap sheet, on his rap sheet, he still had influence over trillions and quadrillions of people. Whereas those 3 did not. They had influence over less people. So that's my reasoning. Let's see what you guys think. 50-50. 50-50. Ooh. Well, Diego, that's true. He's made of evil, but he didn't choose to create it. You could say the same about Melkor, Morgoth. Because, yeah, Morgoth willingly sowed discord in the music of the Ainur. I don't know if that's exactly what it's called, but you know what I mean. However, Eru Ilúvatar is a allegory for like the Christian God, and all things come from Eru. So Morgoth is like a manifestation. Even if he chose to make evil, it's almost like he was predestined to do it. I don't think he had a choice, but he didn't at the same time. Like, I think that's the best way to look at Morgoth. He is a shard, so he is Aku. Let me clarify. You guys are asking if Aku is just a piece of evil. So in the Samurai Jack universe, he is a shard of the manifestation of evil. Oops, hold on, I messed something up on my computer. He is a shard of the manifestation of evil that was cleaved from that greater evil by, I think it was Odin, Ra, and I don't know what the other god there. I think it was maybe Vishnu. But 3 gods were fighting evil, like out in the universe, the personification of evil, and they cleaved a shard of that evil, and Aku was that shard, and he landed on Earth. So for all intents and purposes, if that evil's gone and destroyed, which I think they did, they destroyed it, Aku is a living personification of a shard of pure evil. So he is the personification of evil in the Samurai Jack universe. My personal opinion is that Eru knew it would happen because Melkor would have done it anyway. Maybe. Right. So, I apples to oranges, Diego. If he is a shard of the thing that is the personification of evil, which you could say created evil, right? It is the manifestation of evil, therefore all evil flows from it. Whether or not it willingly created that evil, we don't know. But at the very least, it is the personification of evil, just as Morgoth is. And you could say the same thing, Diego. Aku's originator is the reason you feel pain. Aku's originator is the reason that murder exists. Aku's originator is the reason torture exists. So even if it didn't create it directly, even if it just appeared in the universe as evil coming out of nothing, it's still evil. It is evil. It is evil. Morgoth is evil. Mr. Shadow is evil. The devil is evil. So because they're all, in my mind, they're all the same. They're all similar. They're all a similar character. And because Aku had more influence over more people, this is where I feel like putting Aku on my list. And because you guys, 58% of you said leave him where he's at, 42% of you said lower him slightly, that's close to 50-50. If I have to be the tiebreaker on my own list, I'm breaking the tie for where I think he goes. So I see your reasonings. I see him, Diego. I see what you guys think about Morgoth. You know, I understand. But personally, I think Aku is the top now. Which doesn't lessen Morgoth's impact at all. It's just Aku's just... He's similar to Morgoth, but he's responsible for more. Again, Diego. Aku's crimes. So Morgoth's, you could say this, so here's the same thing, right? Morgoth's crimes are relegated, as far as we know, to Middle-earth. However, he still has influence over the entire universe. Aku's crimes are relegated to galaxies, but he still has influence over the entire universe. Galaxies compared to a planet. That's where I'm at here. And I don't know. This is what I think. And most of you seem to agree. I understand the passion here, especially for the top of the list. You know, this is the top of the list. But this is where I want him. This is where I want Aku. And 59% of you think the same. So that's where we're going to leave him. I've beaten this to death over the last few minutes. And again, hey, speaking of Lord of the Rings, my background, always Lord of the Rings. Speaking of, differences, you're more than welcome to show me on your list and give me more reasonings on Discord or what have you, comments, and tell me why I'm wrong more. But we can't spend all day talking about Aku. I gave you my reasoning. We did a poll. The majority agrees with my reasoning, so we're gonna leave him there. But again, this is my list. This is my list. It's not my list with your guys' input. So if your list looks different, totally fine. I understand. It wasn't confirmed, Ian, but it wasn't confirmed that he influenced trillions or quadrillions, but I assume it's that many people because Aku came into existence in feudal Japan, right? And he ruled for thousands of years. And he ruled for thousands of years over quite a number of planets. It could be hundreds of planets. We don't see all the planets he has influence over. Samurai Jack was only so long of a series. But it's at least a dozen planets. So you go a dozen planets over the course of thousands of years. Over that time period, it's reasonable to assume that he had influence over trillions of people, at the very least. So that's my logic there. That's my logic. But all right. Feel free to go crazy in the comments. Go crazy in the comments. Go crazy on Discord. Call me out. Tell me I'm the worst ever for putting Aku at the top. But there you go. I'm putting Aku there. He's number one now, as far as I'm concerned. For now, until he's dethroned. I had to rewind the music. Sorry if that was jarring. I had a few super chats while I was going on my Aku diatribe. So let me look. Let me look what I got here. Have I seen Welcome to Derry yet? Not yet. Not yet. I have not seen Welcome to Derry yet. Someone asked earlier. Thank you for the $2, Playboy. I might watch it in the future, but I want to read the book and watch the movies again before I watch that series, because I need to catch up on that. Lord N-Y5V, thank you very much for becoming a Dark Lord. That's amazing to see. We got 2 new Dark Lords today, which is crazy. I appreciate that very much, and welcome to the Dark Lord team. I'll have to message both of you, or both of you who became Dark Lords, if you're still here. I forgot who did it earlier. Anyone who becomes a Dark Lord does get a free piece of Vile Eye merchandise. So my preferred method of communication is Discord. That's the one I use the most. So search my username up on Discord and I'll come up, and add me and message me about that. We'll take care of that. Or Instagram. I'll check Instagram if you prefer that. I'll keep an eye out on it. Oh, hi, Mo. Which version of the Lauder trilogy should I watch? I've been wanting to watch the extended version. Always the extended version. Always the extended. Watch the extended version. That's the best version. I recommend it. Playboy, thank you again for the $2. I feel like Pennywise should be higher. We're not going to talk about already placed characters. Thank you for the $2, Playboy, but we're not talking about already placed characters, and we're not moving already placed characters. If you want to find out why Pennywise is where he's at, you gotta watch previous videos. Sorry guys, I went on a long diatribe there. I gotta catch up on these super chats. I've not watched Snowfall yet, Thief of Justice, but I do plan on it. Franklin Saint is on my radar big time, so I'll just say that. Thank you for the $2. And then Elijah said, you factor Aku's evil getting reversed at the end in the tier list ranking, also unrelated but risk. Give Suita. That's cool. Happy birthday, Sui. I'm glad you love the stream, Elijah. Just because it got reversed at the end, I mean, it's still, yeah, that's true, I guess. It did get reversed. But no, I'm judging him based on what he did, not for the fact that, because if it hadn't gotten reversed, Aku would have never reversed it himself. You know what I mean? It wasn't reversed because Aku reversed it. It was reversed because he got defeated. So if Aku had lived, he would have kept going. You know what I mean? There's no way that he would have changed his ways and fixed the universe, you know? All right. Aku's over. He's number one as far as I'm concerned. Feel free to keep ragging on me for that or wherever you want. But that's what I've gave you my reason, and that's where he's staying for now. Oh, hey, my wife's here. Hi, babe. Nice to see you. And Bill Cipher and D tier, thank you for the rage bait. I like the rage bait, guys. Keep it coming. Tell me that tell me Sauron is too ambiguous to rank. You know, his evil it's up to interpretation. Keep it coming. Dementus. This is gonna be interesting placement. Dementus. You know what's crazy? I almost liked this movie, Furiosa, a Mad Max Saga. I think I liked that movie more than I liked Mad Max Fury Road. So when I saw that it didn't do so good at the box office, I was kind of surprised. Because I thought this movie was great. And I don't know. I was just surprised to see that. Anyway, Dementus. And I think Dementus was a fantastic character as well. Let me think. I mean, he should probably go with Joe if Joe's up here. I feel like he's like just as bad, if not maybe worse than Joe. But let me ask you guys where you think it. I think Dementus should. Dementus. I'm gonna do these three because I think that's reasonable. Furiosa has a bit more choppy CGI. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I thought, yeah, I just enjoyed the movie. Should have brought back Tom Hardy. That would have been cool. Yeah, bringing back Tom Hardy would have been nice. But I still thought it was good. A+, really? A+ and S. Yeah, Joe's worse with the wives thing, you know. Yeah, Joe's worse with like the mistress wife aspect factored in. Dementus, yeah, okay. Just put him right there for now. Because we got 41 and 36, S and A+. 44% for S. So let's do a poll between S and A+ now, just to narrow down the two. S, A+. Dementus. Let's narrow it down. Narrow it down a little more. If it's 50-50, then we'll have to go on the line.
Thank you again for the $2, Thief of Justice. My favorite gangster, Marlo's your favorite. Marlo's a great pick. I actually just rewatched The Wire, so I really like shows that I love. I really like rewatching them just because I love them. You know what I mean? I've watched The Sopranos like 7 times. But obviously I do a lot of watching and reading stuff for videos, so I can't just sit there and rewatch my favorites all the time, otherwise I wouldn't make any videos on new characters. So I just recently rewatched The Wire. I just finished it again last week, actually. And I was watching it like when I was cooking. When I'm editing a video, because, you know, I can't edit a video and pay attention to something new, because I'm going to miss stuff, but I can watch something I've already watched. Yeah, recently we rewatched The Wire again. Recently rewatched Boardwalk Empire again as well. Same thing while I'm cooking and stuff. And love that show. I want to make a video on Boardwalk Empire character sooner rather than later. I love that show. So good. Ziggy's actor did die last week. That was very unfortunate. Oh, you're welcome, Jay. Bricktop was great. Oh, but you asked me who my favorite gangster was, and I just talked about how I rewatched gangster shows. My favorite gangster on this list is... Who is my favorite gangster? You know what? Character-wise, I really like Lalo. I really like Lalo's personality. So it might be Lalo. He's just a fun character, you know? As twisted and sick as he is. Just see someone that sick and twisted be like a jolly, happy family man it's a great mix to have in a character, and I love Lalo. If I had to pick a second one, it'd probably be Tuco if you consider him a gangster more than an outlaw. But if not Tuco, then maybe Michael Corleone. If not Michael, then Tony Soprano. But yeah, Nucky gives Oz a run for his. I know. I love Boardwalk Empire so much. Oh, Dementis. So that's what we're talking about. 62% for S on Dementis. That's a pretty wide margin. You know, that's 24% above the second option. So that makes me think like low S is the proper place for Dementis to be in. Or like mid S. We're gonna do another poll. We're gonna do another poll because we gotta narrow it down. Dementis. Once again, Dementis. IS. Oh, come on. IS. Mid S. Or low S. Oh, I don't. Take an option. Here we go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Yeah, Bricktop's great. Bricktop's a fun gangster too. I did like Snatch. Don't take that out of context. You know what's another fun gangster? And I want to do a video on this character, but for some reason when I watched the movie, and I know there's a TV show and maybe there's books or something, but Don Logan from Sexy Beast. Great movie, great character, but when I was watching that movie, I was like, for some reason I didn't know how to talk about him. I think that if I did that video, it would more so be about his personality than anything, because that's really the focal point of that character. It's not so much what he does as it is like who he is. That's the unsettling aspect of him, Don Logan. But yeah, Sexy Beast is a great movie if anyone hasn't seen it. It's like a would you call it a comedy crime movie? Like a crime comedy almost? Like a crime black comedy? But it's a British movie. And it's got what's his face? What the hell is his name? Who plays the character? Someone will tell me. Someone will tell me. I'm forgetting his name. Ben Kingsley. There you go. See, Elijah said it. Ben Kingsley. No. I ignored your super chat. Lazarus. I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it. Hold on. I'll find it. I have a... I'll find it. Got you, Lazarus. Found it. I apologize for... Feel free to get a refund, Lazarus. I'm a little late to the party, but do you think you could do an Analyzing Evil on Debo from the Friday? So someone talked about comedic characters before, earlier in the stream, and I think I can do comedic characters for videos, but I don't think I would call it Analyzing Evil. I might make it something a little different. I'll do like it would be some, I don't know, Analyzing Comedic Evil, because I wouldn't want to do it as serious, you know what I mean? I feel like it's hard to talk about a character like Debo or Mr. Burns, or like some people have said Peter Griffin, you know, talk about Peter Griffin. Like, am I really gonna put a serious tone for talking about Peter Griffin or Mr. Burns? That doesn't seem right. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if you think about their actions with the comedy removed, it's like, oh my god, they've done so many horrible things. But when the comedy's the point. They're comedic characters, so it seems strange to talk about characters like that in a serious way. Another one's like Plankton. Like, am I really gonna make a darkly toned somber thesis on Plankton from SpongeBob? Seems wrong, you know. So comedic characters, I think I might have to change how I approach them and change like the title of the video, if I were to do that. Thank you, Maximus. I appreciate the $4.99. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the support you guys are giving me today. It means the world to me. I'm glad. Glad you guys are here, and I'm glad all of you are here. You know, not just the ones who give me money. I like all of you being here. But I'm thankful that those of you who see the option to give me something do, and I appreciate it. Just add a new tier for funny villains. There you go. I'll find Peter Griffin's evil acts comedic. Unsubscribe. I'm the worst, Dragon. I'm the worst. How could I think Peter Griffin's funny? What a terrible man I am. What a terrible man. Get me out of here. Delete the channel. I'm deleting the channel. It's time to go. Okay, now we're talking about Dementus again. High S and Mid S. High S and Mid S has the... It's close. 40% for High S, 35% for Mid S. Throw some suggestions in the chat here for me about where you think Dementus should go. We got a pretty almost even split between High S and Mid S. So where do you guys think, like, upper mid sort of High S Dementus should go? Let me see some suggestions. I'm just throwing him there. It's not a placement. I just put him down because I'm reading. So many different options. Below the Governor? Ew, that's pretty good. Where's the Governor at? Oh, did I do them separately? Did I rank Book Governor and Show Governor separately? I'm sure I did, right? Didn't I? Oh yeah. Okay, so below the Governor. Let me think about that spot for a second, just because I saw all of you are like saying different characters here, and I saw two people say the Governor. So let me think about the Governor real quick. Okay. No, that's fine, Diego. Yeah, if you haven't seen the movie, then yeah, obviously, if you don't have any opinion on the character, that makes sense. Above Judge Doom. Yeah, you know. Dementus is a little more tragic in a way than like the ones above him, because he's, you know, he lost his family and he kind of undergoes like a mental breakdown as the series goes on, from Dementus to Red Dementus to the Dark Dementus. And these people above him, they're like a lot more selfish and less broken than he is. So I think that's fine. Like, if anything, I would... No, I think that's fine. I like that. I like that. Dementus is from Mad Max Furiosa. Furiosa. A Mad Max Saga Furiosa. I think that's what it's called. Thank you for the $5. Guild of Wonder. What movie role do you think was Steve Buscemi's role? What movie role do you think was... I don't know if I understand your question. Guild, it's kind of worded funny. What movie role do you think was Steve Buscemi's role as Professor Camaro? You might be asking what his best role was. That might be it. But I would say Professor Camaro in Spy Kids 2 is great. Would I ever consider doing an Analyzing Good? I would, yes. I've talked about that before. I might in the future. However, Wondershroom, who I believe is still here, has their own Analyzing Good series called Analyzing Benevolence. So if you're itching for Analyzing Good, in the meantime, if I ever decide to do it, you can check out Wondershroom. There he is, right there. And thank you, Andrew, for the $4.99. If I hope you had a great Christmas. Who was your favorite cult leader, villain, and why? It's Jeremiah Sand as well. I did have a great Christmas. I hope you did too. But yes, I love Jeremiah Sand. Mandy is such a good movie. Jeremiah Sand, great character. Love it. So I saw you say Doom is worse, Nicholas. Yeah. He's gonna do Toon Genocide. So Genocide, is worse. I think I'm gonna stick Dementus right there. That sounds pretty good to me. And we've been on Dementus for a while now, just because I've been talking about other stuff. But I think Dementus is fine there. I don't see a problem with this. I'm not like, I'm just throwing him there just because. This seems about right, So I think we can move on to Dementus and go to Gladys. So Gladys from Weapons. Incredibly selfish, self-serving character, a witch who murders children in order to prolong her own life. No mental health issues whatsoever to speak of. There's nothing influencing her besides a selfish desire to prolong her own life supernaturally. So I would put her here, like somewhere here, because there's not a shred of justification for what Gladys was doing. Not even a little bit, not even a tad, So the question is, where she should go in S. And Longlegs, a reason I stuck her next to Longlegs is because they're kind of similar, except Longlegs is like an agent of the devil, whereas she's like a witch, Direct agent of the devil, like acting on behalf of the devil, versus a witch using spells to prolong her life. Seems a little less worse than working directly for the devil. But, move her up a few. Her down. I don't think she should go down, but I'm putting down on there just in case you guys think so. Genuine question, if we do a reshuffle, do you think we should add another tier? I think there are some characters that are sort of in between A and S. Well, wouldn't that be A plus then, Drew? A plus is between A and S. Isn't that good enough? I'm genuinely asking. Above the other mother, she did things to more kids. Maybe. Where? I could see that. And Gladys will probably be tragic in the prequel film. Maybe, Kraken. Yeah, there is reportedly a Weapons prequel film in the works. So it is possible that Gladys becomes more sympathetic when that movie comes out. But it's also possible that it just shows us more like how she got her powers and learned to cast spells and why she's so evil, versus like giving us just more justification for it or sympathy. But we'll see. Yet to be seen. What do we know now of GLaDOS from Weapons is she's horrible. So, leave her where she is. 59% for leave her where she is. That's sounds about right. Yeah, Other Mother. I see your logic with Other Mother, but Other Mother is like an entity of her own, servant of a supernatural entity, not a supernatural entity, a person using supernatural powers. So below these two sounds good, and I'm glad most of you agree. But I see what you mean. $4.99 from the janitor. Thank you very much. Have you ever played the Half-Life series? I enjoy the Combine as villains a lot in those games. I have not. Thank you very much for the $4.99 janitor. I hope you have a good end of the year as well. But a lot of you will know this. I'm not a fan of shooters, and I'm not really a fan of like modern games that are in a modern setting or a futuristic setting. Like, I like some futuristic games, but I'm a huge fantasy guy. Like, I love RPGs, especially in a fantasy setting. My favorite shooter that I used to play, I really like the story in those games, and I think I only played the story because my friends got me into it when I was younger, was Halo. I loved Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach, and that's when I stopped. I never really read into the books or anything, but I did like those games. But that was like an anomaly. More often than not, I don't play shooters. I don't play games that are like in a modern setting personally. That being said, I've been exposed to a lot more things that are outside my own comfort zone / preferences since starting the channel. Like, I can tell you right now, at this point in the channel's history, I think like 70% of the characters on this list are from things that I wouldn't have watched otherwise. And the thing is, even if it's like for example, I didn't really enjoy Far Cry 3. Like, I didn't end up playing it all the way through because my computer, for whatever reason, couldn't handle it, which is weird since it's such an old game. So I ended up watching a game movie for the Voss and Citra Analyzing Evil, or the Far Cry 3 Analyzing Evil, I should say. But I loved the characters. I thought Voss and Citra were cool. Voss especially, you know? And then the cult guy, where's the other guy? He was alright, wherever he is. So I end up liking characters from these stories, right? Like, I liked the characters from Far Cry. Would I ever play Far Cry again? Like, personally, am I itching to go back and play Far Cry? Not at all. Like, it's just not my kind of game, you know? But I love the characters, and I'm sure I'd love the Combine, you know? And Half-Life is an amazing series, from what people have said, and I'm sure I would enjoy the story and the characterizations there. But it's just, when I was younger, it's not something I wanted to play because it's not my thing, and even now, it's like, I would never think to play Half-Life on my own because it's not my kind of game, you know? Did I go to Thailand on GoM? No, I've never been to Thailand, but I want to travel everywhere someday. I really want to go and visit like Buddhist temples and stuff in Thailand, in Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, all down there. I want to go all over, you know. But I've always wanted to go to like Angkor Wat in Cambodia. So, and I know Thailand has a bunch of beautiful temples to go to as well. So I'd love to travel the whole country and visit everywhere that I could. Isn't that the dream? We'd all love to travel the world if we could, I'm sure. You know? Yeah, Portal was cool. It was a fun game. It was a good game. It was a cool little puzzle game. You know, I like puzzles, so yeah, I like Portal. Nah, Portal's not a shooter. I wouldn't count Portal as a shooter. But it was good. It was a fun game. I did like Portal. And that's the thing. Sometimes I end up liking them. But again, would I go back and play Portal? Probably not. Like, I had fun with it, but I don't think I'd play it again. You know? Anyway, on to the next placement. We're on the Devil's Rejects. Now, Swan asked me earlier if I'd rank the Firefly family separately, but I chose not to rank them separately because they're all, if I rank them separately, they'd all go right next to each other. You know, it would go like Otis, Cutter, Baby, whoever else that we'd rank in the family, they'd all be in a row. So it's like semantics almost to say which one's worse because they're all bad in their own way. Like, you can say Otis is slightly worse because of what he says, but they're all crazy murderers that are murdering for fun. and they're all about the same as far as motivation and actions go. So, the Devil's Rejects, the Firefly family, not being supernatural characters, they're just humans, as horrible as they are. I would say... I feel like throwing them right here. But let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Okay. Above the house that Jack built? Maybe. Maybe. I don't think they're racist, X-Rex. S plus they're so depraved that I think... Yeah, the depravity's pretty bad. You know what I mean? Like, as a family unit... As a family unit... So leave them where they're at, and higher was like close to 50-50. So this is higher, not much higher. Let's try this. Try this now. They're at, and I don't think I can put them higher necessarily. So we'll try a few places lower. I think this spot or lower works. It's both war and genocide, Mystical. So early in the video, I talked about how I just recently did a video on Come and See, and I've talked about like war as, you know, like overall as a concept being evil in other videos. So this, for all intents and purposes, this is like Come and See. This is Spec Ops: The Line, me talking about war. You know, so, and because Come and See represents like a real world war and genocide, as bad as these fictional characters are, and you know, for example, Palpatine has created wars that have affected trillions of people in an entire galaxy. He's fake. You know what I mean? He's not real. So as horrible as he is, he's fake. This is real, and out of respect for the fact that war, real life war, is more horrific than anything you can read on a book, in a book, or watch in a movie, war and genocide go in a book. Then where they're at? Okay. I think that's fine. That works. But yeah, again, the reason the Firefly family is where they are, you could make arguments for like placing one higher than the other, but they all go in the same, like they all go in the same row. If I had, I don't know how many members of the Firefly family there are, or ones that are worth ranking, I should say. But if it's like 7 of them are worth ranking, all 7 would be in the same row with each other. So that's why they're just all in one. It'd be easier then. But now, what about Bricktop? What about Bricktop? Yeah, Captain Spaulding does make some good fried chicken, that's true. What about Bricktop? Bricktop. Bricktop the gangster. He's a gangster, so he's probably gonna go down here with the other gangsters. You know, like somewhere in this neighborhood seems right for Bricktop. Birds of a feather flock together. But let's see what you think, because he's also like in certain ways, because you know it's usually when you're looking at gangsters in fiction, you get 2 kinds of gangsters. Or I guess in real life you kind of get 2 kinds of gangsters too. You get the ones that are a little more sympathetic because they're like family men and they still, you know, try to do what they're doing for their loved ones, and they're just trying to make money. Even though they're trying to make money, them trying to make money is hurting a bunch of people. Then you have the gangsters that are also, you know, doing what they're doing to make money, but they're insane. You know what I mean? Like Frank Booth. Like, he's a gangster, but he's a gangster who's unhinged and deplorably disgusting. You know what I mean? I don't think Bricktop is, like, insane. I think he's cruel and he's sadistic, but I don't think he's, like, off the wall, out there, horrendous. Like, I could see him being next to Gus and Vigo, or Walter White, or Tony, or any of these down here. But let's see what you guys think. Like, another good example, like, the Bricktop is not Lil Zay. You know what I mean? Bricktop is not Frank Booth. I don't know. He's not even Clarence Boddicker level. I think he's more of a reasonable individual than these people are. Like, these guys would like to kill just to see the fireworks. Bricktop enjoys feeding people to pigs, but he doesn't, like, feed people to pigs for no reason. If he needs to get rid of someone, he'll feed them to pigs because that's his preferred method of, like, disposing of bodies. But it's not like he's specifically feeding people to pigs. Like, hey, you, today, I really want to feed someone to a pig, so you're doing it. You're getting it. You know what I mean? Let's do a poll, though. He's definitely not going in S, so we'll say A plus or S. I mean S plus. He's definitely not going in S plus. Oh, sorry, I didn't write his name, but that's for Bricktop. Bricktop from Snatch. Oh, thank you, Maximus, for the $4.99. Meant to ask this in my earlier message, but I've been meaning to ask. Oh, yes, so I mentioned it, and I knew I'd have to talk about this again, because I said it right in the beginning of the stream. I know I'll have to update you guys as things go on. So for those of you who, a lot of you know, and those of you who've been here since the beginning of the stream know now, I hurt my hand, my thumb in particular. It's like this. How do I do this? This part of my thumb has a horrendous pain shooting through it, and it like originates here, and I don't know if it's like here or up here somewhere on this hand. And so whenever I move it and it's not in this thing, it hurts a lot, and I hurt it more. So I cannot use a controller right now. I kind of need my thumb for that. And I can't, and there's no way in hell that I'm playing Dark Souls on a mouse and keyboard impaired. Like, I could probably play it regularly on a mouse and keyboard, but I'm not playing Dark Souls on a mouse and keyboard with a messed up thumb. So, the Dark Souls research streams they haven't been happening because I'm lazy or just don't want to. I want to, I just can't. So, when I can do it again, they shall resume. Sorry that they're canceled for now, but they'll come back eventually. It's just, I would like this to get better, because believe it or not, shocking news I'm sure you're all going to hear right now. Your thumb is rather important, and I would like it to get better and not hurt or, like, you know, mess it up to where it's impaired further in the future. So I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good to my thumb. Thank you guys for the well wishes. It's honestly, it's not that bad of an injury. Like, if I have it like this, it doesn't hurt at all, you know. Keeping it just like this, it's no pain. So it's not like I'm walking around in constant pain every day. It's just, I know if I don't do this, it's never going to get better and it's going to get worse. So I have to be nice. That's why I'm not using controllers for a while, which is sad for a man who likes to play his fair share of video games. A plus. So we got A plus 53 and S at 47. So with that close of a margin between the two, that means he goes in A plus, but he should border up towards S somewhere. Now let me find another gangster that is like bordering between A plus and S. You could consider Logan Roy a gangster, I guess. There's really no gangsters up here. There are there. The Penguin. Maybe? I think the Penguin's worse. I think the Governor's worse. And I think Emotep. No. Okay. Let me see what you guys think about this one now. See what you guys think about this one. Oh. Leave him where he's at. higher. Because we had... Oh, man, hold on. I gotta close that poll. Don't vote. Nobody vote. Messed up. Nobody vote. In the poll where I asked if he should be an A plus or S, it was like 56 A plus, 44 S. So that, to me, that says he goes in A, but he's close to S. And the Penguin is another gangster that's in A plus, close to S. He should probably go in this neighborhood. Let me see what you guys think. Brick. We'll leave him higher. Lower. Oh, thank you for the $4.99 test. Appreciate that very much. I knew that question was going to come up. So, and you patrons and members will get a post about this later this week. Yeah. So, for anyone who doesn't know, patrons and members, they are for any tier. So, like if you do $2 or $25, it doesn't matter. You get the chance every month to suggest a character that gets put in like a big poll. With all the characters that you suggest, the patrons and members suggest. And then from that big poll, the top 5 results get put in another poll that decides what a decides a choice, decides what an episode will be for the following month. However, lately, as I explained earlier in the stream, I've been having a rough go of it this year lately, and my I haven't had as much time as I usually do to do things. And 2 picks that the patrons and members made were William Afton from Five Nights at Freddy's and the characters and themes of Grand Theft Auto 4. So those are 2 videos that are confirmed, guaranteed to be coming out in the future. Now the thing is, Afton was a pick for October, and GTA 4 was a pick for December. Littlefinger was November. I had a lot of help with Littlefinger. Ian, who's in the chat still, he did the majority of the research on that, and I used most of his notes for that video and like cleaned them up to make them into a script. So that's why I got that one out first, because that was a long video, as you guys could tell. But Afton and GTA 4 are also going to be long videos, and I haven't had the time with the limitations I've had lately to work on either. So, well, no, I've had to, that's a lie. I've been working on Afton since October. But for those of you who know, Five Nights at Freddy's, the lore, oh my god, the lore. I will tell you right now, it used to be, the Lighthouse was one of my most difficult videos that I've made, most difficult episodes, because it took a lot of like theorizing for that one. It always comes to mind because I remember early on struggling with the Lighthouse. Five Nights at Freddy's. I've been liking some of the characters. Afton's a cool character. Again, not my kind of game really, so I've not really enjoyed the games. I like the universe they built. The characters are cool. But oh my god, man. Oh my god. I understand that the lore, being all disjointed and mysterious like it is pretty cool for fans, because you get to like piece things together and figure it out and like make your own version of the story. But for someone who's got to make a goddamn analysis video on it, I wish it was you start with this book and you go to this one or this game and you figure it all out. And that's not FNAF. FNAF is what happened in Game 1 is influenced by a poster you see in Game 5 that's connected to a line someone says in Book 3 that's in Comic Book 7, and it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, can somebody just get their act together and move this? Again, it's just it's a very specific scenario where I'm a guy who, this is my first time delving into the FNAF universe. It's awesome for fans because they get to, have all this cool lore that they can piece together, and it's really mysterious and fun. But for someone who's trying to figure it out, like to tell people what they figured out and make an analysis on it, it is torture. It's hell. It's been hell, man. And I know And some people have sent me like, you should watch this lore video because it helps, you know, you understand it more, and that's great. But what I like to do is what you guys hear in my video is my interpretation of the character and my interpretation of the story, and that's what I like to do. I did acquiesce for a second there, and I was like, you know what? I think I might have to watch some lore videos because it's so hard for me to put it together. But then I started watching a few lore videos, and each and every single person who has made a lore video on FNAF or William Afton comes to a different conclusion. So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to use every single lore video and then like make my own? No. So I can't do that. So I'm not watching the videos now. I watched all the game movies. I've seen all the cutscenes for every game, except I haven't got to the Steel Wool era. I'm not sure if I need to watch those yet because I don't know if they factor truly into Afton's character or if Glitchtrap is a like spiritual successor to Afton and he's not really connected to Afton, so I don't need to talk about Glitchtrap or whatever happens with whatever the mimic is. So I've got to that point. I've read through the Silver Eyes trilogy. I'm looking at the Pizzaplex ones and the Fazbear Frights ones, and I just need some time. I just need some time, man. That's my answer to FNAF. FNAF is coming. The William Afton video is coming. I've been working on it, but you're just gonna have to give me some time because it's been hell. It's been hell. But so that's why I said in the post I gave to the patrons and members who may be here, when I talked about why Afton still isn't out, I don't have a date for you right now. It's just when I can get it done and I make sense of it all, then it'll be out. But until then, I can't, because I could lock myself in my office and just look at FNAF stuff for the next 3 months, but you guys wouldn't get any other videos, you know? So that's why, like, I'll work on Afton. This is how I've been doing it. Every week, I start working on Afton, and then when I realize that I'm not going to be able to get it done that week or get any closer to being done, I'll work on something else so you guys can have a video in the meantime, you know? Because otherwise, you wouldn't have any videos until I got out of my Afton hole. And that's not right. So, Afton's coming at some point. And I was looking forward to someone asking me this question because I needed an outlet to have a rant for this. So here it goes. Here, you just heard my FNAF rant. And thank you. Whoever asked, I forgot because I've been so lost in my rant here. Who asked about it? Thank you for asking so I could have an outlet for my Afton anger. It's coming. It's just, give me some time, please. Please don't do Steel Wool. Okay, I won't do Steel Wool. That'll make me happy because I don't want to have to deal with it anyway. I feel good. You guys feel good? I feel better. I feel right. I feel like I got all the tension. My shoulders have relaxed quite a bit now. Never used the term Afton hole. Sorry. Rabbit hole. Afton rabbit hole. Sorry, I shouldn't have said Afton hole. My bad. Let me. Oh, it was Tess who asked. Thank you for asking, Tess, so I could do my rant. Let me address these super thanks real quick, and we'll get back to the work at hand. I've been listening for years. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate that very much for the 20 euros. I'm glad you have been entertained by me for years, and I appreciate your support in the channel. Thank you very much. And thank you, Tyler, for the $4.99. You ever thought of doing a video on Randall Flagg? Yes, I have, and Randall Flagg is another one that I know I need to do sooner rather than later. There's quite a few villains like that I know. I see them pop up all the time in suggestions that I know I gotta do. Like people want to see sooner rather than later, and Randall Flagg is one of them. Franklin Saint is another one, and Cartman. Those are like the big three that are always on my mind. Like I know I need to get to Cartman, Randall Flagg, and Franklin Saint sooner rather than later. It's just a matter of when that happens. That was the rant of 87. That was the rant of 87. That's what it was. All right. Now that you've heard my FNAF rant, I'm going to go refill my water bottle real quick and take a bathroom break, and then we'll continue. Actually, let me look at this poll real quick. We got leave him for... Who the hell am I talking? Bricktop. We got leave him for Bricktop. At 48 with a 32% for higher. I think he could go like right there. You know, I think this is a good spot. Leave him's winning with higher in second. I think switching these two or like this is whatever. So maybe I'll just put him right there. So with the rant done and the Bricktop placement done, excuse me, I am going to go get some water and take a bathroom break, and we will continue our very important work. Be right back, everybody. I have returned. Have you all recovered from the rant I went on? I hope so. Thank you very much for Mr. Awesome for becoming a Dark Lord channel member. That's 3 Dark Lords today. I appreciate that very much, guys. Look forward to saying you shouting out your names at the end of episodes. Coming here soon. Again, Mr. Awesome. If you wanna... Because I can sort by, like, comment for members. If you wanna... Why do I have my headphones on? If you wanna... Make a comment on where to contact you for your free piece of merch, go ahead and leave a comment. Otherwise, message me on Discord or Instagram, and I'll get that to you, because Dark Lord member gets a free piece of Vile merch. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. You guys have been supporting me quite a lot today. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Did I read your recent super chat, Thief? Let me check. I did not. I missed it. I must have been going on my rant. Have I watched My Hero Academia? I have not. Not yet. No. I have not seen that series yet. It looks good, though. I've heard... Is it All for One? Is the villain? I heard All for One's a pretty cool villain. So, I'll watch it eventually. Thank you again. Thank you again for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right. Now we're back to placing stuff. We're on Portal. We're on Cave Johnson and GLaDOS. Someone asked, is FNAF worse than Longlegs? FNAF is worse than anything I've covered so far, confusion-wise and time-wise, so yes. Longlegs was quite a lot, but at least it was like I was making sense of tidbits. This is like I can't confirm whether tidbits are appropriate or not, you know? Cave Johnson's placement depends whether or not Caroline consented to enter the machine, but maybe he could be placed near Mr. House. Yeah, that does change it a bit, doesn't it? But at the very least, he was willing to, like, sacrifice people on a pretty broad scale to, for science, you know? For science! So... see a lot of S's. Oh, I see a couple S's. And an A+. How about this? We'll see which tier. Definitely don't think he can go in B, so we'll do the 4. And I'm pretty sure... actually, I'm not too sure. So we'll do... S+, S, A+, and A. Cave, Johns. There we go. There was cut audio of Caroline screaming, "Mr. Johnson, I don't want this." Yeah, I bet there was. However, we don't consider cut content when we're doing rankings, because the way I see it is like it's cool to see like a deleted scene or like cut content from a game. It's cool to see them for like what could have been, but the director or the creator, whatever, they took it out for a reason, and if they took it out, that means they don't want you to associate that with the character. So that's why we don't consider factoring cut content in. Thank you for letting me bring that up, Elijah. Helpful clarification. A+ and S are the winners here. Oh yeah, no, I know, Slippin' Jimmy. It's confusing because Scott wanted it to be confusing. Yeah, I know. And again, it's pretty cool for like a fan, right? It's cool that it's confusing because you get to like, oh, what about this? You know, is this makes this, and you know, you can make all these connections and whatnot. But it's just hard for me. That's all. I'm not saying it's bad. It's kind of cool that it's confusing. You know, because you got so much theorizing that can go on with FNAF. But I would like some concrete information so I can make a concrete video, you know what I mean? So for me, not that great. For fans, awesome. I have covered Christmas films. Done a few. I haven't done them lately because of time constraints, but I do plan on doing it in the future. So S and A+. A+ is the winner with a good margin for S. So we're gonna take Cave wherever I threw him. Where'd I put him, guys? I lost myself. Oh, that sucks, Maximus. I'm sorry. Yes, eventually, Assault. Thank you for the $4.99. I appreciate that, and that's a good question, especially with that new series coming out. Oh, I put him down here. Whoops. Ha! I was having you guys go on a scavenger hunt when I had him down there. Yes, eventually, Pennywise will get a remaster. Good question. So A+, bordering on S. Excuse me. I have this thing with my throat. It happens sometimes. I saw Mr. House. Someone mentioned Mr. House. Or Andrew Ryan, sorry. Andrew Ryan. I always get... funny I get them confused. I mean, you should, because influence. I like that. I like that. See what you guys think about that. I've seen a few episodes of House MD. It's a fun show. It's a fun show. Johnson. Leave him. Fire. Okay. How about Cave? Eva, what do you say is worse, cruelty or sadism? It's so hard. Because sadism is more disturbing. You know what I mean? When you see someone enjoying, like, hurting people, it's like, I guess it depends on the situation, because, like, if and who you're comparing it to. I would say on the whole, sadism is worse than cruelty, because sadism is cruelty with joy. You know? Cruelty is like, maybe someone's cruel, but they're not exactly enjoying it. But sadism is you're being cruel and enjoying it. So on the whole, I'd say sadism is worse than cruelty, because it's just cruelty with extra steps. But there are sadists who aren't as bad as some people who are cruel. Because that would, you know, at that point, if you're doing a comparison, you're factoring in scale and intent and what they accomplish, mental health issues, all that stuff. But as like a broad blanket statement, I would say sadism is worse than cruel. Leave him where he is. That's a big leave him where he is. Yeah, I thought someone said I think Cave is worse than Logan, and I think he's worse than Max Shrek, because fairly certain that he's responsible for, like, killing more people. You know, that's debatable though with Logan's media coverage. I don't know. This spot seems good, but it's like you could move either of these four around, these titans of industry. You could move these four around any way you wish to, really, I think. I mean, depending on your personal preference. I'd say just sticking him there is great, though. Perfect. Works for me. Cave is just Jeff Bezos, let's be... Kinda, isn't he? A little bit. How about his creation, though? Well, not his creation, what he hoped to create, what other people created from his instruction. A plus? Yeah, I don't know. Gladys is only as cruel as the people who made her. No, because she's like, I don't know. She's so tough. She's tough. I don't think she can go in S. I don't think she can go in S. So I think we're gonna do a four-way poll on A plus A, B, and C. I don't think she quite qualifies for D tier. I think D tier would be a little too generous with GLaDOS. So we'll do those four. I'll even spell it right for you. There you go, with the proper capitalization. Let's see here. I asked because in Fullmetal Alchemist, Pride is cruel but not sadistic, so cruel even envy doesn't like. Oh yeah, so in that story, Pride is worse than envy, for example, Maximus. See when you got a specific scenario to compare to characters to or people to, you can get a accurate judgment. So yeah, Pride is worse than envy in Fullmetal Alchemist. But as like a broad general thing, sadism is worse than cruelty. But it just depends on the scenario. Hey, I said it before. I think I say it every time we do one of these streams. The whole reason I have a channel is because evil is not black and white, you know? Sadism, in general, is worse than cruelty, but not every sadist is worse than someone who is just cruel. Because if evil is black and white, there'd be no need to analyze it. Because it'd just be, you know, there it is. Cut and dry, but it's not cut and dry. It's never cut and dry. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? 49A and 31B, what are you guys saying? She lied about Cake. She did lie about Cake. Is she worse than Skynet? Nah, I don't think worse than Skynet. Killed thousands. He did kill thousands. Skynet's got like a hold over the whole planet, though. I think if I was gonna like put her in the same realm as Skynet, she'd go below Skynet. Like I don't think she's worse than Skynet, but she's like similar. Where would I rank Afton based on what I have so far? S plus. No doubt about it, S plus. Somewhere in S plus, I don't know where. Especially with like the supernatural element to him. She has less reasoning than Skynet, that's true, but Skynet's got like way higher body count. You know what I mean? So, Assault, thank you for the $4.99, appreciate it. So you could, that could be true. The prequel will confirm that, Assault, because at this point, from what we know, I mentioned it in the video, she calls tuberculosis consumption, which is like a hint that she's from an era where they called tuberculosis consumption, which was like at least before the 1900s, like at least early 1900s, if not before, is when she like grew up or was born. So going off that, we can assume she's been living for a while, probably like maybe a couple hundred years, 200, 300, 400 years. But I don't know about immortal. You know, I don't know if she's like thousands of years old. If she's thousands of years old, then definitely. But when I explained when I put the placement down, she is a lady who uses witchcraft to her own benefit, whereas Longlegs is a guy who uses witchcraft, who is also a direct agent of the devil, carrying out the devil's will on Earth. So, as far as we know, Gladys isn't doing what she's doing for the devil, she's doing it for herself. So because he's like the devil's soldier, and she's just using the devil's magic, she's a little lower. That's why. Okay. Let's see. A for Gladys. We got A. And we put her below Skynet. A is the majority. B is pretty behind in the votes. So let me poll now. Let me poll now whether or not GLaDOS gets moved. GLaDOS. Leave her. Higher. Lower. See what you guys think about GLaDOS. She's right below Skynet right now. Seems fair. But let's see what you guys think. That's true, Maximus. As far as you're right. However, again, sadism is essentially cruelty with joy. So in all likelihood, it is more than possible for a sadistic person to cause just as much harm as, if not more, than someone who doesn't enjoy it and is just cruel. A sadistic dictator would be potentially more harmful than a non-sadistic dictator, one who's just cruel. Let's say you have a dictator who wants to kill 1 million people, very cruel, but he decides to do so by dropping bombs and ending people's lives rather quickly. But then you got a sadistic dictator who wants to kill 1 million people, but he rounds them all up and has them like starved and tortured and all kinds of stuff, and like attends executions and attends torture sessions, which makes it cruelty, but worse because it's passionate cruelty rather than like dispassionate cruelty or like less passionate cruelty. So that's why I say it. Honestly, I think we're both right. And it just depends on the situation. Like cruelty, on the whole, there are more people who are just cruel. You know what I mean? There's more people that are cruel than there are people that are sadistic. But depending on the circumstance, a sadistic person can be much worse than just someone who's cruel. So I don't know. I think we both have good points there. I don't know what you think about that, or what everyone else thinks about that. Da-da-da-da. Okay, what are we saying here? Yeah, Skynight's an A. Skynight's an A. Mr. House is only ranked based on the video game. So not based on the show just yet. I haven't watched the show yet. Did I get another? No, I did not. Making sure I didn't miss a super chat. Yeah, I've never seen or read any Danganronpa, so I wouldn't know. But I've heard Junko's a bad, quite the bad character. Thank you, Nicole. I'm glad you agree. Yeah, I try my best to think through everything. I think that's like a fault of mine. It's like a fault and a strength, where if someone asks me a question and usually it would be like a one-sentence answer, I feel the need to like give you all points or like consider all angles, which means like you could ask me, do you want a sandwich? And I'll give you like a 3-paragraph text. But yeah. What am I saying here? Oh, and you guys like how I say Dan? I don't even know how to say it properly. Danganronpa, Danganronpa, Dan. But I just like saying it like that. I like saying it with a southern accent. Danganronpa. For me, that's the name of the series, and that's what I'm sticking to is Danganronpa. So Junko Anishima from Danganronpa, boy, I've heard she is sure one hell of a villain. I've heard. But I seriously, I have no clue how to say it correctly. I just say it in the funny way because I think it's funny. All right, we're on the play the poll. Oh, Leafer is at 77%. GLaDOS' thing. All right. GLaDOS' thing. Okay. The dang is silent. It's just Ropa. Anime Art the Clown. Interesting. Yeah, I've seen a lot of requests. I'm sure I'll get to Junko eventually. Oh yeah, definitely, Nicole, definitely. Okay, so we got GLaDOS placed. Now we're on to the Long Walk. The picture got kind of cut off, but you can see that's the cover for the Long Walk book. And from the Long Walk, I pretty much talked about the Long Walk, and I talked about like the fallacies of like crowd-based stuff. But that's more like abstract than it is something you can rank. I wanted to rank from the Long Walk. I wanted to rank the Long Walk and the guy who's like the face of it. So, I think the Long Walk is like, as like a concept, it's got to be somewhere up here, right? Like this is like American History X represents like racism, you know, in that film or just in general, like white supremacy. This is like an event, a concept that's pretty terrible. I mean, it's not good. There's I don't know if anyone can say anything good about the Long Walk. Let's put it that way. The Long Walk. The event itself. Leave it a bit higher, a bit lower. The Long Walk, however, again, honestly, the Long Walk is also an allegory for like war. So what it represents is like this. What it represents is this placement, war and genocide, because the Long Walk is essentially an allegory for like the draft, right? 100 young boys, and only young boys, are signed up for this event where they have to stand and watch all their friends die until one is left, which is just like the draft. Boys are drafted into war, they gotta go to war and watch all their friends die and come back winners, you know? So this ties into the Long Walk, this placement, you know, same type of deal, but the event itself, I don't know, that seems about right, but below. Thank you. Hey! Welcome to Villainhood. I appreciate it. All the members signing up today. Thank you very much, guys. I'm liking having all the new members. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate the support. He did write it during this was actually the first book Stephen King ever wrote. It's not the first book he published. It's like he wrote it in college, And then he would publish it later on. And yes, it was written during the Vietnam era. So the draft allegories are pretty apparent. And leave it at 63. Perfect. Boom. Nice placement. Long Walk's horrible. How about the Major? Now, the Major is an interesting character because if he is the representative of this horrific thing and he knows what it's all about and he knows what he's doing, then by all rights, he should go like right next to it, right? The thing about the Major, though, is in the book, you see him like twice or 3 times and he says like 3 lines. Same thing kind of happens in the movie. You see him a couple times, and then he goes away. Like, he's not a very in-depth character, you know? He's the face of the Long Walk. That's the human face of the Long Walk. The Major goes below it all. Fine. That works just fine. You know, you could put him next to the Long Walk because he's the face of it. But putting him here with Tabington and Vidal, that makes sense. Because the Long Walk itself, it's not just the Major who's responsible for the Long Walk. It's the government he represents. He's just a representative of that government. So it's not like you can say the Major is responsible for the Long Walk. He's a representative of it. Just like those 2 are representatives of the war they fight and do it in a horrific way. So there we go. I think this is a good spot. Like, it all, again, interchangeable. You could kind of move these around, and I don't know. Poll. We could poll, but this seems right, you know. Long Walk, military guys. Concept, like these other concepts, that's pretty horrible, and a representative of it right there. He seems like a delusional sycophant, rather. Yeah, kind of like that. Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. It's weird because, like a commander like that, like a drill sergeant, I don't know if he's necessarily evil more so than he is like, yeah, he's like Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. You know, if I did a video on Gunnery Sergeant Hartman and we did this tier list, I know exactly where he would go. He would go by Terrence Fletcher, because they're like the same type of character. Where Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, by the way, someone asked about them, from Full Metal Jacket, is a drill sergeant who's really cruel. But he's cruel because he's trying to make soldiers. You know what I mean? He's not being cruel because he loves it. He's being cruel because he's trying to turn boys into men, turn boys into soldiers. Terrence Fletcher isn't cruel because he loves it necessarily. He's trying to turn anyone who's his students into artists. And so, yeah, he's like a Fletcher tier kind of character, you know. Fletcher seems worse. Yeah, a little bit. I would say Fletcher's a little worse because Fletcher kind of came up with his system on his own, where he's like, I'm going to be cruel to my students to make them musicians. Whereas Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, he's like a part of, he's following the mold. You know, he's not the first drill sergeant to be an asshole. He's an asshole because his drill sergeant was probably an asshole and taught him that being an asshole as a drill sergeant is how you make good soldiers. So, but Fletcher is like, hey, I got this idea. I'm going to be mean to my students and they're going to be great musicians, you know? So, it's pretty similar characters. Pretty similar. But yeah, in the same vein, like Fletcher, him being mean to his students caused like one of them to take their own life, I believe. We learn in the story. And I'm sure like Hartman might be responsible for some recruits taking their own lives. You know, not confirmed though. It's just speculation. It's just a possibility. So I would probably put Hartman below Fletcher, like at the bottom of the list if he were here. Anyway, theoretical placement. Let's get back to a real placement. How about Joe Goldberg? You was a great show. I think that was the only new show I watched this year. And boy, was it a good pick. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I did another... Oh, besides like the new season of Invincible. Yeah. Hey, kind of the... Oh, right. Pile. See, there you go. So, yeah, they go right next to each other. I forgot about Pile, Ian. Thank you for that. So, yeah, Terrence Fletcher and Hartman would go like right next to each other. Joe Goldberg. A lot of tragedy in his backstory. A lot of tragedy. I talked about it in the video how Joe there's no excuse for what Joe ended up doing, but Joe in no way wanted to become the man he became. Like, he became the man he became because of his really, really horrendous upbringing. So he's sympathetic in that aspect. Again, not excusing what he did, but you can find sympathy for a boy who went through so much that they became this man, you know? And because he didn't choose it, you know, we have criminals here in A tier that chose to be who they were. And furthermore, I do believe Joe admits he enjoys killing at some point, though. So there's that to factor in. He's never like... There is a point in the story where he's like, I do like this. You know, I do like hurting people. It's part of me. So he can't say, like, he's totally delusional where he thinks he's 100% a good guy all the time. He does early on in the story. He keeps making the excuse that he's just a nice guy and all these girls, they don't know what's good for him. But eventually, I think it's like season 4 when he tries to jump off the bridge and he comes back and he's like, nah, I know this bad side of me is a part of me and I like it. So yeah, he learned to love being cruel. So that bumps him up more. I'm gonna drop him in A+ just for now and do a poll with you guys. Because of his tragedy, his tragic backstory, I'm not sure if he can go in S, but I'll throw S on the poll for you. Fairly certain he lands in A+ or A. But we'll see what you guys think. My favorite anime villain, Father. Father from Full Metal Alchemist and Brotherhood. Love Father. That's my favorite anime. Well, my second favorite anime. It's in my top 5. My favorite anime of all time is Paranoia Agent, but my top 5 is like Paranoia Agent, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Trigun, Hunter x Hunter, and Dragon Ball. The original Dragon Ball. That's my favorite. I love the original Dragon Ball. I like most Dragon Ball stories, but I love the original Dragon Ball. In fact, my username on games for a long time was Turles, because his finisher move in Dragon Ball Raging Blast 2 is so cool. And it's the same in Sparking Zero, and it looks awesome. And so that's why I named myself Turles. Paranoia Agent does slap. You don't think Joe would kill children? Yeah, that's a good point, Panda. I don't think Joe would kill children either. So that's why I said S seems wrong for him. Like A+A with the tragedy and everything surrounding his character. A+ or A sounds right. We got 50% for A+ and 35% for A. Now, that tells me A+ is right for Joe towards the bottom. And if we look at the bottom and we see these gangsters... See, ooh. Worse than Todd, but not as bad as Ralph? Because Ralph is implied to have like mommy issues in the Sopranos, and that's kind of like why he's such a bastard. Joe's got mommy issues too, but I dislike Ralph a lot more. Like, Ralph makes my skin crawl more than Joe does for some reason. Actually, not for some reason. Just, I think Ralph is overall a little worse than Joe is. Like, they're kind of similar in certain aspects, but Ralph is like, it's Ralph, man. Nobody likes Ralph. Fuck Ralph. You know, so, sorry to be so blunt, but Ralph is Ralph. You know, he might not be worse than Todd, but let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Ralph has a leprechaun that tells him to burn things. Wow, that's incredible. Let's see. Leave him. Oh. Higher. 2 spots higher. a few spots lower. Joe Goldberg. Let me make sure I haven't missed any super chats lately. Nope, I have not. Good. I mean, you could argue that Ralph is a serial killer in a way, I guess. But no, I can see that. No, on the whole, usually serial killers are worse than criminals. But there are some criminals on this list who are higher than serial killers. So it all just depends on the varying factors in their personality. You know, again, Joe's got quite a lot of tragedy that we verify. Ralph has implied tragedy. So there's a lot more. I have a lot more sympathy for Joe than I do for Ralph. Again, sympathy is not an excuse. I just, you know, you sympathize. You don't sympathize with who they are when they become these criminals or after they've done what they've done. You sympathize with the little boy they were, or little girl, or whoever, that went through all those things that made them into the criminal they became. So I sympathize heavily with little Joe. You know, little Joe Goldberg went through a lot of horrible stuff that made him into the horrible man he was. Ralph might have. We get some throwaway lines here or there about like him having mommy issues, but we have no real verification. So in the absence of verification, I sympathize more with Joe than I do with Ralph. But let's see what you guys think. Leave him to a few spots lower. I saw someone say he shouldn't go above Todd, and I get that too. Todd, I don't know if Todd is like as sympathetic, because like I sympathize with little Todd, but for different reasons. You know what I mean? Little Todd was raised by gangsters, so he became who he was, and by proxy, he probably saw a lot of murders and was abused and all kinds of stuff. But it was more like the lifestyle of his parents, whereas Joe's parents were terrible people. Well, his father was a terrible person. His mother was neglectful, I should say. And then he had to go to this group home with this, where he had experienced other horrible things. And then after the group home, he went under the care of Ivan Mooney, who taught him that his bad side was just something he needed to control and not eliminate, and like taught him how to hide his murders. So it's like, you gotta think about Joe. Like, he didn't want to become that at all. But he did become that, and what he did was not good. So, there we go. I think right below Todd makes sense. I don't know if O-Dog and Bishop weren't alive long enough, I would say, for them to have like they could potentially be, these two could potentially be worse if they lived longer, but their criminal careers were rather short. So I think Joe is worse than them, for sure. And there we go. I think that's a good spot. Yeah, Todd was willing to kill children. Good point. No, 1996 or 196. Yeah, I agree. That's a good spot. Good spot for Joe. Now Megatron was an interesting video for me to make, because as much Transformers as I had to watch, I was like, damn, this character is like, he's your classic Snidely Whiplash. He's Snidely Whiplash in robot form. You know what I mean? Not really anything to redeem there. Why does he like being evil? Because it feels good and he wants power. I'm Megatron, baby. And so that's Megatron. So where in S Plus he goes is what we're gonna have to find out, but he's definitely S Plus, maybe like above the Baron. Let's see. Yeah, no, modern, so we're specifically talking about G1 Megatron. Yeah, G1 Megatron. Oh, I see a Christmas Hake mention. Christmas Hake is here. It's good to see you again, Christmas Hake. I'm glad to have you here. Nice to see you. I know it's been a long time since I've streamed on here or the other channel. But I might be doing another channel stream soon just to update you guys on what's going on with that too. We'll see. But yeah, G1 Megatron only. G1 Megatron only is what we're ranking here. So let's see. I think this is a good spot, like, oops, right below Ego, maybe. But it could be like next to Frieza, like some of you guys said, because him and Frieza are similar in a lot of ways. Like I see that. So let's see. G1 Megatron. G1 Megatron goes, believe him, a bit higher, a bit lower. There we go. See what you guys think. Huh? I think you can make the argument Megatron is above Am. He's a program machine. Yeah, you could do that. You could make that argument. He was programmed for warfare. That's true. That's true. All I know, I like that, Jacob. All I know about Megatron is that he's a big fucking robot guy. You could tell me he belongs in C-Tier, and I'd be like, all right. I would have said the same thing before watching Transformers, because I've seen the Michael Bay Transformer movies, like 2 of them. I haven't seen all of them. I've seen like 2 of them. But before I did the Megatron video, I'd not seen any other Transformer stuff. So if I would have been in the same boat as you. I've been like, yeah, throw him wherever you want. He's a robot, you know. Let's see. We got 55% for leave him and a bit lower. I can see the bit lower argument. Elijah made a good point about him being similar to Am. But yeah, I think it's a little worse than Am, just like capability wise, and I don't know. I think this is good. Like, I think he could go next to Frieza. I think he could go right below Ego, or I think he could go like right here. But I think with because you guys got 33% for a bit lower, I think that's fine. I think in this neighborhood is right where Megatron should be. G1 Megatron. And with that in mind, yeah, no, a lot of it. That's the thing about it, with G1 Megatron too, and that's putting him lower is like giving him some points when you factor in that because it's a Saturday morning cartoon you're watching. It's like any other cartoon character, like that's made for kids specifically. Obviously, not cartoons that are made for adults. But where is she? Where's Azula? Azula, where the hell are you? You're here, right there. Azula. If Avatar: The Last Airbender was an adult cartoon, Azula might be like A+, somewhere up there, right? But because it's a kid show, she doesn't really accomplish much. You know, you're showing this show to kids, so you're not trying to give them genocide, you know, or you'll give them plans for genocide that don't actually go through. So more often than not, when you're watching G1 Transformers, Megatron says he's going to do something, and then he doesn't because he gets stopped. You know what I mean? So you have to give Megatron some allowance there for the fact that he talks a big game, but he's always stopped because the good guys will win in the end. Yeah, you know, go Optimus Prime, get him, and yeah, let's go get an egg cream, and talk about our victory. You know. All right, so now we're on to the Babadook, which is a very interesting. This is going to be a weird one to place, guys. Oh, what the hell happened here? X tier, XA tier. This is going to be a weird one to place because the Babadook. I debated like putting the mother on here, but she's not evil. She's just like grief-stricken. Yeah, it's a manifestation of grief. Yeah, that's a good one. Next to Shonen Bat. Little slugger. Yeah, it's a manifestation of grief. So I think it's only as strong as your grief makes it. And even then, it's not like... It's like a manifestation of your own will and thoughts. I think. Yeah, down here seems right. Let me do a poll. Yeah, more symbolic, exactly. It's more symbolism than it actually is a monster. Leave it there. A little higher. I don't think it can go down in D, but I'll do a different tier, and if a different tier has enough, I'll do a poll for that. But let's see. So the Babadook, I don't think I wrote Babadook. But this poll's for the Babadook. We got the Babadook right down here next to Shonen Bat / Little Slugger. And we are deciding whether or not that's a good spot for him. What do we think? Hey, me, what's your top 5 pieces of fiction? Ooh, that's a hard one. The Hobbit's my favorite book of all time. Star Wars Revenge of the Sith is so I'm going like high fiction. Like because The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is fiction. But if I for some reason I want to make a like top 5 of like fiction like that. So it'd be like The Hobbit, Revenge of the Sith, Final Fantasy X. Go. No, I gotta include more realistic fiction because I don't have enough to put in a top 5. It'd be like, and then The Sopranos and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I think those are like my top 5 favorites of everything. What Disney villain would I like to do next? That's a good question. I need to do a Disney villain. I need to do a Disney villain. I need to do a Disney. At some point, I need to do an... It's been a while since I've done a Disney villain. But who would I want to do next? Who would I want? Maleficent gets brought up a lot. Maleficent gets brought up a lot as far as Disney villains go. I probably do Maleficent next because I see Maleficent brought up quite a bit in suggestions and whatnot. Now I don't know if you consider him a Disney villain, but my favorite Disney movie is Fantasia, and by extent, my favorite Disney villain is Chernabog. That last piece in Night on Bald Mountain in Fantasia, that last sequence with the cartoon, I love that so much. Love Fantasia. Lotso, that's another one. Lotso and Maleficent. Lotso and Maleficent are the two that I see get recommended the most. So probably one of those two. And I just got a massive super chat from Parunga Daddy, 9053. Thank you for the $100, Parunga. That's extremely generous of you. I don't even know what to say, man. Thank you so much for the super chat, and I appreciate you being here and supporting the channel. Can I buy you an ice cream or something? I don't know what to... Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. And I have not seen Welcome to Derry yet. Thank you for the $1.99. Any gift is more than enough. Thank you, $1.99 cinematic. But I have not seen it Welcome to Derry yet. I will watch it sometime in the future, though. That's for sure. Wow. Thank you, Barunga. I appreciate that very much. Sorry. It's not often that someone just hands you a $100 bill. I appreciate that. Anyway, on the poll, we say leave it there for the Babadook, so we're going to leave the Babadook where they're at. Gaston would be a good one, too, Mo. I've seen Gaston recommended a lot, too. But now we're on to Nosferatu. And in the Nosferatu video, I talked about the original one, the Klaus Kinski one, the not very good 2024 one, and Robert Eggers one. And the Klaus Kinski one and the 2024 one are essentially the same one as the original one, with the Klaus Kinski one being Klaus Kinski / Werner Herzog version being a little more like melancholy and sorrowful, but their stories are pretty much the same. So we got these two on here. Now, Count Orlok, the Nosferatu, pretty much Dracula, but different. And he's not good. He's definitely an S+ character. Somewhere with the supernatural ones. Yeah, in this neighborhood, like, I don't know if Nosferatu, Count Orlok, this one, is worse than like Pennywise. This Nosferatu, I think, is there. If we were talking this Nosferatu, it's a little more visceral, but they're the same character. You know what I mean? As much as this version of him is a lot more brutal because of the cinematography and like the time it was shot and all that, they essentially have the same motive. So do we rank this version higher just because he's like a little better acted and shot cinematography wise? I don't know. Let's talk about it. Let's see what you guys are saying. Also me, yes, Christmas Cake. The old one below Pennywise, the new one above Freddy Krueger. Okay. Tiffany, I think she'd be an S plus, because I think Chucky like makes her go along with what she's doing to a certain degree, but she likes it too. Original Orlok with Pazuzu. Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, no. Hold on. Yeah, because okay, someone who said that? No, 196. In the original film, and I don't remember in Robert Eggers' version if they were mentioned Belial, but in the original film, it's mentioned that Orlok is the spawn of Belial, which is a demon. So that means Orlok isn't just a vampire, which you could argue that vampires are demon spawn regardless, but Orlok isn't just a vampire, he is the spawn of a demon. So he's essentially a demon himself. So that might up him a bit. Both Orloks do the same thing. The silent film one just did it off camera. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Do I think the Flood is worse than the Thing? Potentially, 40. Potentially. I need to up my Flood lore, but I'm not sure. I might not, Christmas sake. I'm sorry, but even if they remove it, I can still find it someday, you know, and do a video on them. So, what do we think? What do we think about this? I'm having a hard time with this one for the moment. Zamasu would be like, yeah, probably above Frieza, I think. 2024 Orlok made a pact with the devil? Okay. Happy New Year to you too. Atris, nice to see you here. Good to have you in the stream. Sorry I didn't see you in here before. Or earlier than now, I mean. Okay, original Orlok. Let's do a poll for original Orlok. Favorite fans or viewers? I wouldn't say I have favorite fans or viewers. I love all my fans equally. However, there are quite a few fans in here and viewers who are frequent, you know, that I see like when I stream on the other channel or when I do research streams. So it's always nice to see familiar faces, you know, like Fukmi. Fukmi, I know. Christmas Hake, Elijah Kai, Wonder, Ian, so many others. Effigy was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. But yeah. I know some fans more than I know others just because they attend like almost every stream I do. But all fans are created equal in my eyes. Original Orlok. Swiggity as well, yes. Where he is. And Mr. Drew. Always Mr. Drew. A few places. Alright, what do we think about original Orlok? If I could watch any two movies for the first time over again, hey, thank you for the $10 super chat, I appreciate that very much. If I could watch any two movies for the first time over again, which one would you watch? Well, it's got to be The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I mean, that's my favorite. But man, Revenge of the Sith is one of my favorites too, but I feel like there's another movie that I would like to watch over again for the first time. What's a movie that I was just like, wow, that was... Oh, man. Such a tough one. You know what? Blue Velvet. I love Blue Velvet. I loved that movie. And I would love to watch it again for the first time. Blue Velvet's an amazing movie. I love Blue Velvet. That's one of my favorites. Ever since I started the channel and I did that one, that's become one of my favorite movies. That's right, you dig. Son of a pig, Ian. Son of a pig. Fucking Tuca. Rip David Lynch indeed. Rest in peace. David Lynch was a mind like no other. Alright, Orlok a few places higher. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I saw someone say above Chucky earlier. Leave him where he is. Like 60% say leave him where he is, but 40% say higher. So I feel like just moving him up like 5-6 places sounds good. What about New Orlok? Whoops, let me put him back where he was. What about New Orlok? Hey, end the poll. New Orlok. Okay. Ooh. I know. If he's going higher, I know you guys are gonna want him to go higher. But let's see. Leave him where he is. Higher. I'm sure most of you are gonna say higher. Herzog Orlok is rolled into this Orlok because they're very similar. Didn't think it was necessary to have... I talked about 4 versions of Orlok. I didn't think it was necessary to have all 4. In fact, Swan was the one who pointed that out to me. And so, because they're so similar, this is Herzog Orlok and original Orlok. Higher, yeah. If he's there, then I'm going to maybe just put him above him. Or I saw someone say like above Freddy. What do we think? Just type it in chat for me. I'm not going to do a poll. Type it in chat for me. What do you guys think? Orlok should go above Freddy, or he should go like right above old Orlok. Does that sound about right? Either one of those? Hello, Sauron. That's way too high, Nicholas. That's way too high. Hello, Euron. Oh, that seems a little high too. You gotta remember. I think you gotta remember these Orloks. They're a little more localized evils. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to travel to Germany to unleash more hell, but it's like they influence Romania and a town in like Transylvania and Wisburg. Like that's theirs. But they've been alive for a long time. I don't know. I don't know. I get you guys' reasoning. Perhaps Jacob, but it's in all likelihood Orlok might have murdered. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I think right there is fine. This is such a tough one. These supernatural ones is like they're just hard to place sometimes, because there's just so many like potentials with them. Because I was about to say, you know, Freddy's been alive / dead for what, maybe 80 years in total. Like he dies when he's like 40 or something, and then he keeps going after that. But then Orlok, the Orloks could have been alive for like thousands of years potentially. So in all likelihood, Orlok's killed more people than Freddy over the thousands of years of his existence, hundreds of years of his existence, and he could have also killed his fair share of children, but we don't know. You know, it's an unknown. We know what we see in the story. We know he's been alive for a long time, but we can't confirm anything that he's done outside of what we see in the story. So if we were to speculate on what he's done, then it's like the speculation, it could be anywhere. You know, it could be over here. But outside of speculation, what we know, this neighborhood is fine, and I think it's good. And I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm gonna put them next to each other. I'm just gonna put them next to each other because they're very similar. You know, they're the same character essentially, with just slight differences. So up here with the supernatural baddies, that seems fine. I think that's what we're gonna go. Hey, another supernatural one. However, this is a unique supernatural entity. This is Sam from Trick or Treat, and Sam is the is the living manifestation of Halloween, of Samhain. He's Halloween. He's Halloween personified, and he kills people. And he kills people for some what I would say are dumb reasons, like not very good reasons. Like he killed that lady in the beginning of Trick or Treat because she took down her decorations early. You know what I mean? But it's up for debate as to whether or not Sam is actually like choosing to do what he does, or if it's just like he is the embodiment of Halloween and his mandate is to hurt people who like go against the traditions of Halloween. So is Sam just doing it because this is what he's got to do, or is Sam doing it because he wants to do it? Honestly, I think he goes there, because it's like how are you supposed to know like what this non-speaking representative of Halloween is actually thinking and how evil he's actually is. So let's do a poll, see whether or not you guys think he needs to be placed, or if he's too ambiguous. Too ambiguous. Place him in a different tier. What do we think? Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that he's the spirit of Halloween. That's like what he's supposed to be. Yeah, his morality is kind of like outside of human morals. You know, how do you judge a spirit who's like the embodiment of a Halloween, embodiment of a holiday, with human morals? You know, at least with these supernatural entities up here, like these guys were once human. You know what I mean? So you can judge them as like corrupted human beings. But this is like a fairy. You're like judging a fairy, essentially, a gnome. A spirit. He's a spirit. You know, he's doing what he's supposed to do. So how do you judge him based on human morality? So I think most of you agree. Too ambiguous to rank. We got 29% for placement in a different tier, but and again, if on your guys' list, feel free to like place him somewhere. I'm sure if you really dug deep and like thought about Sam for 20 minutes or something, you can be like, yeah, I can give him a human placement in D or C or maybe B, you know. But who knows? He's the spirit of Halloween. Maybe he's evil to a certain degree. Maybe he's not evil at all. Maybe he's not even in control of his own actions. Maybe magic guides what he does, you know? We don't know. Makes sense. But the guys, these other people that are in the movie, they are definitely able to be ranked. So Mr. W? Let's start with a W. Wilkins? Mr. Wilkins. Principal Wilkins. Principal Wilkins from Trick or Treat. He's pretty bad. He's going to go an S or S+ for sure. Who do I think is the worst written villain on this tier list? That is an interesting question, because I've said it before. All the episodes I've made so far, every villain that I've done an episode on, I've ended up liking the story or the character. So to say which one's the worst written, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to go through more than 200 characters at this point, because of, you know, some episodes have different characters. The most recent episode was 254, so something like 300 plus characters I'd have to think about being. But you know what? Probably like one of the horror movie characters, just because they're horror movie characters, and it's been a trend lately where horror movies, I've said this before, it used to be where like you used to say, oh, that was good for a horror movie, but now a lot of horror movies come out and you're like, damn, that was just a straight up good movie, you know? So like, if I was gonna pick one, maybe it'd be one of the Scream characters, you know? They're horror movie characters that some of them aren't the greatest written. Like I remember this girl. She's all right, you know, her story. This guy was on screen for like 5 minutes. So maybe it's one of the like horror movie characters, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Wilkins. So S or S plus? Probably S. I don't know. We'll see. S plus. Principal Wilkins. The Principal. Music's almost over. Rewinding. Have a good nap, Wonder. Thank you for being here as long as you were. I can see that, 40. Yeah. Lex Luthor. In a way, yeah. Occasionally. I mean, in some ways I see that. Occasionally. In some ways I see that. S? Okay. Serial killer who kills children. And I think just people. Like, he also kills people. But he kills, like, trick-or-treating children. Poisons them with candy. And murders them. Is there any other serial child killers in this tier that we can compare him to? Not exactly. Here? Like by the governor and David? Because I feel like the governor and David are responsible for more. But both of them are pretty disgusting, like Steve. Let me see what you guys think about that. Stepdad's in the stratosphere. Gabriel, unable to be ranked. It's all the way to the top. It's in space, his ranking. It's on the moon. The stepdad. Just too villainous. Too villainous for a ranking. Wilkins. Leave him. A bit higher. A bit lower. I mean, it is pretty high, but you got to remember, what is he doing? He's murdering kids on Halloween because he wants to, because he doesn't like kids, I guess. Like, he's the principal and he's tired of children. He also murders that girl, and he tries to murder the werewolf girl. And he corrupts his son into being like a killer like him. So he's pretty bad. Like, he's not as like as expansive of a character as some others on this list, but what he does is pretty terrible, you know. A principal who just gives kids poison candy on Halloween and cuts them up. Not a nice dude. I mean, I would say he is worse than Noah Cross, because Noah Cross, what he did to his daughter was horrendous. But this dude kills, like, multiple children. Like, Noah Cross is a gangster, and he's responsible for, like, other gangsters, like other gangsters, you know? But this dude's out there just poisoning candy and murdering children on Halloween because he wants to. That's terrible. You know, that's a terrible reasoning. It's not good. Not at all. Leave him, and you see, I gotta leave him with a 34% for a bit higher. So, with respects to the fact that a bit higher got more votes, I guess we'll put him like in between the governor and David. But yeah, let's put him there. Put him there. Yeah, and the other thing, worse than the Joker from The Dark Knight, I do, because with the Joker, there's even implied tragedy. There's no implication of tragedy or any sort of good reasoning, and that is one of the biggest. Have a good nap, Elijah. Enjoy your nap. Thank you for being here as long as you were. The thing you gotta, I have it on the tier explanations here. One thing that I probably more than anything else, when factoring in like a character's placement, for me it's their reasoning. Like, scale can skew reasoning quite a bit. Like Thanos, for example, he was trying to do what he was doing what he did for the betterment of the universe, you know? But the scale of his actions was off the charts, you know what I mean? Quadrillions of people die because of him trying to do the right thing. So If he was only trying to do the right thing and it was 10 people, maybe he'd be lower. But it was that many people. This dude, there's nothing. There's nothing. Why is he killing kids on Halloween? Because he likes to. Because he doesn't like kids. What kind of reason is that? You know, there's no good reason for poisoning candy on Halloween. So high placement. I think he deserves a high placement. Yeah. But now we got 2 more from Trick or Treat. I threw the werewolf girls in. She's supposed to represent like all the werewolf girls. Because there was 2 more things I talked about. There's a couple things I talked about in the Trick or Treat video, but I just don't think they're all of them were worthy of being ranked. But I did specifically talk about how these werewolf girls, they perhaps they need to feed on humans to survive. However, in most werewolf stories, it's like they're not in control of their actions. Like, that's the tragedy of a werewolf, right? Is they turn on the full moon and then they go wild. They can't control themselves. These werewolves can control themselves, and they also choose to like lure people in and mess with them and then eat them. So it's not like your traditional werewolf where it's just like, they're out of control, the moon changed them and they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. So and since they know what they're doing, if they just need meat to survive, if they specifically need human meat to survive, then there's a little more allowance to be made there. But if they just need like meat to survive, why do they have to kill people? You know what I mean? Could they kill sheeps? Could they kill cows? Could they feed on anything else? Or do they like feeding on people because it's fun? Is what it seems like, you know? So what do you guys think for the werewolf girls from Trick or Treat? Werewolf girls. We'll do... with the food argument, like potentially needing to feed on humans, which speculation, you know what I mean? I'll put B in there. My pleasure, Daniel. Good to see you here. I always have fun doing these tier lists. It's always a good time. I know it takes quite a while, but I like hanging out with all you guys and talking about villains. You know, it's what I do best. It's what I like to do. Peoples be tasty. I know, right, Nurse Joy? Yeah, it's like a cat playing with its food. It's weird, right? It's oh right, it's like, yeah, like an initiation. But the other girls, if it was just an initiation ritual, why do all the other girls have to do it even though they've already been initiated? You know? Because all the other girls are getting dudes or whoever to come to their little party in the woods to kill them. If it was just, they were just doing it for the initiation, why wouldn't they just do one guy? Like have her get one guy, you know? So it's an interesting take on the werewolf, like, of the morality of a werewolf, because again, most of the time a werewolf is just not in control. So you can't really judge a werewolf that's not in control. If the moon turns them and they're like, it's a curse, I hate killing people, but the moon changes me and I can't control myself. And what are you gonna say? How are you gonna call them evil when they're afflicted by a curse? But these girls, they know what they're doing. So, yeah. A plus or A makes sense. Skirting the line between the two options with a margin with A. I'm gonna give them a small amount of leniency. We have A with a 40, it's 48% A and 43% A plus, and that would mean like, okay, maybe I should place them right here, you know? But I'm gonna give them a small amount of leniency and say they might have to feed on humans, and the fact that they're playing with them is the bad part. So if they have to feed on humans, then I'll put them like here. If they didn't have to, if we confirmed that they didn't have to feed on humans, I'd put them here. But I'm going to give them a small allowance and say for the sake of the unknown, the possibility that they need human meat to survive, We'll put them right there. Because these people above them, it's like there's no necessity for what they did, and it's like you can argue they're worse than them killing people every so often. So I don't know. It's an interesting placement, interesting set of characters. But I would like to see where you guys put them on your list. Honestly, if you guys do make your own list and you end up placing them somewhere, I'd want to see where you put them because I'm curious. Because I feel like this is one we could go on about like semantics all day long. We could be like, even maybe, no, but what if, so I want to see where you guys would put them on your list if anyone's making lists after. Yeah, I can see that now. I can see that. Wouldn't it be S if they didn't need to eat humans? Yeah, it probably be S. It might be S if they didn't need to eat humans, Kraken. See, this is such a weird one. That's why I want to see other people's placements, and I don't want to like focus on this for the rest of the video because it's one we could like semantics all day long. But Mr. Krieg is definitely S. So Mr. Krieg in Trick or Treat, and in the absence of seeing the parents that he took the money from, we'll consider him and the parents to be this image. So Mr. Krieg in the story of Trick or Treat, he's a bus driver who drove a bus, a special ed bus, and he took money from the parents of the kids to drive the bus into a quarry. And as he becomes an old man, we see him as an old man later on, and he's a miserable old man who is just like doesn't seem very remorseful for what he did. Yeah, confirmed. So I don't remember how many kids were on the bus, but we can like confirm that Mr. Krieg is responsible for the deaths of between, I'll say, like 6 to 8 disabled children. I think that's pretty accurate. And is also an unrepentant and miserable old man many years after the fact. So I think S is a good place. Yeah, sorry, spoiler alert. The whole stream is full of spoilers because I have to spoil to talk about stuff, Mr. Krieg, high S, mid S, low S. It was 8 children? Yeah, see, I don't remember exactly how many. It could have been 8. Yeah. Still nicer to kids than Logan Roy? Sort of. I mean, in a way, I guess. Yeah. Maybe. Just joshing, Elda. No, you're Elda Gusto. You're not Josh. Low S with a mid S in second with a good margin. Taking money from parents to kill their kids is pretty bad, man. I think that looks good. Like, above Scream. What do we think about that? Like, above all the Scream characters. Yeah, he's not got a high kill count, so that's why, like, low, mid, S makes sense. What do we think about Mr. Krieg right here? How's that look? Good enough? Yeah. I think so, too. Okay. Cool. Cool. On to the next one. Is he worse than the principal, though? No. Where's the principal? He's got to be above him. Yeah, no, he's not worse than the principal. This guy's worse. This guy, at least you can say Mr. Krieg, like, he got approached by the parents, and they're like, here's a fat stack of cash if you kill our kids. This guy's like, I like killing children on Halloween because I like killing children on Halloween. Because I like it. Like, that's much worse. I'd say that's much worse. Now we're on to the witch. And Black Phillip, I'm not even going to ask you guys about this one because Black Phillip is the devil. And so Judge Holden, again, in my Judge Holden video, I hypothesized that Judge Holden is like a personification of the devil, and Black Phillip is the devil. So they're going to go right next to each other. So there you go. Black Phillip and Holden, 2 devils right next to each other. Now the witch, hey, here's a good thing. The witch, who seems to be a servant of Black Phillip, can go next to another servant of devil potentially, which is Longlegs. Right here with Longlegs and Gladys. Above Gladys again because seems to be more of a servant of the devil than Gladys is. Because as of right now, all we know is that Gladys uses black magic. We don't know that Gladys is like a servant of the devil specifically, like she's acting on behalf of the devil. But with Black Phillip being present in the story and the witch like working alongside Black Phillip to corrupt his family, it's reasonable to assume that the witch is a servant of a direct servant of Black Phillip. So seems good. Seems good. That's Morgoth, Kyrus. Yeah. Beautiful. I think those are good placements. Those are just like, yeah. By the way, The Witch, my favorite horror movie of all time. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. Go watch it. It's the best. Catherine Trammell. Catherine Trammell. Where are we going to put Catherine Trammell? I believe she's an S character. I believe she's an S tier. Oh yeah, what she did to the baby? For sure, Ian. Agreed. Agreed. What's an obscure character I eventually want to do? I don't know. It's so hard to think of characters. I have so many in my brain all the time, you know? An obscure character. Oh, man, I brought it up last stream. I'm going to do it again. Hold on. This is... I don't know if this is necessary. I think it's obscure. I think you could classify this as... This book, I'm happy to show it again. Again, I showed this last stream. But this book is called House of Leaves. And I think it's relatively well known on the internet, bordering on obscure. And it's a very strange book. And I don't even know where to begin with the thing. I mean, I haven't even gotten through it yet. And I know that I would need to read it like 30 times in order to make an accurate video on this. But I saw someone talking about it. I think it was on Reddit or something, or I don't know, someone mentioned it to me. Maybe asked me about it on Discord, and I looked it up, and I was like, wow, this looks interesting. But this is a book, and it's about like a fake movie, I'm pretty sure. Again, I bought this like before last stream, and I haven't read it all the way through. I think I got like a couple chapters in, but it's on like a fake movie called and something with an N record? The Navidson record? Yeah, Navidson. And I don't know, I feel like it'd be a fun video to make talking about this book. But why I say it's a weird book, let me take the jacket off so I can show it to you guys a little better. Why I say it's a weird book is because it's written strangely. Like, it's very cryptic, and like, so you'll have like whole pages, right? A whole page that's just, it's hard to see, I'm sorry. But on this page, it's like, there's just a sentence at the top, and then the page is blank. And then like, you go to another part in the book, and it's like, most of the page is blank, and there's like a few words here and there. I know it's hard to see with the exposure. I'll try to find one that's not blank to give you a better example of how strange some of these pages look. Where was that one? Aha. See, like there's a bunch of text, but then there's these like weird squares with other text in them that's like upside down or to the side or backwards. And I don't know. It seems like a really fun book to like piece together the mystery. But it just seems like it would take an astronomical amount of time to get through it, because this is one of those things. This is a... How long is this book? This book is close to 650 pages long, and it's one of those books where I wouldn't be surprised if every single sentence had some kind of cryptic meaning behind it. You know, you really gotta look at everything that you're shown in this book and piece it together to get the full picture. And it'd be pretty cool. So as far as I know, like I said, it's kind of well known on the internet to a certain degree. If you look up a video on YouTube about it, most of them have like around 100,000 views or below 100,000 views, like bordering on it. And then you'll like find there's like a subreddit for it that people comment in sometimes. But it's pretty obscure. Like, it's definitely not like no Blood Meridian or All Tomorrow's, something like that. And I don't know. I think it'd be fun to cover in the future if I ever have the time to get through this thing, which I might not. Anyway, thank you for the question. It's a cool little thing. Go and get House of Leaves if you want to piece through a crazy mystery of a book. The other thing about it is because of the format, how it's got all those squares and like weird formatting in the book, you can't get it online and you have to actually buy a physical copy. So if you want to read it, you have to get a physical copy. But if you want to delve into something fun and mysterious, go ahead and get yourself a copy of House of Leaves. So Catherine Trammell. We're on Catherine Trammell. She's responsible for a few murders, at least, I think, 4? 4 at the very least. I'm not quite... I don't quite remember how many exactly, but she's probably S tier. She is S tier, actually. So, high S. Because there's, she's a... We don't learn about her having, like, any tragedy in the movie. But she does kill her parents. She does kill her parents. And it could be she killed her parents because they were abusive or because she wanted to. The moral, what we essentially find out as the movie goes on is like she just likes killing for the fun of it. Is Catherine Trammell's character. So it's hard to claim like any sympathy factor. You know what I mean? Why do you like killing people? Well, because I like to. Well, straight to jail with you. You know, not What are you gonna do about that? You know? Mid S? Below Anton? I see Ian say below Anton. Amy Dunn is A tier. Just because she never actually like accomplishes, like kills anyone or anything. No, it's so it's never stated that her parents suck. It's just stated that they died in a boating accident. And you like piece together as the movie goes on that they didn't die in a boating accident. Like it wasn't an accident. Catherine did it, but they never say like why she did it or how they treated her. Yeah. Oh, Neil Patrick Harris. Sorry, she killed Neil Patrick Harris's character. But anyway, to find out why, sorry, that was my bad. It's been a long time since I've watched Gone Girl. But to learn why Amy Dunn is where she's at, gonna have to watch a previous tier list video because I don't remember why I placed her where she's at right now. The Great Reshuffling one would be a one to watch for that, for sure. But she's there for a reason. I know she is. Catherine, though, is gonna go in mid S. 56% say mid S. I saw Ian say below Anton. Where is Anton? I agree with whoever said Bateman area. Because I do think like the guys below Anton are a little worse than her in a few different ways, but I don't think she's worse than Patrick Bateman. In fact, I think Clarence... I think that's good, actually, especially with the like lower body count. Because she killed her parents. We know she killed her rock star boyfriend. She killed the main character's partner. And I think there's like a couple more implied kills with her books. So like 6 people in total, which is more than Yi Yu Jin and more than Max Cady. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. What do you guys think about that? Great to see you too, Christmas Egg. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy your dog walk. And I hope the Mariners are doing good if baseball's still happening. I don't know when baseball ends or begins. Good enough? Yeah, Catherine Trammell, what do we think about this spot right here? When is the next Great Reshuffling? I don't know, man. that's maybe we'll do another Great Reshuffling at the end of the year next year. Maybe. Don't hold me to that. But I don't remember at what character count I did the first Great Reshuffling. Like how many characters were in that list? Maybe it was like 150. So by the time we get to the end of next year, we'll be north of 300. So like double the first one makes sense, I think. Amazing. Yeah, she's more ruthless than Max Cady. And Max Cady at least had like some justification for what he did. You know, he's like, I was falsely imprisoned, so I'm going to go and kill this dude's family. Crazy math he worked out in his head there. But Catherine, for all intents and purposes, Catherine just likes killing people because it's fun and it makes good stories, you know? No real reason there. Don't really think there needs to be a second Great Reshuffling. There might not be, whereas I'd have to think about it. I haven't even thought about doing a Great Reshuffling. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so how about Arkham versus Scarecrow? What do we think about Arkham versus Scarecrow? I don't recall. I don't think there was... He was bullied. The tragedy for his character is he was bullied. So that's... The sympathy points are little to none. Below Arkham Joker? I think that might be good. Yeah. Anyone disagree with this placement? Because he was ready to like, and all. I don't know how many. That's the thing. You don't know how many people died when he unleashed that fear gas in Arkham Knight. You know, it could have been. It could have been 10. It could have been 10,000. It could have been 100,000. You don't know. You know, he planned to soak the whole world in fear, but he did manage to soak the whole of Gotham City in fear gas, and a lot of people could have died. Joker committed his crimes over a longer period of time, and we can confirm that Joker killed so-and-so people. You know, we know that from the comics, Joker killed a bus full of kindergarten children. We confirmed that. But we don't know how many people died when he unleashed his fear gas. So I think right next to him, below him, sounds good. Due to the unknown surrounding his potential kill count. But again, you know, these two placements, it's like same universe. Same, I want to say same type of character, but it's just, these could be interchangeable, you know. I don't think this matters too much. Whether you place him above the Joker or below him, it's just that, but he definitely goes like right there. And yeah. So yeah, again, we have more confirmation from Joker's crimes, less confirmation with Scarecrow's crimes. Medically insane, yes, that's true. The Joker, again, it could go either way. On your list, Scarecrow might be here. It could be here. But these two tiles are where they're gonna stay. Or where he's going to stay. That is his home. Now, what about Peter Baelish? Peter Baelish. Ian and I made the argument in that Littlefinger video that he's one of the worst. You know, when you factor in what he tried to do and what he was going to do, he's one of the worst in Westerosi history. He would have killed everyone and destroyed everything to be king. He didn't end up doing it, but man, are his reasons for doing what he's doing self-serving and not good at all. Oh yeah, above Ramsay, maybe right above. I know Ramsay. So here's the thing, right? Ramsay is terrible. Ramsay is a sadistic monster, and watching Ramsay do what he does is gut-wrenching, right? But Ramsay didn't start a civil war that spanned a continent, you know? Littlefinger was responsible for the War of Five Kings. It's him. He's the whole reason the war started. And so, boom. That just, he's got a higher body count than any character in the current day story. You could probably like point to like the Bloodstone Emperor, or maybe Aegon has a higher body count during the conquest, but even then, like, that's war, and you have to factor that in and all that. But Littlefinger, the whole reason the story happens is because of Littlefinger. He is the reason that A Song of Ice and Fire is even a thing. He is the fire that started the conflict in that story. So, you know, again, that's a good point. Someone said, I tend to think brutal pragmatists aren't as bad as sadists. So for that reason, I consider Ramsay worse than Baelish. Personal preference, right? When I'm ranking characters, for me personally, Ramsay disgusts me more than Peter does. But because Peter is responsible for so much more death and suffering, and he's responsible for so much more death and suffering for a really bad reason, it's not like he was trying to save Westeros. I'm going to start this war so I can tear down the hierarchy and save Westeros. He started the war so he could be king because he wanted to be king. And that's bad. You know? I don't like it. Now, Ian has Littlefinger above Fade and Rabban on his list. See, and again, Ian is the one who took all the notes for the Littlefinger video. And I could see that, you know? I could see Littlefinger being here. Personally, I want to put him on my list. I see him out of all the characters in A Song of Ice and Fire as the one responsible for the most death and suffering, no matter how worse Ramsay might seem on a personal level. And for me, I want to put him right there. But I'm not like, oh my god, how could you guys put Littlefinger any lower? I get it. You know, if you want to put Littlefinger here, if you want to put Littlefinger here, if you want to put him here, or even here, fine by me. But me personally, I'm sticking with this one. I feel pretty strongly about this one. And no matter that I put him here, I think we're all thinking this neighborhood. You know, we're all like, Littlefinger deserves to go somewhere here. It just depends on your list. You know what I mean? So yeah. Now, I gotta move these because first we're gonna do most recent coverages first, and then we'll move on to these two characters that Swan mentioned I should probably put on the list. So, The Thing video. I released a video on The Thing today, and I talked about 3 different versions of The Thing. And this one is going to be really hard. So, this one is going to be really hard. So, The Thing from Another World. So that's what this one is, right? This is James Arness in The Thing from A Thing from Another World. And I guess actually I should do this. We'll do the source material first. My apologies. So this is The Thing from Who Goes There, which is the 1938 novella by, is it John or Joseph Campbell? John or Joseph Campbell Jr. called Who Goes There, and that is the source material for all Thing movies. And in that book, it's a blue, three-eyed alien with red eyes and worms on its head instead of hair. And in that book, it's implied by the characters in it that it's evil because of its like demeanor. Like when it's in the ice, its eyes are filled with rage and it's got like a rage-filled face. So the characters postulate that thing is evil, and it trying to like create an anti-gravity backpack to escape Antarctica is evidence that it was going to hop from continent to continent to take over the whole world and like rule over it as Lord of the World. But that's just their speculation. They're assuming that it's angry and evil because it looks angry and evil, when it could be angry because it's been in ice for a few million years, thousands of years. And it's just pissed off that it's in Antarctica in ice and it's trying to go home. There's more evidence with the demeanor and the backpack for it potentially being evil than there is for the other Thing iterations. But that being said, anyone who knows about this or watched the video or who's read this story, what do you think? You know, what do you think? It's too ambiguous to rank the Who Goes There thing? Or do you think that it should be, there is enough evidence in Who Goes There to say that it is malicious and it is probably trying to take over the world. It's tough, but I need your help with this one. Just watch the video on the thing. Thank you. It's Chris. One to do malicious, one just nano. Yeah. Yeah, it's Chris. It's true. It's tough. Book thing is S. Movie thing is D. It's evil. Backpacks are evil. No, it wasn't months, Blue. I think it was when he got locked in there. I mean, he's got advanced appendages, so I think he could do it pretty fast. Build that spaceship. Yeah. Bible thing. Yeah. Okay. I think, you know what, just because it's heavily implied by the characters in the book that it's probably evil, we'll put the thing up here somewhere in S plus next to Pennywise. I saw someone say, or Overlook as well. At least with Pennywise, we know it needs to eat. You know, Pennywise needs to eat people. It feeds on fear, right? So at the very least, it needs that. With the thing in the Who Goes There, it doesn't need to do anything it's doing. So if it really is doing what it's doing to like take over the world, then it's pretty bad. But because it didn't take over the world, I'm not gonna place it based on the fact that it wanted to take over the world. I'll place it based on what it actually accomplished and it intended to do, and it actually accomplished to kill a few people and might have been able to take over the world. So there you go. James Arness's version, the thing and the thing Who Goes There, I think this one's too ambiguous to rank because in the Thing from Another World, there's no indication that it's malicious. In fact, the scientists, the doctors in that story, they say that it is a plant-based creature that needs to feed on blood to survive. So it could be intelligent and malicious, but if it needs blood to survive, then that means it needs to kill things to survive. So, and people are, the only thing in Antarctica are people and dogs. In this story, at least. People and dogs. So, it's got to kill either people, or it's got to kill dogs. And it needs that to eat. So, that's why I thought, like, it's more like a Venus flytrap. You know what I mean? It's a plant-based creature that needs blood. Venus flytrap needs flies. This thing needs blood. So, it's an animal. I view it as an animal. It could be in D, you know, a little evil, but then again, too ambiguous. Kind of like the cordyceps. It's a fungus. It doesn't have any thoughts. It's just spreading because that's what it does. You know, I think this is fine. I should have put here. Hold on. Let me get another picture of the thing. Because I did talk about, you're right, Chris, I did talk about 4 things in the Thing video. So, let's just we'll do the same kind of face. Why not? Does that have a logo on it? Oh, it has a universal logo. We'll do a scarier one. We'll do a scarier one. So, can I just do this? Nope. Well, there you go. That's the picture I'm using. Hold on. Wait! What happened? Do I have to go back? Oh, at least it didn't screw everything up. Okay. I thought that was going to make me have to place everything again. I thought whoopsie. Okay, hold on. I got it. Add additional images to the tier list. And I'm going to bring you here. And we're gonna go submit, and then these are just duplicates that I messed up when I was trying to put things in and I wasn't sure if they got put in, and boom. Okay, so This Thing, so in The Thing, the movie, John Carpenter's The Thing, I talked about how, hey, F11, presentation mode, thank you. Okay, I talked about how, and why did my, hold on a second, now I'm getting screwed up. Where YouTube, I need to go back to YouTube real quick. I talked about how The Thing in John Carpenter's movie is way ambiguous. I think it's also ambiguous, too ambiguous to rank. Because in John Carpenter's movie, we do see that it tries to make a spaceship, but we never see its true form, and we never see any malice from it. The only malice you could say it has is the monstrous forms it takes on, but even then, that could just be the forms it's choosing to take, you know? So with an absence of malice, and it's possible that it was trying to make a spaceship to return home and not like take over the world like they imply in Who Goes There. It's so up in the air, you know? Maybe it was trying to make a spaceship to take over the world. Maybe it was trying to make a spaceship to return home. Maybe it was killing people because it was trying to make that spaceship to return home. Maybe it was killing people because it just wanted to kill people and take over the world. And it's not food either. Like the one in Thing from Another World, where we get confirmation that it's like trying to feed itself on blood. We don't know that it's trying to feed itself. It's just imitating people, and it makes a spaceship. So we don't know if it's trying to make that spaceship to go home or take over the world. So I think, again, too ambiguous to rank. However, I did talk about a short story called The Things by Peter Watts that you can find a link to in the description of the Thing video, where he retells John Carpenter's Thing from the point of view of the Thing. And in that story, the Thing, its internal dialogue says that it's a hive mind, it's a piece of a hive mind that came to Earth, and before it crash landed on Earth, it would go from world to world, communing with other hive minds in order to assimilate with them and improve both of their biomasses for the betterment of the cosmos. And that's what it's trying to do in that story, from its point of view in the Thing's story. So it thinks it's benevolent. It thinks like and it's one of the more interesting things in that story is it's shocked that humans are individuals and not part of like a hive mind whole. And when it sees and when it learns that our brains are essentially us, like that's what we are, and these are just like a suit we're in, it thinks, it calls our brains cancerous tumors. Like cancerous tumors that have just infected this planet with individuality. And so it's trying to be, and it doesn't understand why these creatures won't accept its help. And it'll force, it's at the end it says it uses the wording is interesting at the ending, let me tell you. But it says that it's going to force salvation into people if they won't accept it willingly. So it's interesting. It's interesting. I still call it evil. I think it goes up here somewhere. I think it might be, yeah, I think it's like it's slightly less evil than Thanos, because we don't know how, like, if from the way the story is told, this is the first time it's ever forced itself on anything. So every other time that it's gone to another planet and assimilated with a hive mind, it's done so with consent. So this is the first time it's done anything like that, and it ends up dying. Or no, it doesn't. Because at the end of the story, probably Childs is infected. But yeah, so I think that sounds about right. I'm sure most of you haven't read that story yet. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the video I put out today on it. But what do you think from what I just told you? Does that sound about right? For that kind of character, placing him here. Yeah, where do we go? Right there. Thank you, Who Could It Be, for the $9.99. Love your content. Have you read or seen Legend of the Galactic Heroes? I have not, but that sounds like a cool title. So maybe I'll have to check it out. That is a cool title. Doctor Who would be cool. I've watched a couple episodes of Doctor Who here and there, but I haven't delved too high into it. Delved too much in. Yeah, the last... I know, right? That's interesting choice of words, right? No? I guess it's like the Borg. I don't know that much about the Borg, but that sounds about right. Okay, I'm gonna assume... You know, you guys can leave comments, too, if you, like, read the story later on. If you read the story later on and you come to a different conclusion, or you watch the video later today or tomorrow or whatever, and you decide that this doesn't sound exactly right, this is one that I'm willing to, like, revisit later down the line if enough people say, like, hey, that doesn't sound exactly right. But for now, I think the Things rankings seem pretty accurate. Now, the last two we have aren't recent videos. They're just things that I should have put on the list a long time ago that I didn't, and Swan pointed out to me that I should. And this is Leviathan from Hellraiser, so Pinhead, same Pinhead universe. Where are you, Pinhead? Somewhere. There you are. Pinhead's universe. This is like the god of hell in Pinhead's universe. And this is the Hell Priest, which is like the comic book version of Pinhead that's like infinitely worse than Pinhead. And I'm gonna actually need help. If you're Swan, are you still here? It is a fan media, Wonder. You're right. It was a fan, but it's crazy because that story won like prizes for the story. So, it's been a long time since I've read all those Hellraiser comics. It's been a long time since I did the Hellraiser remaster. So Swan, anyone else who's familiar with the Hell Priest and Leviathan, let me know where you think they should go, because I don't remember. My memory's shot on these two. I didn't talk about them in the video though, Sean. So if I end up talking about them in a future video, we'll place them. But because I didn't talk about them, we're not going to place them. That is a separate character in Hellraiser, yes. No. Hell Priest is above Mr. Shadow. Yeah, the Hell Priest Ian, he's a little different in the comics, which is why when Swan said I should rank them differently, I was like, I could see that. So, Astromorphs? Oh, you mean the Asteromorphs from All Tomorrows? Oh yeah, the Asteromorphs, maybe. I'd have to revisit them though. Leviathan is more gothic. Yeah. I think there's a difference, Ian. I might have to like go back and look at the Hell Priest comics, but Leviathan is like the god of the underworld, so I'm gonna go like this. And I'm gonna go like this because you know Swan's head above Mr. Shadow. That's fine. I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna do some more research on Leviathan and the Hell Priest. Like, not more research because I already did it, but I'm gonna go back and look at these because I threw them on because Swan talked about them, and that's my fault for not preparing adequately. But I'm gonna leave them there for now, and I'm going to come back to these later. Next stream, next tier list, I will look at comments regarding this version of the Thing from the Thing short story. And then I'm going to revisit the Hell Priest and Leviathan at a later date. But I think, regardless of when I revisit them and dial in exactly what I think about them, I'm sure they're going to be up here in some spot anyway, so this seems right. But with that, we're done with the list. We're done working. We're done working, guys. So now we can enjoy ourselves a little bit. Now we can enjoy ourselves a little bit. If you guys, I mean, in past tier list streams, I've opened up a Q&A I'll do that again, and I'll answer questions intermittently. For you guys, but I'll also just sit here and chat with you guys for a while. Like, I'll answer questions, but I also want to just like look at chat and just talk and have a conversation with you guys. We'll probably do this. Maybe we'll do this till 5. It's 3:41 here, so another hour and 20. Or maybe if I feel like ending a little sooner, we will. Regardless, though, throw me some questions, type some things in the chat. We'll talk about stuff. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. What did I do? Yeah, I'll just keep it like. Pop out. Cool. Put this over here. Over here. Now can I go here? Streaming thing. Okay, so we got a bunch of questions. I'm seeing if you guys are just talking in chat. So now that we're done with the list, I don't really mind talking about suggestions so much, you know? Because I'm more concerned with talking about suggestions constantly while we're trying to rank stuff, you know? So now that we're at the end, I'll confirm, but I'll say, guys, like, I can't give you like dates when I'm gonna cover a certain character, but my answer to suggestions is always if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. So, as long as I live, you know what I mean. I got some plans for how to get more things covered. But I'll cover as many villains as I can until I drop or until I need to quit. You know. So yes, other Red Dead characters eventually, I'm sure. But where am I? Is this the Q&A thing? Is it different? Right, this is different. No, it's not. What is going on here? No. Oh, is it just the chat? The Q&A is just the chat? I thought it made it like separate now. Huh. I don't know. Started it here. I'll just go down, I guess. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be showing something? I don't know if anyone has put anything in. Anyway, I'll just keep reading the chat is what I can see, so. Let me know if I don't answer something you guys have asked me. Great list. I'm glad you guys like the list. That's good to hear. Have you ever seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer? I saw a little bit of it. But I've never seen the whole thing through. I saw episodes here and there when I was younger, though. I am open to covering player control. Yellow Jackets? I've not heard of Yellow Jackets. I've not heard of that one, Chris. Is it a show about wasps? Am I going to stream the Dark Souls again? Yes, I am. So I'll explain it again because I know not everyone was here. I have a thumb injury right now and I can't use a controller. So whenever my thumb feels better and I am able to use a controller again, I will stream Dark Souls again. But until then, I can't. And I'm not gonna play Dark Souls on a mouse and keyboard with an injured hand. So, but when I feel better, the research streams will come back. Happy New Year to you too, Awesome Face. We'll see you next year. I'll see you next year when we're back to rank more villains. Indeed. If you're leaving, I hope you have a good night. Do you ever feel a villain is less interesting when they're over-explained, and do any come to mind? You know, there might be one. There might be one or two, you know? But I'm the kind of guy who, like, I love lore, you know? I love lore. And so when a character is dived into deeply, I tend to like that more than I dislike it, you know? Explain it all to me. Show me the little bits. I want it all, you know? So I don't think none come to mind, really. None come to mind. Have you started anything with Grand Theft Auto 4? Not yet, Test. Not yet. I'm still working on the Afton stuff before I get to the Grand Theft Auto 4. More Disney villains for sure. Oh yeah, I'll do more Disney villains at some point. At some point, I definitely will. Glad to hear it, Bakamitai. Did I watch Solo? I have not watched that one. I've heard it's quite brutal, though. Am I missing something here? There should be like a... Oh, pff, there we go. Found it. I knew there was like a Q&A thing. Got it. This is just the regular chat. Okay, I can see the Q&A now. I got it. I figured it out. I'm just an old man sometimes. One second. Let me look at this here. This is my casual voice indeed, Rob. What makes Cersei Lannister more evil than Light Yagami King? A lot of people have talked to me about the Light video over the years since it's been out. I give a lot of leniency for Light in certain ways due to his age and naivete. And the only reason I do that is because I'm speaking from experience. I remember when I was younger having some like radical ideas about the world. Like the world's unfair and this thing should happen, this horrible thing should happen to make the world a better place. But now that I'm 33, what, 32? 32? 32. Now that I'm 32, I don't think like that no more. You know what I mean? I was a naive teenager who thought you could wave a wand and like eliminate certain people and like rich people or something to make the world a better place. Which you could, but that's not good, and I know that. You know, as I've grown older, I've come to understand like there are different ways of making the world a better place than resorting to horrific acts of violence. So as someone who thought in a similar way to Light when I was younger in certain aspects, I give leniency to him, thinking that like if he were older, if he had gotten the Death Note when he was my age, he might not have done what he did. So that's something I talked about a lot in the video, and that's why Light gets a lower placement on my list than a lot of people think he should. But that's just, and that's, I presented you my thoughts on the character, what I analyzed from the story, what I came away with. And if you disagree with it, perfectly fine. But that's what I came away with as far as his characterization goes, just based off my own experience. Man, why does it do that? Can you go away, white bar? Dragon Ball villain. Yeah, I definitely want to cover more Dragon Ball villains, for sure. I need to get these questions going because they're going to disappear, I guess. Can I make it? Okay. I will cover more Dragon Ball villains. Cell will probably be next. Who is the most heroic villain you have covered? Ask me because I'm... Ah, Wonder. The most benevolent character. I don't know. No. I don't want the questions to disappear, Shroom. I'll have to get back to you on that one. What is my New Year resolution? I don't really do New Year's resolutions because I feel like if you're gonna change, you shouldn't make like I'm gonna change when the year changes. Like if you want to make a change, make a change. And it just so happens that I'll be less busy coming into this year, so I have a lot of plans, but to like work out more when this is better. And eat better and things like that, but it more so, it's not necessarily a New Year's resolution so much as it is when the new year turns over, my schedule is gonna free up a lot. So I got a few things I want to get done. I want to eat better. I want to work out more. I got new video ideas that I want to get out, which I'm gonna try in January. So you guys will see some different types of content from me. Still evil focused, villain focused, but different types of videos. I'm looking forward to getting out this year. Can you maybe change up the thumbnail title style to the original style? I much prefer the old letters style than the new style. Oh, and you asked me this on Discord, and I remember you asking me this, and I have no idea what you're talking about. We're gonna look right now, because I have no idea what you mean. So that's what they used to look like. I mean, I didn't do the outline on that one, but what it used to look like. And what's the difference now? Let me do this. I mean, as you guys can see, I've been doing the thumbnail testing feature. I know, clickbait is clickbait. It's not everybody's cup of tea, nor mine necessarily, but the channel's been experiencing a downtrend lately, and I'm assuming a lot of that has to do with algorithmic changes that YouTube has made. But it's kind of like what's a good analogy? It's like a business. Any business, sales are down. Let's in this case, views are sales. So what do? Do I keep doing the same thing, or do I try and change things up a little bit to see if that improves sales? Are people not liking my burgers anymore? So I need to add a new ingredient. So I use the thumbnail, and the thumbnail testing tool tells me whether or not that works, because I don't know if you guys are aware of this feature, but on YouTube there is a thumbnail comparison tool. You can put 3 different kinds of thumbnails on a video and run a test. And at the end of the test, whichever percentage, if more viewers went to thumbnail A, for example, then thumbnail A will be set on your video. So I'm testing 3 different thumbnails right now. One's my traditional one. 2 of them are clickbaitier thumbnails. And whichever wins will be the default. I did that with Come and See too, and my default one ended up winning, so I put that one. But as far as the text goes, what do you mean here? I got 2 tabs open. Okay, I see what you mean here, and I'll tell you why it's different and why I am not going to be going back to doing these ones. The difference here is when I was a new baby YouTuber, I didn't know how to use Photoshop. So I used PhotoJet, which is a free online photo editing tool that gives you the ability to put text and stuff on pictures. If I go like this, Analyzing Evil, me. And I go down to my preferred font, which is Roboto Condensed. On PhotoJet, it looks like that. But now, I've started using Photoshop. And on Photoshop, let me open it. Let's go here. Scarecrow. On Photoshop, this is the same font. This is the same font. This is Roboto Condensed. Same font I used. Why is it saying that it's a problem? Roboto Condensed. Roboto Condensed. It's just that Photoshop handles it a little differently than PhotoJet does. Now, maybe I could like increase the stroke on it a little. Maybe that would make it look oh, maybe that would let's do 10. Still doesn't look the same. So it's the same font. It's a different program. And I can do so much more with Photoshop. I've learned how to use Photoshop now. So I'm not going to go back to using PhotoJet. Sorry, Owen. I understand the sentiment. You know, this is how it used to look. I get it now. I couldn't see it before. Now that I've done a direct comparison between the old and the new, I get it. But for all intents and purposes, it's the same font. It's just different program. I guess I could, you know, make the images that I want to make in Photoshop, you know, take this off, export the image, upload it to PhotoJet, and put this text on it so it looks the same. But that's like an extra step that I don't really feel I need to do, especially since you're the only one so far that I've heard make this comparison. Anybody else have a huge problem with it? I mean, if you guys, I'm not saying you're right, Owen. It's different. So it's different. But if you guys think it's a huge problem, I can change it. I don't know. Is it? Let me know. I'll look at the chat as I continue to answer questions. Will Harry Powell from Night of the Hunters have his day? Yes, he will. He sure will, Jacob. And have I seen Fargo past season 1? Not yet. I do want to watch the rest of that show, though. You know what? I'm going to make that my next watch for when I'm cooking and stuff. I actually, instead of watching a comfort show, because I told you guys I finished Boardwalk Empire and with The Wire recently, because I love those shows and I was just rewatching them while I like cooked or edited or whatever. I decided to not watch a comfort show. This time I'm watching Mad Men. I've never seen Mad Men before. And so far, I'll be honest, I think I'm in like the middle of season 2. And Don Draper's cool. I've heard a lot of people talk about Don Draper being a really good character, and he is. But I don't know, so far, in the middle of season 2, I'm not like overtly wowed by Mad Men. Maybe it's just not my cup of tea, necessarily. But it's good. It's just not like, oh my god, I can't wait to this is one of my new favorite series ever. I'll rewatch it in the future. Maybe that'll change as I go to the other seasons. But it's pretty much just like, so far, it's just been a show about scummy 50s dudes in advertising who cheat on their wives. And that's the story. Pretty much. So far. So maybe it'll change. But, yeah. Why am I so wide? I don't know. I'm just a big boy. What can I tell you, right? You can do. Yeah, that's true. Hey, maybe I'll do that next time around. I'll tell you what, Owen. Wonder just made a good point. Next time I do a thumbnail for Analyzing Evil, I'll do Analyzing Evil with the Photoshop version and the PhotoJet version and see if people gravitate more towards the PhotoJet. I wish I could just put the PhotoJet version in Photoshop, I guess, but it's the same font. Like I said, I downloaded Roboto Condensed, put it on my computer, and that's how Photoshop handles Roboto Condensed. PhotoJet handles Roboto Condensed differently. The original one was part of the appeal. Notice the difference. I think it's slightly prefer the original. All right. I mean, maybe yeah. I'll run a test or anything. It's funny because until you pointed it out to me, Owen, I didn't notice a difference. Because again, it's the same font in Photoshop. It's Roboto Condensed. It's Roboto Condensed. So I assumed it was pretty much the same. I knew it was a little different. Like I was like, oh, it looks slightly different, but it's pretty much the same. So I didn't think anybody would notice. And now I know that you guys did notice. So I will do a test and see what one turns out better. Don Draper would be in D tier. So far he hasn't done anything that's like evil aside from cheating on his wife, which I don't know if that's even worth ranking him on a list like the one I have. Maybe that changes as the seasons go on, but I'm only in the middle of season 2. So as far as I know, he's he accidentally killed his guy in the sorry, spoilers for Mad Men. It's an old show though, so I don't really feel bad spoiling it. He accidentally killed the real Don Draper. Was responsible for his brother's, not responsible, but his brother like ended his life because like it's implied because of his rejection of him, and then he cheats on his wife. So I don't know if that's worthy of an entire episode just yet, but maybe that'll change. We'll see. Yeah, he stole that dude's identity, but he killed him on accident. Wonder. So I don't know. Identity theft. Is identity theft worthy of an Analyzing Evil episode? Maybe. Maybe it is. Would the Mad King be considered worse than Littlefinger? No. No. Because you can... I don't think... The Mad King isn't responsible for starting He is responsible for starting Robert's Rebellion. But I would wager that more people die in the War of Five Kings than Robert's Rebellion. And the Mad King is insane. You know what I mean? Like, he's the product of centuries of Targaryen incestuous populating, and he has inherited a significant mental illness that has caused him to go insane. And Littlefinger's lucid, so no, the Littlefinger's worse than the man. That is true, No. So No asked, you mentioned that you find covering comedy villains weird, but aren't characters like Judge Doom, Jack Horner, and G1 Megatron comedic folks? They are, but when I mean, so... I mean comedic characters that are like funny all the time. Or their crimes are like you more so brush them off as like a bit, you know? Peter Griffin. I've seen Peter Griffin requested. Peter Griffin is never like trying to be evil. He's just funny. You know, he's doing evil things sometimes, occasionally, because it's funny and it's part of a bit. Judge Doom turns into a monster. Like you see a reveal at the end, he's a genocidal monster. Jack Horner, he's mostly funny the whole time, but he lays out his plan for world domination. G1 Megatron is also like a lighter version. He's comedic in many ways, but he's also trying to be like dictator of the universe. Peter Griffin does slapstick stuff in a Family Guy episode because it serves the bit, you know? So characters like that, where it's like, yeah, they're pretty much just comedic relief all the time. It seems weird to me to like, if I talked about Peter Griffin in a very serious way, you know, analyzing evil, talking in a low tone. If I were gonna do a video on Peter Griffin, which I don't think I ever would, but a character like him, I'd probably lighten up for it, you know? I just don't think it's appropriate for such a, like, it doesn't have to be that deep. It's not that deep, you know? You know what I mean? That's the sentiment, pretty much. What's a villain with a redemption arc you're considering covering? Not sure. I don't know. Quite a few, I'm sure, Brown. I don't have an answer to that. I'm sorry. Ian, that's a good question. How about starting a Sweeney stream again, but with movie nights on Twitch? Maybe. I'm actually, for any Sweeney Hut Juniors that are missing Sweener time, I am considering doing a stream this coming week to talk about the status of the Sweener channel. You'll get an update soon, I promise. Oh, can I show you a script? Yeah, sure. Hold on one second. I don't want to spoil anything that I have in my OneDrive thing. One sec. Okay, so this is the script for Come and See. I put the thing at the beginning, and I mean, the script writing process. If I actually was just talking about this to my wife yesterday, and I've talked about this with some of you, especially on the Sweener channel. I was recently this year diagnosed with ADD, and it answered a lot of questions about myself that I didn't even know were related to ADD. And on the surface, like, I don't seem to have it, but I do. I've been on medication for 6 months now, and I cannot emphasize enough to you guys how much it has improved my life in many ways. That being said, my focus is still not 100% there, and when I'm writing a script, like, I'll start right here, I'll finish these lines, or I'll be in the middle of this line, right? And then I'll say, ooh, I got an idea. I got an idea for, like, the 75% mark. So I'm gonna go write that down. Oh, and maybe I should write this one down. Oh, and then maybe I got an idea for the end, so I'm gonna write it down over here. And so I never write, like, start to end. I start with the beginning, and then I go to the middle, and then maybe I'll go to the end, and then I'll go to the 60% in the script, and I'll go here and there and here, and I jump back and forth and back and forth. And so it's fun to learn stuff about yourself, I guess. How did they diagnose it? Was I spent a lot of time with a therapist and a psychiatrist. That's how. So it's it's changed my life too, Glob. Oh, Glob, I'm Glob and B. Nice to see you here. But the biggest thing for me is mood. My mood has improved significantly since I started taking ADD medication. I used to have, like, a lot of anxiety a lot of the time. I'd get depressed sometimes, and I actually had some pretty bad anger issues in that, like, outbursts. Like, when I would get frustrated, I had the propensity to, like, yell a lot. And ever since I've started to take the medication, I haven't been depressed once. I get anxious seldomly, and I'm rarely, if ever, angry. And I think all those emotions were coming from, like, a just scatterbrained frustration overwhelming me. And it's just really calmed down my thoughts, and because what it's like to be, how to describe ADD, I think, because I think a lot of people have this view of it as, you're hyper and you're all the place. Oh, I'm over here and I'm over there and I'm doing this and I'm doing that and I'm crazy. I'm going all over. That's like the stereotype of it, right? But the best way for me, I think, to describe it is it never shuts up. It's always going. And it's always going in different places. Your brain, you could be reading a book, but then you're thinking about a movie, and then you're thinking about dinner tomorrow, and you're thinking about breakfast, and you're thinking about the clothes you gotta wash, and you're thinking about work, and then this, and that, and this, and that, and this, and it just keeps going and going and going, and it never stops. And now that I've taken the medication, it's still like that, but I can think without 1,000 things going through my head at the same time. And, yeah, it's better. So I tried, so my psychiatrist was very good, and she started me with Adderall, and that made me feel, like, strange in some ways. and now I'm on what is it? Dimethylphenhidrate or something? Let me let me see what the I have the generic version. Let me see what the brand name's called. I'll know the brand name when I What is it? Methylphenhidrate? Is that it? Methylphenidate. No. Man. You know what? I'm gonna look because I wanna give you an accurate thing here. I think it might be in my text or something. Hold on. I'm gonna go look because I want to tell you. So it's dexmethylphenidate, but the brand name is Focalin. That's what it is, Focalin. That's what I'm on. Oh, spilled a little bit. But yeah, changed my life in a lot of ways. I'm grateful for it. And Ian. Yes, Ian sent me the questionnaire, and which is what convinced me to go and get checked and get it confirmed. So that was nice. It's good. I mean, self-diagnosis, I never recommend that anybody do that. But if you're having problems, go to a doctor. You know? I know a lot of people that don't go to doctors, they refuse to, and I don't know if it's because of my mom or what have you, but I've never had a problem going to the doctor. Something's wrong with me, I go to the doctor, you know? Because I don't know. I can look it up and try and figure out what's going on with me. But an expert's going to know better than I do. So go to the doctor. If you have a problem, they can figure it out for you and maybe help you out. And it happened to me. So yeah, anyway. More questions? More questions? Oh, we were talking about the script. I was... my brain. So yeah, when I write a script, it's very scattered. And anything I do, it's very scattered. If I have to build a shelf, if I have to cook a meal, and it says do this, this, and this first, I'll jump around. So the same thing with script writing. But I keep the font big like this, so I can read it better when I'm writing. And when I'm recording especially, I don't want tiny scripts, so I have to, do that. Excuse me, hiccups. When I'm recording. But, and I don't do sections. I don't know why. Like, most people, break their stuff up in paragraphs. But I just go. This is how all my scripts look. I write till the end. And it's all one big blob. And I get it done. And the thing with the scripts is a lot of the times when I'm writing a script, you write something down and it sounds better written down than it does out loud. So I might start narrating like this, for example, and decide that these 3 or 4 words don't work together well when I say them. So I'll change a word, So the script is... There's usually a few changes made mid-recording session to the script, but this is what it looks like. A big old blob. That's how I write my stuff. I'm a professional. This is how I professionally do it. College professors hate this one trick. But yeah, that's what they look like. Have a good night, No. Thank you for staying as long as you did. Yeah, managing the ADD will impact your creative tendencies. It did slightly, Aldo, but not enough to make like a huge impact on my creativity. And I did notice like my creativity go down a tad, but the benefits are great. They're great. You tend to make sections. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a section guy. I just go. I just go until it's done, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's it, Aldo. Maybe that's why I do it. Maybe I just go because I'm just thinking, like, I want to get my thoughts done. I don't want to think about having to organize it into a thing because it's mine, you know? And it'd be different. It'd be different if I was, like, writing an essay for people to read, you know? Like, if I was going to submit an essay to you or my book, for example, like, which I've started to work on. Wait! Or my book, which I've started to work on a tad more. You know, I'm writing it like a book. Because it's a book, you know? It's got to be written like a book. But with something that I'm only going to see. I don't care what it looks like. You guys never see the script. You hear the script. So, yeah, that's how I do it. Not at all, Ian. How you took the notes was cool, but I wouldn't change up how I take them. You know, yours look good. It looked nice. But again, I don't know. You know, there's technically a right way to take notes. You know, if you go to school, like in school, your professors are going to tell you take notes like this and whatnot. So I guess there's technically a right way to take notes, but I don't know. I do it my way. I kind of do a lot of things like that. Like, I don't know how to type properly. I just type how I type. I guess I've always been like that. Like, I got a certain way of doing things. It might not necessarily be the right way, but it's the way I do it, and it works, you know? So, if it works, it works. If you ever did an Analyzing Good series, who would you start with first? Bilbo Baggins. The Hobbit is my favorite book of all time, and I love Bilbo as a hero, and I would start on Bilbo. Oh yeah, no, so Palomo, ADD is different for everybody. You know, everybody will experience things differently. You know, just like even depression or anything. Not one person's depression isn't the same as another person's depression. So your ADD experience might be different than how it is. You handpeck with typing? No, it's interesting. Like, if I were to type right now, like, let me just, like, I don't know. Let me go to, like, the search bar, I guess. And I type. I don't peck. I have, like, take the damn brace off for a second. You know, this is another reason why I keep hurting my thumb is because I take this thing off sometimes. But let me see. I type. Let's see. It's not pecking. I want to go to the store today and pick up a few things that I need for dinner. So I have my left hand pretty much always on the left hemisphere of the keyboard. And then my right hand is kind of like free-form going around in different spots. So I still type relatively well. You know, I can type fast. I can type whatever you need me to at a reasonable pace. It's just my hands aren't on QWER, you know, what is it? UIOP. I don't place them there. They're just where I found is most comfortable for me. So, yeah. Where'd it go? There it is. Boom. I did it my way, like Frank Sinatra, that's right. I thought it was both, Lost Horizons. I thought ADHD and ADD were two different things. Like, the hyperactive, not everyone has the hyperactive component, so some people have ADD and some people have ADHD, but I could be wrong about that. Well, maybe you do have OCD, Ian. It could be. I definitely don't have OCD. I'll tell you that right now. I definitely don't have OCD. I'm not very organized. I just do stuff, and doesn't matter how it's organized as long as I get it done, you know? Do I need to look at the keyboard? No, I don't need to look at the keyboard at all to type. I just type. And I figured out what's most comfortable for me. How many more Middle-earth characters do you think you can do episodes on? Good question. I know Saruman, Wormtongue, maybe Wormtongue. Wormtongue, yeah, probably Wormtongue. Smaug. And it's like I could do them on like the Witch King or the Nazgul, but they don't talk. The Sauron doesn't really talk either. I don't know. I feel like there's a few, but definitely Saruman, Wormtongue, and Saruman. What did I just say? Saruman, Wormtongue, and Smaug, for sure. But I don't know outside of those. Not entirely sure. Oh, okay, Lost Horizons. Good to know. Thank you for letting me know. What made Aku rank higher than Morgoth? I don't think I saw why. You from Utah by chance? I asked because I'm from there. Because I ranked Aku as number 1 because he is the personification of evil, like Morgoth and the other characters below him. However, he had influence over more people, more planets and stuff like that. So I decided that Aku is a more evil manifestation of evil, just because we know that in his universe, he had influence over more people. That's my reasoning for it. And I'm not from Utah. I'm close, though. I'm from Nevada. Nevada. Very close to each other. Would you consider Skylar White from Breaking Bad evil and anti-villain, or just unlikable? Just unlikable. I mean, if anything, she's like evil as an accomplice to Walt. Like, yeah, sort of evil, but more so unlikable. Yeah, you can argue she's evil in a way for helping Walt later on, but yeah, most people just don't like her. Aku has a Googleplex economy. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point, Aldo. They're channeled in different parts. OCD is more hyper-focused, whereas ADHD is more unfocused, you know? that's a good point. Do you have any favorite style of villains? Yeah, I love Dark Lords. Dark Lords and Dark Lords is definitely first, but then morally gray, like more so gray characters. Ones where you can like see the justifications for what they do, but know that they're horrible in the end. Those are my 2 favorites. Oh, smoking while pregnant? Yeah, that's a big one. I can see people being at it for that, and they should be. Which tier do you think holds the best roster of villains? Ooh, that's a good question. Let's see. Maybe? Hey. I'm an old man. Is this MySpace? AOL. Best roster, which tier? I mean, personally, S Plus has got my Dark Lords. So I like this S Plus lineup. A lot of these characters I love seeing in action, you know. But if I were gonna pick another one, it'd either be A Plus or A. Maybe A. A or S Plus. Or no, A Plus or S. Sorry, A Plus or S. So S Plus or A Plus. This is my I think has the best roster. And of course, purple tier. Supreme Dark Lord of the Multiverse. Can't leave him out. Have I watched Fooly Cooly? You're damn right I have this. Oh man, Fooly Cooly. So, Fooly Cooly is a great show. And it's great if you watch it today and if you've never seen it before. But I swear to God, Everyone I talked to who watched Foolie Cooley when it was on Adult Swim back in the day, it was like this. It was like a mysterious show. It was like you could catch Foolie Cooley if you could just somehow stay up till 2 in the morning and catch like bits of an episode here and there. And like, you never got to see the whole thing, but you loved it regardless because it was so cool. And you didn't know what the hell was going on because you were like 8 years old. And it was great. Catching Foolie Cooley at 2 in the morning on Adult Swim. I love Foolie Cooley. Love Foolie Cooley. Ains fits all that criteria. Who's Ains, El Augusto? Is Palp still my favorite? Yeah, I love Palpatine. Oh, I can do it with the program. Hold on. Where is it? Elgato Camera Hub. Ta-da! That's my guy. He's always right behind me. Oop. How do you think an interaction between Gus Fring and Stringer Bell go? I think they get along real well. Ooh, I think they'd be friends and they'd like take over the world, man. Both of those guys together. Stringer's ambition to be a businessman and then Gus's like business acumen. Stringer is like Gus Fring's apprentice. Hot damn. That would be something else. That would be something else. I watched it and I loved it and I bought Foolie Cooley Omnibus. Nice. Good, Tess. Good to hear. Oh, the Pirate King Elda. I see. Did I get a different camera? I did get a different camera, yes. And I haven't quite figured out the particulars of it. So, sorry if it looks low. How do you think interaction... Oh, no. Also, one here. I want to elaborate more on one thing related to the idea of adding more tiers. I think it'll let me fit it all. What were you talking about with the tiers, Wonder? What did you want to add? Tell me in the chat. Chat will let you add. What's my most anticipated movie next year? I haven't actually bothered to look at movies coming out next year. Hold on. Let me see. I'll tell you right now. Movies coming out in 2026. Let's see. What's my most anticipated movie for next year? Oh, Dune Part 3 is up there. Dune Part 3. Oh, they're making another Silent Hill movie? I know a lot of people think the first Silent Hill movie they made sucked, and it did in some ways, but I really like that one. I want to see that. Iron Lung, the Markiplier Iron Lung movie, that should be pretty cool. Another Pinocchio movie? Pinocchio Unstrung. Okay, a Pinocchio horror movie? I guess I gotta see that. Street Fighter? As a camp fest, I'm looking forward to that one, I guess. Shrek 5, not looking forward to that, really. What else? What else we got here? I'm interested to see if the Odyssey turns out alright. Supergirl should be cool. Another Scream movie? That might be alright. All the ones I just said. That's a cool looking poster. What is this? Like, oh, Clayface. Clayface movie. That might be fun. Yeah. Alright. Close. Not a big superhero fan, Owen. Like, I do superhero videos for you guys, but they're not my bag, really. I'm not really looking to forward to that new Avengers movie. Is there a fantasy book series you're interested in reading, like Narnia series, others you've heard? Yeah, there's plenty. Like Malazan. I want to read Malazan. That's the one that comes to mind. I love fantasy, but I haven't read that many fantasy series. And I know Malazan's supposed to be really expansive and cool. Oh, I want to watch Malazan, or read Malazan. Yeah, we're still going, Effigy. Welcome back. Nice to see you here. Bleach 1000-Year War. That's cool, Nicholas. Yeah, the Street Fighter movie should be fun. Just, yeah, it should be cool. And did you? Oh, here's the tier thing. Maybe Wonder. Maybe as we get more characters on the list, but I think the tiers the way they are fine right now. But I think down the line there might need to be more of a breakup between tiers. Yeah, we'll see. How many characters are you planning on doing for Nick? I don't know, Kojo. I mean, as many as I can handle. Let's say that. Have I played Expedition 33? Yeah, I did. I played it on the Swinger stream for Triffy's suggestion for his birthday. And it's a really cool game. I haven't finished it yet, though. Peyton, Rebecca De Mornay, the hand. I will check that out, Kojo. Has there ever been a patron/memorable candidate that you wish had won? Yeah, there's a lot of times. There's too many to count, I would say. Everyone talks about that Emperor Bellos character, and I really want to get into that regardless of whether or not the patrons pick it. But he comes up frequently on the polls for the patrons and members as like a popular pick. Like, if he doesn't get picked, but it'll usually be in like the top 5, and I want to see what all the hype's about. 10 fictional villains that you're very afraid of to meet in real life. I mean, I could just go down S tier, S+ tier. All the horror ones: Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Nosferatu, Pinhead, all of the above, man. Get them away from me. Jason Wynn and Billy Kincaid from Tom Cruise. Okay, thank you, Kojo. Have you ever seen The Warriors? Yeah, I have. The Warriors is cool. Love The Warriors Retribution. My parents had an emergency, so sadly I missed the stream. That's all right, Gord. I'm glad you could come in here at the end and participate a little bit. Hope your parents are okay. Anyways, Vali, what are your New Year's resolutions for next year coming up? Those are good resolutions. I'm trying to eat better and work out as well, and get more content out, different types of content. That's what I'm looking for. For the William Afton video, will you also cover Matthew Lillard? Yeah, I will. Yes, I'm gonna cover Matthew Lillard's version of Afton for the FNAF movie. I've seen the first one, but I haven't seen the second one yet. If you were to write a villain for a story, what archetype would they be? Well, I am writing a story, and I do have a villain. I'm not gonna tell you what they're gonna be. That would spoil it. But you'll see someday. Why do you think people love villains more than heroes? Some people love villains more than heroes. Some people love heroes more than villains. On the whole, I talked about this. Someone asked me a question on Discord about why the media glorifies like killers more so than they do like heroes in movies and stuff. And it's not that like the media glorifies killers, and the same logic applies to why people tend to gravitate towards villains sometimes. It's not that they like villains necessarily. Like, you wouldn't like to see a villain you love in front of your face because they're probably going to kill you, you know? But villains are intriguing and evildoers are intriguing because they're the anomaly. As much as there's a lot of evil in the world, most people are good, you know? You're not out there every day seeing a villain, an evildoer. You're not sitting next to him. You could be, but you're not sitting next to a murderer every day. So when you see a murderer, it's something anomalous and interesting because it is an anomaly. Another good analogy is like if you go out between noon and 5 p.m. and 100 people say, "Hi, how are you?" You're not going to remember any one of those people saying, "Hi, how are you?" But if between noon and 5, if one person says, "Hey, ugly, why don't you get off the street?" you're going to remember that guy because he's the anomaly. You're not going to remember the 100 people that said, "Hi, how are you?" but you remember the guy who called you ugly because it's different, you know? So I think that would be why. Favorite video game villain? Probably like Yevon or Ganondorf. Yeah, it should be good, Effigy. I think you'll like it. Shockingly good show. That's good to hear. You too, Owen. Thank you for staying as long as you did. Yes, welcome back, Elijah. It does have that potential, Nicholas. We'll see how it goes. Heroes are interesting because they're underdogs. That's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Do people have to be aware of their evil to truly be evil? No, not necessarily. It's all case by case basis. Although if it's someone's not aware of how the harm they're causing, they could be evil, they could not be. It just depends. You'd have to give me an example of a character. Oh, I know he is, Nicholas. I know. Yeah, exactly, Senwa. They're rarer and more memorable. Exactly. Let's see here. Oh, no. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna try and rapid fire here because I do have to go make dinner soon. I am the cook in my house, so I will try to answer these questions as all of them if I can. Where am I? Didn't you add a tier for war genocide? Do you think I add another tier for other concepts somewhere? Maybe, if I feel it's appropriate, Daryl. That one's just that one's quite hefty, and it deserves to be considered one of the worst things that can ever, or if not it is the worst thing that can happen to people. But yeah, maybe. How's my cat doing? Great. He's actually doing a lot better, and so is my dog, who also... That's another thing that happened to me this year. Last month, we took our dog to the vet, and she's old. I mean, she's 11 now. She's a German Shepherd, and they usually don't live much longer than that, but she had a massive lump underneath her throat, and we thought she had cancer. But she's doing a lot better now, and I think it might have just been an infection. Hopefully. But it was like a baseball-sized lump, and it's crazy that it's completely gone now. Analyzing even Bill Gates? No, thank you. Since you're ranking Why? Go away. Since you're ranking companies and have Logan on the list, can you rank though? I haven't... So I didn't talk about Waystar Royco. If I did a video on Waystar Royco, then I would rank it. It's been a while since I've watched Succession, so I couldn't give you an accurate ranking right now, but if I ever do a video on it, I will. I don't remember. It's Chris. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen Gone Girl. I'd have to either watch the movie again or go back to why I ranked her where she is. If you want to find that out, go and watch the Great Reshuffling stream or watch the original tier list video I made where I ranked Amy Dunn. Did you despise Palpatine's depiction? Nah, so I am bored asked, did you despise Palpatine's depiction in Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker? I'm such a Palpatine superfan, and I've said this before. I'm such a Palpatine superfan that... Okay, Rise of Skywalker, not a great movie. Palpatine, I don't care. I don't care if you shoehorn Palpatine into every Star Wars story for the rest of time, because I love him that much. If you made a movie where it was Palpatine taking shit from a bucket and putting it in another bucket from 2 hours, I would consider that movie one of the greatest of all time, just because he's in it. So, I'm not mad. Somehow he returned? Great. As long as he's back, that's good with me. Like, bring my boy back any way you can. And so, yeah, that's how I am. That's how I am with Palpatine. Let's see. Most of life's kills are justified in his eyes and for a selfless cause. That is true, Dark Jar Jar. Yellow Jackets, to elaborate on my question earlier. High school girls soccer team trapped in the Canadian wilderness. A lot of Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll have to check that out, Chris. Yellow Jackets. All right. Even though Aku is the embodiment of evil on a larger scope, does his ability to not be as bad as he could be make him not as bad as Morgoth, who has a smaller scope but acts untrained? I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think so. I think he's... What he is and his scale makes him pretty damn bad, in my view. Now, Cersei is an S+ her environment. Since she was born, there's a lot of emphasis on how she become. Again, you guys keep asking about, like, I might skip these questions. Sorry, I know you asked them and you want answers to them. But if you want to know why I placed the character where they are, I don't want to spend this question time reviewing that, because if you want to find that out, you can go back to a previous video, scroll on the time, the timestamp to where you see Cersei isn't on the list, and then all of a sudden she's there, and hear my reasoning and figure it out there. Thank you for the $2.99, Shadow Dante. Happy New Year's to you too as well. Virgil from Devil May Cry, I'm assuming you're asking. I haven't played much Devil May Cry, so I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry, but Happy New Year to you as well. Mitch Leary from The Line of Fire would be a great character analysis. I will take your word for it, J City. Thank you for the recommendation. Do I think about covering the GTA series? Yes, and I will be covering GTA 4 soonish. Would covering a Dark Souls or Elden Ring villain be difficult considering how vague and ambiguous certain parts of the lore is? Sure is. That's why I'm doing these research streams that are going to take me months. And figure out how I'm going to cover it. It's going to be very tough, but I'm going to get it done. Favorite Hunter x Hunter villains? Meruem, Hisoka, Crollo. Crollo? Yeah, Crollo. And, you know, someone else, I'm sure. But those three for sure. Have I watched Power? I don't think so. I've never watched something called Power. And, I believe, that's the best question asked so far. And. Thank you, I am bored. Do you think about covering the Manhunt games by Rockstar? I've seen recommendations. Yeah, I'll cover them eventually. But I consider Grand Zeno evil. I feel like this might be somewhat similar to when you covered Abraxas from Late Night of the Devil. In a sense, Senwa, in a sense, it's hard because he's God. You know, he can do whatever he wants. So, maybe, in some ways. I would like to see his story play out a little more. Because at this point, it's like, it could go either way. Do you feel people misinterpret tragic villain backstories just because some have tragedy? Tragedies are explanation legend. Yes. No. Yeah, no. I don't know. Maybe people misinterpret it. I don't know if they do it often. But, no. I've said it 1,000 times in videos, and I'll say it 1,000 times again. A tragic backstory is not an excuse for evil actions or a justification. It is an explanation. Why did this person do what they did? Well, here's all this tragedy in their backstory, and it tells you why. And you can sympathize with the fact that they're a person who had to go through a bunch of tragedy, but at the end of the day, it does not excuse their actions. Favorite villain character? Palpatine. I've talked about that. Did you watch any? Yep, I've seen the first FNAF movie. Favorite villain archetype besides Dark Lords? Favorite villain character design and villain theme? As a morally gray villain, like gray-ish evildoers, where they're like they got some justifications for their actions. I like those characters a lot. Favorite villain character design? Not sure. I got quite a few for that, but my favorite villain theme is Davy Jones' theme. Will Star Wars videos include Abeloth? It sure will, Super. What makes Wrath your favorite member of the Homunculi aside from Father? He's cool. I love old man characters. Like I don't know, I just like old man characters. I like seasoned, like gruff old men, like Netero from Hunter x Hunter. We just talked about Hunter x Hunter. I love Netero. So when they're like older and they got like this aura, this gravitas, I love the older dude type characters. So I think Wrath's characterization is just really cool. Have you ever heard of Lord Gamadon from Ninjago? I have not. I don't know if this question worked last time, but have you ever watched Stranger Things? I have, yes. I saw the first 2 or 3 seasons. Favorite villain from song lyrics? I don't know. I don't listen to that much music. I don't know there were villains in song lyrics. Lou considered Stalin the most evil man in history, so where would he and his German guy? Oh, they'd be at the top of S+, Senwa, just because they're real. For sure. If not in the war tier with like they were real, so they're worse, you know? Favorite Disney Plus villain? I don't know. I haven't watched that much Disney Plus stuff. Have I made a video on Dagoth Ur? Not yet. Eventually, someday. Well, I play Dispatch. Don't know what that is, so if it's a shooter, probably not. Have you ever seen or want to see the Blacklist? Oh, yeah, I have. I started watching Blacklist, and I stopped watching it because it annoyed me. I'm on, like, season 5? Wait, no. I don't know how many seasons of Blacklist there are. There's a lot. But I've watched a lot of Blacklist, and I'm like, just tell me if she's his daughter. Confirm it. Stop wish-washing. It just started annoying me. And I like Raymond Reddington, but man, that show got annoying. I'm sure I'll finish it someday, but I'm just like, all right, I need to watch something else. This is pissing me off. I think I got to the part where like they just finished the whole fiasco with like the skeleton in the suitcase, and it's like they brought back like, you're not actually her dad, are you? And I'm like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, you just said it, that he was her dad, like, last season, and I was like, great. It's going good. I like that he's her dad. I'm glad you confirmed it. And now he's not. And I'm like, oh man, I'll come back to this. I like you, Raymond, but this is pissing me off a little bit. So I'll finish it eventually. What about Gregor Clegane? Yes, Gregor Clegane for sure, Sherlock. Will comedic villains in those light novel videos be on the tier list? Probably not, Super. Would you consider someone like Kratos evil? Morally gray. Morally gray for Kratos. John Wick's interesting because it's like he's the hero in that story, but he's like not really a hero when you think about it. He's a former gangster, but then he kills like other gangsters. He doesn't really kill innocents. I don't know. John Wick's an interesting one. He's like morally gray, bordering on maybe not so gray sometimes. Opinions on Villains Wiki? I don't use it, so it's there. It exists. I'm sure it's good. After rewatching the Eureka 7 show, would you consider to analyze Do We Know Back? I saw Eureka 7 on Adult Swim a long time ago, but I never watched the whole thing. But my motto is always, if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually, so if it's requested enough, sure. Eureka 7, what a blast from the past. Do you have any idea of creating a polar channel named Yeah, potentially, but I'm not doing Analyzing Good anytime soon. Wondershroom in the chat here does a series called Analyzing Benevolence, though, if you want to check something out like that, if you've been itching for some Analyzing Good. What is the word count, average word count for one of your scripts? I don't have an average because I just write till I'm done. So whenever I feel the script is done, that's how many words it is. I can tell you like a 4,000 word script is like a 25-minute video-ish, usually, if not a little longer. Have you seen the film Dread from 2012? I have not. I'll take your word for it on Mama, though. How would you cover Lovecraft? Don't know. I'd have to read the stories and figure that out. Heard you watch Eureka 7 long ago, but if you rewatched the show and after that... Oh, it's the same question. Right? Yeah. Okay. Which video did you feel the most in the zone where you wrote about having minis? Oh, it was Everything Everywhere All at Once, just because I resonated heavily with like its themes and messaging and experienced a lot of the things that it was talking about, like generational trauma kind of stuff. So I was writing that and I was like, holy hell, I remember this. So I just started writing and got it done real quick because it just resonated with me. Which villain was the most fun to work on? Oh, Palpatine. Palpatine for sure. Would you analyze a comedy villain as the April Fool for April Fool's Day? Do a poll. I mean, I would. I don't have to do a poll. I definitely would, Jay. Which villain on the tier list do you want to enjoy? I never saw the absolute appeal of. None of them. So far, I've liked every character or story that they've appeared in to some degree. Again, maybe some of the Scream characters, like from the 3rd or 4th or 5th movie or whatever, I don't really care about them that much. But I like all the stories that I've been exposed to so far. Whoa. Okay. April Fool's on Patrick Star. Sure. Maybe someday. Got any Riz tips for the handsome young men out there? Yeah. I guess. Not to toot my own horn, I guess, but I've never had a problem with women. So just being more, like being yourself, but showing yourself to a prospective partner, and being passionate about who you are and what you like, and also being interested in them are the best ways to like attract someone, you know? What are you like? What do you like? I like so-and-so, what you have on, what do you like to do? Really listen, ask questions about what they like to do. And when they ask you about things you like to do, you be passionate about it, because as much as they want you to be interested in them, and you should be, like you should genuinely want to be interested, they also want to be interested in you. So make yourself interesting, you know? Play to your strengths. If you feel like girls don't approach you because you're ugly, well, why do you think you're ugly? Do you think you're ugly because you're just naturally ugly? Or is that not true? And there's things you could do to improve your appearance? Maybe buy some new clothes, get a haircut, grow some facial hair, shave your facial hair, put on some muscle, lose some muscle, what have you. And yeah, and don't expect anything from anyone. Nobody owes you anything. No woman owes you their affection. They don't owe you. They're not obligated to entertain you just because you like them. And if you get rejected, it's just a no. On to the next one, you know? Rejection happens, and sometimes it doesn't work out. But there's always someone else it could work out with down the line. You know? I hope that was helpful. How's your Christmas going? Good. It was a good Christmas. I enjoyed it very much. If you watch Naruto or you cover Naruto villains, I will cover Naruto villains in the future for sure. If a fictional villain who was born from the streets and always kills people and doesn't care what disorder that call. Antisocial personality disorder, most likely. Is this tier list publicly available to look through on the Tiermaker website? It should be. If not, here. It should be. I know I can give you like the link and you can do it. Whoops. Let me refresh. That was my typing thing I did. Hey, go away. Go away. I don't know how to tell if it's public. I'm sure it is though. And I can do... Wait. I'll have to pop the chat back in. That I'll put the link in the description. So in the description of the stream, you can find it. When you guys want to do your own list. My characters. By any chance would you consider analyzing Stan from the Eminem song? Sure. Yes, people have asked me to do music songs. People asked me to do songs before. So I'd consider it for sure. Do you think Bricktop would work well with Frank Costello? Probably, yeah. If you watch Kill la Kill, are you going to cover Ragyo Kyrian? I haven't seen it yet, but if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. That's my motto, so yeah. Sure, Skeletor could use one Kojo, why not? He's like a Megatron type character, though, I'm pretty sure. Oh, new question. What character do you know nothing about that you're most interested in covering? Emperor Bellows. I know nothing about the Owl House. Nothing at all. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what the story's like. I don't know if it's fantasy or if it's sci-fi or whatever. But I want to know. So, what's something really obscure you want to cover somewhat soon? Yeah, House of Leaves. That's the only one I can really think of. I don't know anything much more obscure than that, I guess. Yeah, every June and December is what it's going to be, General Shepard, from now on. If you watch Beyblade series, are you going to cover Beyblade? Yeah. If I have enough requests, I will. Who's your favorite female villain of all time? Mine is Nancy Downs. Nancy Downs is one I see requested a lot. I'll get to her eventually. But Annie Wilkes is really cool. Amy Dunn's cool. I think Amy Dunn or Annie Wilkes. Would you consider analyzing the violent Red Dead Redemption characters? Yeah, sure would. I sure would, it's Chris. Favorite animated villain character? Animated? So not anime? Animated? I don't know. I can tell you, though, that one of my favorite animated shows of all time is Courage the Cowardly Dog. I guess I don't really absorb villains from animated shows too much. I'd have to really think about that one and give it some thought. But I'm trying to finish all these questions. So, maybe I'll tell you at some other date. Blue Ninian. Top 5 favorite movies? The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Revenge of the Sith. Tetsuo the Iron Man. Animals Are Beautiful People. And there's one more. Oh, I guess Goodfellas. Or Casino. Or The Godfather. One of those. But yeah. Do you think main heroes will make better villains in anime and manga? Like Naruto, for example. He was treated like a monster. They can sometimes, Crimson. It depends on the story. I think Naruto was better as a hero than he would have been as a villain. Is Johann Liebert the best manipulative villain out there, or do you have another one in mind? Manipulative villain? Master of manipulation. There's a character I feel like I covered recently who was like a master manipulator. Peter Baelish is pretty good at manipulation. I don't know. I feel like there's some out there that are maybe better than Johann, but Johann's great. What are my thoughts about Isaac Westcott from Data Live? I've never seen it, Shroob, so I don't know. Or read it, or whatever it is. Which remaster are you most looking forward to? Final Fantasy X, yes. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most. Because Final Fantasy X is my favorite game of all time. If you were a villain, what would your motivation be? I don't know. I don't have any evil goals in mind, so I couldn't tell you. Question, do you think that shows nowadays have slower pace than older shows? I heard some people say that. Yes. Yes. Kinda. I think it depends. I think some do and some don't. I don't know. Not every show is made equally. I think... what favorite villain archetype is underrated and which should be created more? I don't know. I feel like there's all villain archetypes have plenty of characters in them. Maybe you guys could tell me some lesser like villains who are part of an archetype that isn't very expansive, and I can give you my thoughts on that. You will do other videos of... Will you do other videos of Attack on Titan? Yeah, probably, Eddie. Ignoring the interpretation of him being the devil, where would George Holden be exactly? Probably high S, if not low S+. Are you going to plan to have 2 or more videos on April's Fools? Probably not. Probably just 1. John Wick is similar to Beatrix and Kill Bill, both are the hero and villain of the story. Yeah, that's true, J-City. Have I ever tried analyzing myself? Every day. Every day. No. I mean, yeah, I know my faults and strengths. Things that I've done that are not so great, you know? I shouldn't say all people have done something evil. And I don't even think I've done something evil. But I've, like, done bad things. And I regret them. So, yeah. There's a question from a user, but they left the stream, so I'll ask. They believe greed is more evil than ideology, but isn't avarice philosophy too? It depends. Greed drives a lot of evil, but I don't know. I think on the whole, like at this point in history, maybe before the 20th century, you could have said that. Like greed caused more evil than ideology, because a lot of, like, for example, Genghis Khan, his conquests, you could call that greed, you know, because he was like, I'm going to be king of the world. It wasn't necessarily an ideology. It was like, I'm going to possess everything. Even then, that might be pushing it. But the 20th century kind of proved how horrible ideology can be as far as committing evil goes. So, yeah, I think ideology wins out now. Who would win in a one-on-one duel, Palpatine or Frieza? Frieza. What's your opinion on Palpatine's actor saying Palpatine is worse than the devil because the devil was at least good at one point? You're not far off. You're not far off. No! On AFL, I agree. How many minutes do you take time and effort to make these videos? It depends. I mean, if I'm really vibing with the script, like, and it's a movie, for example, which is the easiest to do, I could have a script done in 2 hours or less. Recording always takes me a while just because recording's hard. So I would say the low end of video in total would take me, the least amount of time a video could take me is like 6 to 8 hours, but it's usually a lot more than that. In a gang consisting of Bricktop, Clarence Boddicker, Lil Zay, and Marla Stanfield, who would be the leader? They'd all kill each other. There's no scenario where any one of those 4 would, like, accept the other as a leader. One would kill one until 3 were left, and then when 2 were left, the other 2 would kill each other. Do you really believe in good and bad in nature? I do not. I don't believe in good and bad in nature. And I don't think I've ever claimed to. I think good and evil are products of sapient life. And they are defined by what we define evil to be. That being said, there are certain things that I believe, while not totally being objectively evil, because morality will always be subjective. But if 99.9% of people can agree that something is evil, yes, it's technically subjective, but it's nearly objective at that point, because who cares about the 0.1%? The example I always like to use is 99.9% of people will tell you Ted Bundy was evil. 0.1% might tell you he wasn't, but do you really care about the opinion of the 0.1%? Does their opinion change the fact that Ted Bundy was evil at all, or cause you to think for any second that Ted Bundy wasn't evil. Oh my lord, my dogs. Hold on. Hey! Quit it! Sorry. They were barking at someone. I just put them outside when I went downstairs and they haven't been out in a while, so but she was barking her head off for no reason. Let me see here. Will you cover villains from the Devilman franchise? Yes. I mean, again, if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. Any clue what your schedule is going to look like going forward? Oh my god. I gotta get my dogs in. Sorry guys, one second. I don't even know what she was barking at. She was barking at nothing. Barking her head off. Crazy. Disturbing the neighbors. Ran down there. And I'm out of shape. Remember, I said in this New Year's I want to work out more. One second. I'm almost done here. I think you once said you cover real life villains in history. Yeah. Beria is the one I want to start with. Lavrenti Beria. Any clue what your schedule is going to look like going forward? It should be going back to normal. So I think it'll be normalized soon enough, Christmas. But I'm not too sure what normal is going to look like. I am bored. I think you slandered Mr. Incredible badly in your Syndrome video. Buddy disrupted Bob's job and Bob and others. I mean, that still doesn't change the fact that he handled him a little aggressively. And I don't feel like I called Mr. Incredible a villain. I am bored. He just could have handled it better. That's all I was trying to say. What's the evil in House of Leaves? It's supposed to be like a murder mystery. So, or like it's like a weird house and tape that's causing things to happen. I don't know yet. I have to get through it. I just know like kind of the broad strokes. Are famine, assault, and torture ranked with war and genocide? Around the same. I don't know. I just felt the need to rank war and genocide like that just because I talked about pretty much war being evil in the Come and See video. And ranking Come and See, like, or just the Nazis, I guess. I could have just ranked the Nazis, but yeah, you know that they're evil. So I felt like putting war up there was appropriate. I understand the argument for the top S+. Yeah, exactly. So okay, I got through all the questions. Let me catch one chat. We'll chat for a little longer. I'm gonna end the Q&A though. Thank you for the questions, guys. And let me go ahead and chat with you guys a little longer, and then we'll call it for the day. Oh, the music turned off. Sorry about that. We'll put it back on just for a little bit. What are we talking about here? Yeah, I wonder why YouTube is doing the @ thing now instead of letting you pick your own username. I did see that they started like in other countries. I think they rolled it out in Poland. They're bringing back like the DM feature on YouTube. That's kind of cool. Oh, I have a work in progress home gym, Aldo, so I'm gonna be using that quite a lot. But I can do cardio stuff. I just can't do hand stuff. Now that my schedule's calmed down quite a bit, though, I'm going to start doing some more walking and jogging and running. Those dogs are barking up the wrong YouTube channel. Yeah, no, I yell at them sometimes, but that's the worst they get from me. Just my German Shepherd, she likes to bark. Like, she'll see something in the distance, like someone walking on the hill behind my backyard, and she'll just start barking her head off. And I understand, like, she's trying to protect the house, but it's like, damn, girl, you're gonna get the neighbors knocking on my door if you don't shut up here real quick. Please, get your ass in the house, you know? So yeah, that's what she was doing. Analyzing you on Bowser? Yeah, maybe someday. Bowser is one of the most iconic gaming villains of all time. He sure is, and I would probably do one someday. I'm sorry, Test. Well, if you want to throw him in chat right now, I'll try to answer him best I can. Most heroic villain I've covered. Oh, I saw that shroom, and I don't know. I'd have to like think about it quite a lot, and I'm not entirely sure what the most heroic villain I've covered is. I'd have to put a lot of brain power into that. Amazing digital circus. I've seen a lot of people talk about that, and I want to see that covered. So I'm sure I'll cover that someday. Actually, me and Shroom talked about that. Talked about covering. John Work were to be on this list. Probably. What did my hair look like before I lost it? Do I have a picture accessible? I think I might. Hold on. I think I took on my phone. I don't know if I can show. So I lost my hair when I was 15. So I didn't have the opportunity to, like, I guess you could say, have an adult hairstyle. But from the time I was like 8 to probably 13 or 14, I spiked my hair. And I know I took a picture of me with my mom and put it on my phone. Oh, found it. Okay. I don't know if you guys can tell. You know what? I'll send it to my friend on Discord. And then I'll pull it up on... I'll put it on my computer and pull it up there. Discord. And let me... Then where'd it go? Oh, not a great picture of my mom, but that's my mom, and that's me when I was 12 or 13. Pretty sure I was 12 or 13 in that picture. That's what I used to look like with hair and with a baby beard. How did that happen? My dad went bald when he was 27, and I'm sure I was on that same track. I have a theory that all the gel and hairspray that I used to put in my hair and then I would go to sleep at night without taking a shower might have sped that up a little bit. Might have sped that up a little bit. Let's see. Robotic needs a video? Yeah. Robotic does need a video. I put Aku above Morgoth, Uncle Fred. Which console generation had the strongest collection of video game villains? Maybe like the PS3, Xbox 360 era. I think that one was pretty good. Sometimes the lack of depth does, Rusty, but it doesn't necessarily mean I won't cover someone. It's just like, there's not much to this, so it's not going to be the great video either. I want to make sure you saw this, but regarding your Ted Bundy comment, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah. Yeah, no, it's worth noting for sure, Christmas sake. Yeah, I agree. I'll take this picture off the screen in just a second. Once I get down here. What is the scariest movie you've seen in your opinion? Oh, Threads, because it's about the aftermath of nuclear war. Nuclear war terrifies me, especially the aftermath. Bullshit. Lost Horizon says says bullshit. I'm 44 and you look my age. Full of shit, my dude. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm 32. I was born in 1993. This is when I was 12. I don't know why, but I aged differently, I guess you could say. Maybe it's them Arabian genes. But yeah, this is what I look like. I'm pretty sure I was 12 or 13 in this picture. Maybe 14, but I started losing, and you can see. So this might be 14. Because you can kind of see the receding here. But I think my hairline was always like that. So that's why I think this was 12 or 13, but I can't be too sure. I got my birth certificate right over there if you want me to pull it out and show you when I was born. I'm obviously not going to show you like my details, but I can pull the date up for you if you really want me to. But yeah, that was me. 12, 13, 14, somewhere in that area, because I lost it at 15, so. Young 34? I'm happy. I'm not a young 32. Fire pick, no beard. We got another. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of a no beard pick. I'll go. I'm not lying, my friend. I'm sorry. Not what 12-year-olds look like. I don't know what to tell you. It is. I know for a fact that is what a 12-year-old looks like. Well, it's what I look like. Because if that picture is not when I was 12 or 13, if it was when I was 14, my mom has a picture of me in her room without the goatee, because I did used to shave it off until I started growing it. So it probably was when I was 13 or 14, because my hair looked exactly like that when I was 12, and I used to shave my goatee off. And I know she has that picture sitting on her TV stand in her room. But yeah. Lost, you're dumb. I don't know how to convince you, Lost. There was a kid in middle school when I was 12 and I looked like that, who had a longer beard than I did. His name was Derek, and he had long red hair, and he always wore what's that band? It's like a car engine. It's all, I don't know, but he always used to wear band t-shirts, and he had long red hair, and he had a long chin strap red beard, and it was like longer than mine. It was longer than this beard that I have, but it wasn't as full. But he had a whole beard going down here, and he looked older than I did, and that was in middle school. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I can't take you back in time. If I had my middle school yearbook, which I don't, I guarantee you I'd look exactly the same as in that picture. That was 8th grade, 7th and 8th grade. Why would I lie? So here's the Lost. If you want to tell me that I'm mistaken, maybe I'm mistaken. I might be 14 in that picture. Maybe I'm mistaken, and I'm 14 in that picture. But why would I lie? Somebody in chat asked me to show you a picture, and so I showed it. I didn't show it to you because I wanted to. So what does lying about that give me? What does it do? Does it make me cool? I'm not lying. It's just no, I'm not I'm done, Lost. I'll get you a time machine and you can go back in time. But I guarantee you that is what I looked like when I was 12, 13, and 14. That was how I looked. I'm 5'9" right now. I'm 5'9" right now. And I was 5'9" when I was 10. I reached my full height. When I was 12, I started to grow facial hair. So, I don't know. I aged early. And that's just how I looked when I was younger. So I don't know what to tell you, man. You don't have to believe me, but that's what I look like. I'm a well-known liar. That's what makes me evil. You're right. I'm a well-known liar. I'm a well-known liar. So sorry, guys. I actually knew a kid in middle school that had a fully grown beard. Yeah, no, so did I. So did I. Do I have a growth disorder? I don't know. The doctor never said I did. So, I don't know. Oh, whoops. Maybe I have a growth disorder. I have an early aging disorder. I think I just had more, I think I have, I just have a lot more testosterone, or had a lot more testosterone early on than most kids do. I think my body got a jump start on testosterone early. That's all. And like I said, I looked like that in middle school, but there was another guy in my middle school class. If I had my middle school yearbook, which I don't, my friend Nick from Japan was just here in June, and his mom gave him his middle school yearbook, but I never got one, and we were looking through it. If I had that middle school yearbook, which is a 7th and 8th grade yearbook, it was actually the 8th grade yearbook, I could find a picture of me looking exactly like that, and I could also find a picture of the same guy, of the guy that I'm talking about, who had a longer beard than me. So, I could give you the proof if I had it, the yearbook, but I don't. And again, why would I lie? I have no stake in this argument, I'm just giving you a fact, you know? You had a mortgage in middle school? Well, good for you. You got that house paid off by now? I'm sure you do. Who's my favorite hero? Bilbo Baggins. I love Bilbo Baggins. Okay, lost. We're done. Anyway, anything else anyone wants to talk about? While we're here? While we're discussing stuff? 30 more years. On the mortgage. Goddamn. And he had it in middle school. Samwise is great. I do love Samwise. Analyze Evil, Deltarune, World Route. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, things are looking up. Things are looking up so far. It's been kind of a tumultuous year, but I've been having a good time. I've been having a good time these last few days. Christmas was good, and December's been pretty good so far. Aside from the copyright strike. Please do a Dark Souls 3 randomizer. I already did that test on the other channel, and that was hell. Let me tell you. Favorite anime? It was Paranoia Agent. Favorite movies this year was one of them was what is that one? With Hugh Grant. What was the one with Hugh Grant? Heretic. That was one of my favorites this year. Had your first divorce at 10? You poor bastard. I'm sorry, Lost. That's a young age for a marriage to end. How big is your backlog currently? Oh, I mean, it's infinitely sized, Christmas egg. As many villains as exist, that's how big my backlog is. So, it's crazy. Should we do a rating of Most Evil Baldman? That'd be cool. Baz Musa. Can I do it again? Maybe someday, test. Maybe, but that was hell. I did not like the Dark Souls 3 randomizer. That was not. Which version of Dracula is more evil? I don't know so the thing about Dracula is there's technically like 100 versions of Dracula or more, because Dracula has appeared. Here, I'll give you a thing. I looked this up once. Pieces of media featuring Dracula. Dracula is in all likelihood, Dracula is the most widely adapted character of all time. Dracula, I think it's not unreasonable to claim that Dracula has appeared in more pieces of media than any other character in history. This just right here is 77 movies that Dracula is in, and that's not counting comic books, video games, TV shows. No. Dracula is prolific. I think that's an accurate statement. Dracula has appeared in more things than any other character in history. And that is crazy. But Dracula's an iconic character. He's a fantastic character. 77 movies. And this goes, what? This only goes up to 2012. This only goes up to 2012. So since then, I know there's at least 5 more. Insane. Insane reach that Dracula has. He's in Scooby-Doo. He's in X video game, X comic book. Dracula is a DC character. Dracula, DC wiki. Look at that. Dracula is a DC character. Dracula. Marvel wiki. Dracula. He's a Marvel character. Dracula's everywhere, baby. Dracula's everywhere. He is the most prolific character in all of fiction. I think that's an accurate statement. So I don't know. I don't know what the most evil Dracula is. It could be any of the hundreds that there are out there. Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool that he's in so much stuff. I love Dracula. It's not necessarily a hot take. If it wasn't for you, Dom, it wasn't for you. I liked you, but I could see why someone wouldn't, or why anyone wouldn't like any given show. Your dad wouldn't give you a razor? Shame on your dad. I have not seen One Battle After Another or Begonia. Here's your first steps at 15. Congratulations, one. Sinners, One Battle. Oh, Sinners was great too. Sinners was good. I liked Heretic and Sinners this year. Yeah. What about Blackula? Oh yeah, Blackula, of course. He's another Dracula. Would love to see you cover Jacob's Ladder someday. It's probably the scariest movies I've ever personally seen. Oh yeah, I want to cover that movie someday too. The villain protagonist play this. What moment were you personally repulsed by their behavior? Oh, there's plenty of times when I'm repulsed by villains' behavior, but that's a good one. You know, when Joe framed his wife's sister for murder. Yeah, that's a pretty bad one. The villains are often repulsive. It's rare that I'm not like, oh man, this guy's horrible when I'm making a video, you know. I have not played Half-Life yet. I will someday though. Dracula's in Castlevania. Yes, he is. Castlevania's main villain is Dracula. What stand would you want in real life? I think I talked about this on Discord. I'd have to go through there and talk. But one of my favorite songs is Land Down Under, so I'd make my stand called Land Down Under. And it'd be some kind of like under themed power for JoJo or something. Ever seen Del Toro's Frankenstein movie by chance? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't seen Del Toro's Frankenstein movie. I want to though. Do you have any favorite stories in terms of atmosphere? Quite a few. I mean, Final Fantasy X. I love that atmosphere story. That's part of the biggest reason I love that story is the atmosphere. Rank Genghis Khan. Okay, he's going high up there, man. High up there. What was your question, Effigy? I don't think we got to it. Redemption is in the eye of those who are in a position to claim somebody's redeemed. So if, like, you know, all the people that Vegeta affected with his crimes say, like, he redeemed himself, then he's redeemed. Yeah. So I think Vegeta has, at this point in time, redeemed himself quite well. I don't know if he's completely out of the woods for the crimes he's committed, but he's done a good job of making up for it. Would you call what William Hell was doing a genocide? Pretty much, Joel. Yeah, I think I would. David Bowie? Not really. Not my thing. I'm weird with music. I listen to what I like, and it's usually some like instrumental stuff, movie soundtracks, video game soundtracks, stuff in other languages. I don't really listen to much English. I do listen to a lot of like funk and R&B music, like Isley Brothers. Let me see. Let me throw up my, because I Shazam a lot of these, because me and my wife got a free subscription to Sirius, and there's a Silk radio station that pops up all the time, that I listen to all the time. So like Tony Braxton, Smokey Robinson, Quincy Jones, love Quincy Jones, Jade, Ready for the World, Zap, I guess. Anything R&B, that 80s soulful R&B music, and that funk music. I love that kind of music. So good. So good. He sure didn't, Elda. But yeah, Vegeta is like kind of redeemed, but also not really. I think he's done a fair amount to redeem himself, but is he 100% redeemed? I don't think so. What IRL bad person would you not cover? So yeah, anything that's present day or like controversial. I'm not in the business of like, for example, when I first started the channel, I saw so many comments of people asking me to cover Hillary Clinton, cover Donald Trump, cover Joe Biden. And there is no way in hell, there is no way in hell, no matter my personal feelings on any of the people that I just mentioned, that I would cover someone who is essentially a 50-50 person at this point in time. I'll cover historical figures who have shown over time through popular consensus that most people can agree they're evil. Obviously, you got that horrid percentage out there who still thinks Hitler was great, you know? But I feel comfortable covering Hitler because I'm not going to get, like, my career ruined for doing that, or people are going to see me in a different light, or someone's going to come to my house and try and find me because they're so passionate about it. Well, they might. For Hitler, you never know on that front. But, you know, I could see if I covered a modern day figure who's like, some people think they're evil and some people don't, that a fanatic could potentially like harm me or my family. And I mean, look at what happened to Charlie Kirk recently. I'm not going to comment on that, like the particulars of that situation or him as a person. And he said, again, I'm not going to go into it. Suffice to say, I wasn't a Charlie Kirk fan, and it wasn't like my boy or anything like that. Far from it. But he got shot in the neck for talking. As much as his words weren't great, he still got shot in the neck for talking. And that's what I do. I talk. I turn on the microphone, I upload a video, and I talk. And I, for one, am not too keen on getting shot in the neck for talking. So that is one of the bigger reasons why I would not cover present day figures who are controversial, like that are 50-50, you know. I would like to stay alive. I would like my family to stay alive. And if I feel the need to speak out on certain things, I will in the future if I find that to be necessary. But at this point in time, no thank you. No thank you. I'm good on that. I will stick to fictional characters. I will stick to historical characters. I will stick to verified criminals. And that is my business. So no, nothing like that from me. Plus, another thing that it's aside from the personal risk factor, another reason why I don't talk about current day stuff or like politically divisive stuff is I would prefer it. Now, if you're a Nazi in this chat, if you're a Nazi in this chat, I don't want you in this chat. But I should never know that you're a Nazi. You know what I mean? I'm talking about characters from fiction that everyone can enjoy. They can get away from the constant talk out there that you all have to deal with on a daily basis. You know, I want to make sure that you can watch these videos about your favorite characters and whatnot without having to worry about all the stuff that you hear on a day-to-day basis or feel attacked in any way or anything like that. And I don't cater. I talk about morality, and in my view, morality is not a political thing. Murder is not a political thing. Murder is not the realm of the right wing or the left wing. Murder is murder. It's wrong no matter who does it. Thievery is thievery, and it's wrong no matter who does it. Assaulting someone is wrong, and it doesn't matter who does it. It's a morality thing. It's a moral thing. And while certain ideologies and things have the propensity to commit more evil than others, at the end of the day, murder is murder. If a Republican murders someone, it's just as bad as if a Democrat murders someone. If a Nazi murders someone, it's just as bad as if a communist murdered someone. We talk about morality here, and morality transcends politics. And so there's no need for me to get political on this channel. If I feel the need to talk about moral things, and someone happens to be of a certain ideological bent. I'm not talking about them necessarily because of that ideology. I'm talking about it because it's wrong, and that's that. It's wrong. Wrong is wrong, and that's that. Would 20 years be a good time? I don't know. Maybe 20 years, or like a consensus, general consensus on whether or not someone's evil. Like I said, if I'd have no problem, for example, if someone, a serial killer, got arrested yesterday. They're a serial killer. I wouldn't have a problem covering a serial killer who got discovered yesterday, because who's gonna have issue with that? You know what I mean? So it all just depends on who they are and what they do. But the moral of the story is, I don't like to get politics involved in the channel, and I never have. I try my best to make sure it stays away, so you all can just enjoy the characters that you want to see videos about without having to engage in the constant discussion and perils of politics that you experience on a daily basis. And if you want to consume political content about politics, there's plenty of channels out there and plenty of people to look to who can provide that for you. I'm not that guy. I'm not the politics guy. I'm the analyzing evil guy. I'm the fictional evil guy. I'm the villain guy. I'm the historical evil guy. But I'm not the politics guy. So if you want politics, you got to go somewhere else. I won't entertain politics here on this channel. That makes sense? I hope that makes sense. I don't know. You guys can tell me if it doesn't. Any comments, questions, suggestions? The chat got real quiet. Or is my chat just not updating? Where did it go? My chat, I think my chat on Streamlabs wasn't updating, but my chat on YouTube is. Whoopsie. 409,000 AC, never felt young. DC never felt younger. Nice, General. Would you be able to start watching class? Maybe, Kojo. Maybe. Is my chat working? Like, can somebody say something so I know whether or not I just, like... Did I say something wrong just now? Are people, like, not talking because of that? Or is my chat just not updating? Or nobody talking? Oh. Hello, chat. What the hell happened? Oh, okay. My chat just wasn't updating. that was concerning. I was like, I just got done talking about why I wouldn't talk about political stuff, and my chat stopped working, and I was like, ooh. Cool. I got it. I had to refresh it. Anyway, yeah, politics are a part of life, but they don't have to invade every moment of everyone's day. Exactly. Like I said, you can go if you want to learn more about politics or engage in political content. There's plenty to go to. You know, there's plenty of other channels out there doing that kind of work. But yeah, I can see it now. Thank you for verifying that the chat is working now. It sounded crazy. I'm sorry. It sounded crazy. I tried to explain my thought process there as best as I could. So I hope that made sense to you guys. You know. But long story short, I want to stick to evil, verified evil, as you know, that people agree upon, and not engage in stuff that's gonna cause division, and all that fun stuff. I want this to be a channel where you're like, yeah, I can't wait to watch a video and get away from it all and consume something about my one of my favorite characters, or learn something about history, you know. So yeah. Oh, I see. Spillano. Cool. Most unrealistic human villain you've covered? Unrealistic. There was I don't know. See, when you guys ask me these questions, I don't have them like in mind, and I have so many I've covered that it's like I gotta run through them all in my head. There was something or someone I covered recently that had crazy plot armor. I was like watching something and I was like, holy plot armor. Like, it was insane. This, I don't know why that made me think of it, but the most unrealistic human. You know, I'm just looking at him, so I'm just gonna say, because I see him right here, Yi Yu-jin seems really unrealistic, because I highly doubt anyone would lock up some dude for spreading about a rumor that potentially led to his sister's death for like 10 years or however long it was. That seems a little unrealistic. It's a fun story, but I don't think that would ever happen in real life. Could be wrong, but, you know. Yeah, exactly, Wonder. This is the Violet. That's me. Hi, Mauricio. We'll all be dead before Berserk ends, potentially. Agreed, Christmas Hake. Agreed. We'll all be, yeah. Oh, I was so sad when Miura died. Would like to see his finish to Berserk. What do you think of the new Animal? I left a comment on the new Animal Farm trailer. I don't. You know what's funny is I don't usually comment on videos.
Going on vacation.
I don't know. I've just never been a big commenter. Like, I don't have a personal social media, so you know I never I just don't do comments. It's not something I do. But I commented on this one. I don't know. I thought it was just kind of funny to just say this. Oh wait, not newest. Top. Does it show me on the top? What the fuck? I just thought that was no one really saw it, but I don't know. that was my that's the only thought. Oh, you guys can't see it because I have my thing cut off. Hold on, I got it. I know. Hold on. It should update for you in a second. There I am right there. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, that's the only thing I saw. That's the only my only reaction. I started watching this. Man, Andy Serkis, like, I cannot believe that Andy Serkis, who I have great respect for, mind you, that he is like helming this. Insane. Never in my life would I have ever thought an Animal Farm movie would look like this. Never once. And I'd play the trailer, but YouTube would get mad at me if I did. Holy hell, man. I'll watch it just to see how much of a train wreck it is. But wow. A comedy-esque Animal Farm movie featuring Seth Rogen as Napoleon? What? What the fuck? That's the only thing I had. That's the only thing I had to say about that. Oh my god. Definitely not looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to seeing how bad it is. But tell me you missed the mark without telling me you missed the mark, man. Like, oof. I'm glad you could too, Dom. I'm glad you could be here. I hope you enjoyed the game, as horrible as it is. I've seen a YouTube reaction call you preachy. Oh, did they? Who said that? And who you know what? I don't see many people. You mean like a comment, or did somebody make like a reaction video on one of my things? Call me preachy. I could see that. I mean, I do get a little philosophical with no, I don't care. You know, if people don't like me, that's the thing. I've always On Griffith? I was preachy in the Griffith video? Really? Interesting. I would have thought it would have been like something recent, if anything. But I mean, I do get like philosophical in some ways sometimes, or I like try to really emphasize, because when I feel like in Come and See, for example, when I really resonate with something and I'm like, you know, none of this would happen if we just treated each other better. I feel the need to like say that, you know, just to remind people like, hey, there are ways that things can be better and to prevent things, and this is how we could do it. Just my 2 cents, you know? So I could see that, you know, if people think I'm preachy sometimes. I'm not necessarily trying to like sway minds or anything with what I say. I just trying to remind people a lot of the time when I say stuff like that to just be kind, you know? And how a lot of evil could be prevented if we were just nicer to each other. But if people think I'm preachy, that's fine. Not everybody's obligated to like me or what I say. And if people think I'm, you know, preachy, or they don't like the way I present stuff, that's fine. But yeah. A little preachy comes to territory of a channel like this. Yeah, I think yeah. It's hard not to be preachy, I guess. You know? I mean, when you're talking about evil and why someone's evil, kind of got to like give you what I think, you know? Some people don't like evil. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I get it. You know, hearing someone like preach to you about something can be a little off-putting. But I want anyone to know who might be in the chat now or who might watch this in the future or whatever, that I never like say anything preachy with an agenda in mind. It's the only agenda is to like warn or draw attention to what makes something evil, and like give you all an idea of what could be done by you or other people to prevent those evil things from happening in the future, to potentially make the world a better place and save people from experiencing those things. So that's like my only agenda, is to like try to make the world a better place in like a broad way, you know? But I get it. You think I'm a little preachy? I'm a little preachy. It's okay. Yeah, I've never I don't know. I've never felt like people are obligated to like what I say. And I'm grateful for the views that I get and the attention that I get, and if I get less or more, cool, you know? I've ever watched Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey? No. I've never seen it. It looks cool though. Oh, no, that's fine, Panda. No, I can understand it, you know? Cuz like let's say I'm glad you don't feel that way, but let's say someone I make videos on characters, right? And if I say something at the end of a video when I'm summing up their evil and I talk about how like, hey, what they did was wrong and it could have been prevented if so and so, if we were just nicer to people, and the person's like, I was watching this video to hear about the character. You don't need to remind me that I need to be nice to people. I'm like, okay, I get it, you know? If they think that's preachy, then that's fine. But in my small way, you know, like I said, I try not to get like involved in politics and stuff, but I do talk about morality. And as much as I love villains and I love talking about evil, at the end of the day, I don't want anyone to suffer as a result of evil. Because, as I said in the Come and See video, I do wholeheartedly believe that no matter where you think we originated from, we are all essentially a big family. And I don't understand how someone can hurt someone else's child if they themselves wouldn't want their children hurt. I don't understand how someone can hurt someone. I mean, I understand, but I mean, like, I don't Understand's not the right word, but I'm going to use it anyway. I don't understand how someone can hurt somebody else's brother when they wouldn't want their brother hurt. I don't understand how someone can hurt somebody else's mother when they wouldn't want their own mother hurt. I don't understand how somebody could hurt someone else when they don't want to be hurt. So if you don't want to be hurt, if you don't want your loved ones to be hurt, why is it okay for other people's loved ones to be hurt? And why is it okay for other people to be hurt? The short answer is it's not. Everybody loves their children, and everybody doesn't want their children to be harmed. If you love your children, why do you want somebody else's child to be harmed? Which all of us were children at one point. Why do you want anyone else to be harmed if you don't want the ones you love to be harmed? And that's all I ever want to convey to people. You know, if that's what I preach, I don't think that's such a bad thing to preach. Compartmentalization, yeah. And that's the easy answer. That's a good answer, not just the easy answer. That's a good answer, Don. Compartmentalization, you know, we're all living in, as much as we all live in the world, we all also live in our own worlds. You know, so a lot of the time it's hard to think about what other people are going through when you're going through stuff and the people around you are going through stuff. But as time goes on and the world becomes a bigger place and we all become a little more interconnected, I just feel like it's important to understand more, or like keep in mind more often that the world is bigger than just our own worlds, you know? And that's one of the keys to making the world a better place for everyone. And I don't know, just being nice to each other. That's if I preach anything, be nice to each other and treat other people how you want to be treated. It's something you've all heard since you were little, but it is really one of the golden rules of life. Treat other people how you want to be treated. If you don't want to be punched in the face, then don't punch anybody else in the face. Why? You know? Your super chat. Thief, did I miss a super chat? Sorry about that. Thank you for the $2, Thief of Justice. Any other MCU villain on your radar? On my radar. I don't know MCU villain on my radar. Bruh. I feel like I would need to like clean up MCU, like maybe talk about Loki. Maybe talk about Ultron. You know, I think those maybe, but I'd have to look at who's most suggested. You know? That's the golden rule, Nick. I agree. That is the golden rule. Anyway, I said we were gonna end at 5, guys, and we've gone a little past 5 o'clock. So, I got lost in the sauce talking to all you guys, but I do love talking to you. Maybe I want to. Maybe in place of research streams, maybe I'll do some like just chatting streams every now and again, where we all can just kind of talk to each other, you know? It's nice to talk every now and again. So maybe here going forward until my hand is better, we'll do some talking streams, because this is fun. I enjoy talking to you guys and just hanging out. So when's the next live stream? The next tier list one is in June. And as for making the tier list available, I will do that right now. I think I can edit the description right now, but I'll put a link to the tier list in the description. Rank them all yourself. Okay. Cool. There's a link to the tier list in the description. What changes if the golden rule is reversed? I don't know what you mean by that, Nick. I'm not sure what you mean. But yes, guys, if I keep engaging in conversation, I'm never going to end. And I do need to go make dinner. I am the dinner maker. I am the chef in the house. So if I don't make the food, people go hungry, including myself. So I'm going to go and make some food. We've been going for nearly what, 7 hours at this point? Or more than 7 hours? No, 7 hours almost. So I'm going to end it, guys. Again, maybe we'll do some chat and streams here in the near future in replacement of the research streams. But yeah, I had a good time today. I hope you all had a good time as well. You said treat others the way you treat yourself. I said treat yourself the way you... Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know what happened if the rules were reversed like that, Nick, but maybe we can talk about that on the next stream. Thank you all for being here. I had a good time ranking this all with you guys and talking with you. I hope you all have a happy new year. And as always, I'll be seeing you soon. Goodbye, everybody.